Good afternoon, Hawkeye Nation. Great to be with you on this Selection Sunday that for the first time in a couple of seasons, your Iowa Hawkeyes are relevant in. Good to be with you as always. We're going to be joined later on by Corey Brad and Kasheen Alexander to break down the women's bracket. Coming out in about 2 hours here. The men's bracket coming up on 5 o'clock as the snow is just starting to fall in Iowa City. Just about to get going here with one of the most exciting times of the year, at least for college sports fans, with the NCAA tournament bracket being released, all of the stuff that goes along with that, having your 3 or 4 days to build your bracket, and all the fun that comes with it. So happy to be with you. We're going to break it down over the next, I think we'll be here for at least 3 hours. Again, I'll be covering the men's side here for the next couple of hours. Corey may drop in and say hello to us. But certainly around 7 o'clock, you should see Corey and our good friend Kasheen Alexander, former Hawkeye legend, who will join us for the women's bracket. So very excited about all that. Do you want to just hit some things before we get started here? And then we're going to get rolling on our NCAA tournament men's bracket and live reactions to the bracket as it comes out. Like to plug our Discord. Our Discord server has been growing very, very quickly over the last couple of months. Really been working hard on getting that going and continuing to recruit as many of you into it as we can. It's been a really fun community for Hawkeye fans to participate in. For just $5 a month or $50 a year, you can donate via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. The links are all in the description there. Label your donation Discord, and we will get you in there. I'm in there interacting with people frequently. Corey Brada in there frequently. Our good friend Tony, who'll be joining us in just a second to break down the men's bracket, in there frequently. Kasheen in there, still working on Coach Close and Coach Patterson. I don't think we'll be successful there, but it has been a ton of fun. So please do please do go ahead and join our Discord if you're interested. Again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, $5 or $50 will cover you for the entirety of the year. We would love to see you there. Also, just in general, Discord is a great way to support the show, but the PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App donation links are also available for those that are already in Discord or just want to donate to the show. Corey's been putting in a lot of work lately to produce some great content for us, both behind paywalls and also a lot of it for free. A lot of stuff that people can just use on or view on YouTube for free. So if you're interested in supporting, obviously there is a cost in doing things like going and covering the Big Ten tournament, which Corey did on his own dollar. So there are costs to all those things. So if you are interested in supporting, those links are in the description for you to donate if you're looking to support what we do here, because it's a whole lot of fun, and we'd love to continue to have the opportunity to do things just like that. Go to Big Ten tournaments in person, go to away games in person, go to home games in person, etc. So that stuff does all help. And as soon as we get through our bracket today, we will also have a free bracket challenge, which will be in the description, both men's and women's. So if you'd like to put your bracket in and compete with everybody else in the community, you are more than welcome to do that. Again, those links will be in the description. All right, everybody. Now, as the brackets are just starting to be released, we have Duke as the 1 seed in the East region and Siena, the 16 seed in the East region, Ohio State, the 8 seed. Let's go ahead without further ado and add my good friend Tony to the mix. Tony, how are you doing, my friend? This has got to be one of your favorite days of the year.
I am so old school. I fill this thing out as it goes. You and I. Wow.
I've got my stream up here on the left, and I've got
I'm like 45 seconds ahead of you. You and I. Gotcha. Wow.
I just got St. John's as a 5 seed.
Well, there you go. Now you know who they're playing.
Wow. Let's see. Can you pause just for 45 seconds, Tony, so that we're?
I'll delay my reaction. That was the only one I want to see. I'm on bunny ears. I don't use. That's why I asked if you used to add an antenna.
I don't.
I'll wait until you react, and then I'll react at the same time.
So we've got St. John's against Northern Iowa, the 5-12 matchup in the East. Ohio State TCU, the 8-9 matchup in the East. The winner of that game will play most likely Duke. And then I'm waiting for the 4 and the 13. We've got Kansas as the 4 seed in the East. And our 13 seed, let's see what we have. Cal Baptist, CBU, playing Kansas in the East. All right. Let's see. How do we want to do this, Tony? Do we want to wait for entire regions? I guess they're going to do regions at a time.
We can just kind of do live reaction. Something interesting about the Cal Baptist thing is they won that WAC tournament against Utah Valley last night, and they tried to keep Utah Valley out of that tournament because they're leaving that conference, and they paid $1 million like right at the last second.
Yeah. I've got Louisville and South Florida in the East region, the 6-11 matchup. Michigan State, the 3 seed in Duke's region. If there's anything to talk about with Iowa so far, it's the fact that Iowa is not the 8-9 in Duke's region. I think that was something I was afraid of, something that you probably were afraid of, Tony. So if there's anything to take away for the Hawkeyes so far, they are not the 8-9 in Duke's region. So they will not see Duke in the second round. North Dakota State getting the 14 seed bid to play Michigan State in the East. UCLA winning a 7 seed. That's a little bit surprising, I would think.
I think with their strong showing towards the end of the year, I saw them trending towards a 7.
Okay. UCF getting the 7-10 matchup with UCLA there. All right. Let's see. Almost through. So Iowa's not the 10 in the East either. I wouldn't have minded that draw, to be honest with you, but obviously they're not going to play UCLA in the first round. So
no.
All right. Who is the 2 seed in the East region? We've got UConn. Dan Hurley's UConn as the 2 seed in the East. All right.
I can hear it now. Mick Cronin crying about going to Philadelphia.
Across the country to go to UConn's
Gotta go across the country to play. Unbelievable.
Furman the 15. Okay, so we've got Duke, UConn, Michigan State, the top 3 seeds in the East. Louisville the 6. UCLA grabbing the 7. A couple of Big Ten names already. let's see. I would like to see the entire region. I don't know if
they're going to pop it up.
They're going to pop that up.
Yeah.
I would like to. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well,
this is usually how they do it. You'll see it. They'll pop.
Yeah. So far we've got 3 Big Ten names.
Yep.
UCLA, Michigan State, Ohio State. So we're projected about 10 Big Ten teams in the tournament this year?
I thought 9. Yeah,
9?
Indiana is not there.
Okay. So 9. So there's 3 of your 9.
Yep.
Greenville, South Carolina. Obviously, that's going to be a home game for Duke if they play Ohio State in the second round. Not a great pull for Northern Iowa, I would say, to play St. John's. That's
where's that game at? Because St. John's is the 5, right?
St. John's is the 5, but they've won. They've won what, 18 out of 20 games or something?
Yeah, they did look good against UConn though yesterday. If that game's in Oklahoma City, which I think is where Kansas wants to play.
Michigan State going to Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Buffalo, New York was the closest for those Michigan schools. But I mean, as a direct as the crow flies,
it is.
It's the closest.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
I want to say that game's going to be it because I think Oklahoma City. That's what Kansas wanted. Maybe I don't know. Let me see. No. Oklahoma City is going to go to Houston and Iowa State. Nebraska and Iowa State.
Yeah,
is my guess.
Nebraska
is probably going to be a 3. I selfishly, Kyle, wanted Iowa to be the 8-9 in Duke's region. The reason why is because I knew that would be like the 3rd or 4th team called, so we can just get it done. Because Duke was going to be the number 1 overall. That's why I wanted. I didn't want it for matchup purposes, but I wanted it for done. Yep, we're playing Duke. We're the 8-9. Now I honestly think we're probably going to be like the 10 in the bottom right, we're
going to be at the very end.
Yeah, like the 3rd or 4th to last.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got a commercial break here. Again, we're live reacting to this on CBS as we go here. So let me see here.
I'll try to calm down, Corey. I'm sorry. This is like Christmas. This is like Christmas for me. I think the Big Ten's getting some respect with the seedings they've got so far.
Yeah, Ohio State getting an 8, very reasonable. Michigan State at a 3 is about right, I think.
If you would do they don't do it by S curve exactly. They used to do that where your top 3 would be in the number 1 overall because the number 1 overall would get the lowest 2 and yada yada yada.
Yes,
but Michigan State probably is one of the top 3 seeds. Like one of the first 3 seeds would be my guess.
Yep.
And if you go by that order, the odd seeds being the highest, like the 1, the 3, the 5, that would mean UCLA is probably the highest 7 seed, or at least close to it. So they're showing the Big Ten some respect.
Yes. All right. So that's not a bad draw so far. Obviously, Ohio State with a tough matchup in the second round. UCLA, UCF will be an interesting game. What do you think of Michigan State, Louisville? If Louisville makes it through, I know we're already getting some confidence that South Florida might take them out. But what do you think of Michigan State's draw? Obviously, they're a team that could.
I think they'll probably play South Florida. Up until Louisville did not have a legit win until this week. I forgot what people were questioning whether Louisville should even be seated that high, and they beat who did they beat in the ACC tournament?
I've got some interesting stuff for us on that as well.
SMU. Yeah, they have not beat any top 3 or 4 seeded team. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I like my analytics. We've got several charts for the fans today to sort of digest, and among those is obviously kill shot is a big metric. 10-0 runs versus 10-0 runs against, but relative ratings is another interesting one. Relative ratings is how good are your wins and how bad are your losses. So high ceiling, low floor type stuff. And Louisville, actually, funny enough, came at the very, very bottom of the low ceiling category, along with Baylor, Indiana, NC State, Kentucky, and Iowa. So, obviously their resume is not not an interest or not a great resume. While we're in commercial break here too, Tony, I don't know if you're out of commercial break yet.
They're back. Yeah,
they're just now back. Okay. Well, then we'll hold that thought for just a second here as we bring you what region are they hitting next year?
The West, which it's I would love to live in an area where you're going to see Arizona here in a second, where you can do a watch party outside in March. Yeah. So Arizona's outside.
Yeah,
for their watch party.
That would be nice, as we've got snow coming down here in Iowa City.
Arizona, we've got snow coming down. There's sunshine.
The 8-9 matchup, we've got Villanova against Utah State. I know that was a matchup that was possible for Iowa to draw Utah State, but they have not. Utah State is the 9. So yeah, I think I'm right there with you, Tony. I think we're heading towards that last 10 seed. Okay, let's see the 5-12. I'm just getting my 5 seed now. 5 seed in the West. We've got Wisconsin, the 5 seed in the West. Very nice. Let's see who they're
going all the way out to Portland.
Yeah, that's not a great locational draw. Wisconsin against High Point.
Yeah.
Okay. Wisconsin 5-12 against High Point. Let's see how quickly my bracket's up. Yeah, it's updating pretty quickly here. I've got 2 tabs open with the live bracket and the actual stream. So
I wonder which one's quicker.
the stream's slightly quicker.
Okay.
The bracket's filling in about a minute behind, I think. Let's see here. So High Point playing Wisconsin in Portland, Oregon. Again, that's not a phenomenal locational draw for the Badgers. 4-13 here. We've got Arkansas in the 4 seed. That's going to be an interesting game against Wisconsin if both teams can get there. All right. Arkansas. Who do they have? They have Hawaii. So 4-13. So Wisconsin likely playing Arkansas in the second round, and then would likely play Arizona in the Sweet 16 should they make it there. All right, let's get the second half of the West here. We've got BYU, the 6th seed. We've got, let's see, CR11. I wish they had the locations on the bracket here, but they do not. They just have the regions done by general region.
So this is, did you get who the 11 is now?
I don't have the 11 yet. Our 11 seed, Texas or NC State.
So think about that. They're a play-in game in Dayton. And then Thursday, they got to go all the way out to Portland, Oregon.
And when's the play-in game?
Tuesday.
Wow.
So they play Tuesday night, and then they got to get out to Portland, Oregon by Thursday.
That's a monster advantage for a 6 seed. Gonzaga, the 3 in that region in Portland, Oregon. That'll be a really good location draw for Gonzaga.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There was no one who wanted Portland. They were almost those West Coast teams were like locked into out there. And the same thing with like the East Coast teams. All the teams are like in the Midwest.
All right, here we go. Miami, Florida, the 7 seed. Let's see who their 10 seed matchup is in St. Louis. It's the Missouri Tigers. All right. 7-10 is the Missouri and Miami matchup.
Does that bring shades of Iowa playing Auburn as the lower seed an hour away? So you're Miami of Florida, you're a 7 seed. Hey,
you're pissed. You got to be pissed.
You get to go play Missouri, who's an hour away from St. Louis.
Absolutely. Purdue, the 2 seed in the West. Interesting. And they are playing in St. Louis as well. Let's see who they draw. Queens, the 15 seed in the West, playing Purdue in St. Louis. All right.
Someone's going to get squeezed out of St. Louis. I did not think Purdue was going to make it. I thought Illinois and Iowa State were going to be above them. So Illinois or Iowa State, one of those two is going to get squeezed out of St. Louis.
How scared are you right now, Tony?
Not at all.
Yeah, you're scared. I can tell. Hey,
I'm not at all scared. You know what's harder? You know what's hard for me is Corey. I'm like 30 seconds ahead of him, so I have to subdue my reactions until Kyle tells me. That's what's the harder part.
The bottom line is half of the bracket has been revealed, and You have not seen the Iowa Hawkeyes selected, Tony. So
didn't you hear my prediction?
Don't do
No,
this,
I really didn't.
Corey, my prediction was what I wanted to happen was Iowa to be the 8-9 line in Duke's region because they would have been the third or fourth.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say. I did hear you say that.
What's going to happen is they're going to be in the bottom right-hand corner, and they're going to be the third or fourth last team called because they'll be the 10 seed.
You know,
I
got to ask a question real quick.
Audio, we got some audio.
Corey's outside, probably in that wind.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is my audio okay?
It's fine now, but it was like you were muffling the mic or something.
Okay, so real quick, I just want to ask you, because you get in the weeds of this stuff a lot more than I do, Tony.
We are,
yeah. I don't know what your audio is. It's all crackly.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. All right, Corey's gone. He's going to come back in just a second. Let's continue. Okay,
so you're on commercial break.
Yep, I'm on commercial break. So quick thoughts on the West here before we advance to what will be our
Texas
next
making it. Texas making it.
Yes,
that's
because they
Texas
were right on the.
What was NC State? Like, I think this is bad news for the mid majors if those are the two in the play-in. I don't think they're going to give the mid majors respect.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess now Miami of Ohio is probably in a play-in game. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, I really wish they would have actually legitimately made it in the field of 64.
Yeah.
But man, that sucks for them.
So thoughts on the draw for the two Big Ten teams. Purdue would go through the winner of Miami and Missouri, and then they would go through the winner of likely Gonzaga or BYU. And then Wisconsin would have Arkansas likely in the second round, and then Arizona in the Sweet 16. Thoughts on those two teams and their path?
Well, and then like I mentioned with Miami of Florida, now you're Purdue. Yeah, you got the closest region, but hey, guess what? If Missouri wins, you're playing a
home
game. Because what was it? Houston was who got Auburn, right? After Auburn beat us.
Yeah.
And I think Kelvin Sampson was like, thanks for the draw. We're a number one seed and we get to play,
Do I sound like Darth Vader?
Sound better now.
You sound.
No, I just want to know, how does Missouri get to St. Louis as a 10 seed?
I don't know.
That was another thing. I wanted to see how because the NCAA said something about charter flights were going to be an issue, and they were going to do a lot more geographic.
Well, then I'll tell you what I thought.
So Iowa could be a 10 seed.
Before they revealed that, Tony, I was thinking to myself, we know Iowa's not going to be in this game because it's being played in St. Louis. But then I see Missouri taking. I'm like, wait a minute, what the heck?
Yeah.
I could legitimately see, because the only other two seeds that I think could play in St. Louis are Illinois and Iowa State. I could see them sticking Iowa as a 10 seed in Iowa State's pod in St. Louis, or even Illinois, because we've only played them once. They can do that. They don't like to, but I wonder if they're going to do that more this year with all these travel issues, because they said the charter flights are like, they put that out a week. I don't know how long ago that was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that they said they're going to try to do more geography based this year.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm sure you're actually more scared than you're leading on, but
I am not scared.
I'm not worried.
I'm not worried at all.
Hey, if they're not in this next quadrant, are you a little worried?
No. Because then if they're not in this, here's why. Because if they're not in this next quadrant, that means they're either going to be facing Houston or Florida.
No, but what happens if they go the entire? What if you get to the end of this bracket, and Tony, you're like, wait, did I miss something? I'm sorry. I just had to, I gotta poke there. All right, here we go. We're back. I'll let you.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, Corey has rabbit ears. I told you to invest in some, Kyle.
I know, but I'm 30 seconds behind you. We're getting back. I'm watching the montage right now of all the teams, so we're gonna get out of commercial break here in just a second. All right, we have got a new region for you. Halfway through our bracket, I'm sure people are starting to pick teams already and fill in brackets already, but we will wait and see. Let's see what we've got here. We're just about to get ready for the 1 seed here. Michigan, the 1 seed. Obviously, that was something that everybody saw coming, but let's see here. All right, Midwest region, Buffalo, New York again. We've got Michigan in the Midwest, the 1 seed, and they will play UMBC or Howard, playing in that 16-seeded play-in game. All right, let's see our 8-9 matchup. Our 8-9 matchup. Georgia, the 8 seed. 22-10 Georgia Bulldogs, the 8 seed. St. Louis, the 9 seed. All right, so Georgia and St. Louis, the 8-9 game, playing Michigan in that second round in the Midwest in Buffalo. All right. Man, I know they're in, but it does build anticipation going through every single
something interesting there.
Okay.
Is Michigan wanted to play in Philadelphia if they were the number 1 overall seed, even though it was further. They did not accommodate Michigan's request because it seems like they were they might even been the number 3.
Yeah, number 3 overall behind Arizona and Duke.
Yeah.
Texas Tech and Akron, the 5-12 in the Midwest. 4 seed coming up here just a second. We've got Alabama, the 4 seed in Tampa, Florida. Fairly favorable draw for them, I would say. Not too bad, at least. And then let's see the 13.
This is another 7-10 game coming up in St. Louis.
Not saying anything. Not saying anything. And you know who the number 2 seed is down here. I can almost guarantee you that.
Who is it?
Well, it can't be a conference team if Michigan's there.
Yep.
So that tells you who the number 3 seed is, or I mean the number 2 seed is.
Yes, sir. All right. 6-11 is Tennessee versus, let's see, Miami, Ohio, SMU in a play-in game. Oh my goodness. Miami, Ohio in the first 4. Well, they're in the tournament, but they're not in the field of 64 yet. They'll have to earn the right to play against Tennessee in Philadelphia. That's not too bad of a commute from Dayton to Philadelphia. That's a lot better than the other one. All right, let's get our 3 seed here in the Midwest. 3 seed in the Midwest. We have Virginia. Okay, Tony, here we go.
Here you go.
Yeah, you probably already know. I'm a little bit behind here.
I didn't say
I'm going
anything.
on I've got it on my computer here. I don't even have it on a TV. We've got Virginia against Wright State, the 3 and the 14. Kentucky, the 7. Santa Clara, the 10. Okay. All right.
Okay, so
Scared to death. Scared to death. I know you are.
Gosh.
Hey, Iowa State.
No,
how about Iowa
here's
State
why.
getting to play? Iowa State's going to St. Louis. They're going to pack that place.
Dude, I was like, once they saw that, and I was like, man, they could feed families with the St. Louis region being Kentucky, Iowa, and Iowa State.
They could. That would be.
They could have. Oh
could
my
have been
gosh!
an insane region.
So
all right, Iowa State 2.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean,
and who's their 15
hey, real quick
now?
Tony, I don't know how many numbers you're crunching right now all at the same time, but given what we know now,
filling
the
out
ones
the
off
bracket.
the board. Well, no, listen, the ones off the board, the 2s that are off the board.
Yep.
So the last one is
Florida,
either Florida or UConn, right?
Yep. So that's who we're gonna play.
Well, assuming Iowa's on the 8-9 line. Now, if they're the 7-10, who's the last 2?
Florida or UConn.
Got it.
Whoever
so
does
it's one of those teams.
UConn,
So Iowa will be. We can
UConn's already
say,
a 2.
Unless some crazy world Iowa slipped.
Hold on.
It's not UConn. It's Houston.
Houston. That's right.
All right, UConn's already selected. Got it. Florida or Houston. Please don't let it be. Please don't let it be Houston.
You know, actually, if you want to root for something, you could say Houston, because if we're playing Florida, it's in Tampa. If we're playing Houston, it's in Oklahoma City.
Either way, those are.
Yeah. What difference does it make?
Oklahoma City's an easy drive.
Okay, but yeah, Tampa's an easy flight. But no, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that's assuming that Iowa didn't somehow slip to an 11. Any
they
idea?
Did not. No way.
All right. You calm down.
That would be the biggest snub.
Who would be that 3? Any idea who that 3
would you, Tony? You'd be happy if they fell to 11. No?
Nebraska's the 3.
So Nebraska's the 3. So Iowa could play. No, they can't,
because they've already played them twice.
So you're sure that they're the 3?
Nebraska's going to be there's no way Nebraska's the 2.
Yeah. So either Iowa. So Iowa could be the 10. They could be the 9.
Yep.
They could be the 8. But either they're going to be on the 7. I mean, this is no news, right? But either the 7, 10 in this final quadrant, or the 8, 9 line.
Yeah.
Or they're going to miss the tournament. And Tony's going to go crazy.
My prediction's going to come true. We're going to be like the 3rd to last team called, and we're going to be on that 10 line, and we're going to be playing Houston and Oklahoma City. Now, I don't know who's the last 7. I got to see if I go to bracket matrix.
Here's the problem, Tony. I don't believe many Iowa fans will make that drive.
No, probably not.
Like that's the unfortunate thing about the situation.
Will you make that drive, Corey?
After this recent Big Ten tournament trip, I don't.
Maybe if that's what it is, we set a fundraising goal here. And we
see if we
can hit it.
You know, the nice thing about this is if we're the 7, we're the 10, we're probably going to be playing St. Mary's, which I would not mind playing St. Mary's in the first round. Yeah. So we're either going to be playing St. Mary's or Clemson. St. Mary's or Clemson.
I'll take St. Mary's over Clemson. Based on what I've seen I'd much rather play St. Mary's than Clemson.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen a ton from either team this year. I did see Santa Clara. I think I watched Santa Clara beat St. Mary's this past week, didn't they? In the
tournament?
Audio.
Yes. Yes. Corey's out in that. He's a weather reporter, I think.
Wow. Doing some storm chasing.
Yeah.
Right, muted again. Okay. We're still in commercial break.
Yeah, we're still. I'll let you know when they get back so you can have a few seconds notice.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at. Is Clemson.
You're repeating I can hear us through you. Okay. All right. We'll get that figured out at some point here. You know, the other name that we have not seen so far, Tony, is we have not seen Penn yet. So
yes,
they will be in Iowa's region.
You know what? People predicted this, like not predicted this, but hoped it, like wish casted this.
Yeah.
Penn is probably going to be a 14 seed. You know who we said is going to be the 3 seed?
Yes. Yeah.
You know who could keep them winless?
Yeah.
Forever.
This is Tony. If this happens, I will be so beyond insufferable on Nebraska Twitter. They will hate to see me coming. Oh my goodness. If they lose their best chance at an NCAA tournament win to Fran McCaffrey's Penn, you can't script anything better.
Yeah.
You can't possibly write it.
I'm telling you, book it. Penn is a 14 seed playing Nebraska.
You know what is that would be just.
Oh, here we go. We're back.
Okay, we're back. Okay. All right. So I'm probably about 30 seconds away. I've got a commercial side by side with the live broadcast here. Let's see. Just about to get in. Okay, we got another region for you. Man, that would be unbelievably hilarious. So Florida, the last 1 seed. So Florida, either our second round matchup, assuming we get through the first round, will be either Florida or Illinois, right?
No, Florida or UConn.
Or UConn, sorry. No, Houston.
Houston.
Okay, we've got Prairie View A&M against Lehigh in the 16 seed playing game in Tampa or in Dayton to go to Tampa. All right, now we've got Clemson on the 8 line. Here we go. And Tony knows whether or not this is Iowa already. I'm sure many of you do. I'm on the edge of my seat. Iowa. For the first time in 3 years, your Iowa Hawkeyes have their name called on Selection Sunday. They have the 8-9 matchup against Clemson. And then, man, that daunting test of playing Florida in Tampa, Florida, the aforementioned matchup with Tony there.
Can I
in
drop
Tampa.
a little stat for you?
Yeah.
I think it's 8 of the last 9 or 7 of the last 8 defending champions have not made it out of the first weekend.
Okay. I make no further comment. Vanderbilt to 5, McNeese to 12. Nebraska falls to the 4.
Yeah, that shocks me.
Wow. Okay. Well, if your stat holds, Iowa has a chance to face Nebraska in the Sweet 16. Nebraska hosting in Oklahoma City, Troy the 13. So Troy, the only team left between Nebraska and their first NCAA tournament victory in program history. All right, so we're about to get Yale on the 14, or not Yale, sorry. Penn on the 14 line. We've got North Carolina on the 6 line. Let's see our 11 seed here in Greenville. We've got, who do we have? Obviously, they're talking about North Carolina, as they always do. VCU, the 11 in Greenville. And then our matchup for Penn here. Still waiting.
You should know. It's process of elimination.
Yeah. It is the Fighting Illini, if I am thinking correctly. I don't have it up yet, but
you are correct.
The Fighting Illini, the 3 seed, who are also an interesting team that we will get to later in some of the metrics. As soon as this bracket's done, we'll do a full reaction. Penn, the 14 seed against Illinois. I can't see Penn doing a whole lot in that game, but
I will say Fran has had his history with Brad Underwood and the Illini.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
You know what? I'm sure Brad Underwood is happy to see that matchup. I think he'll have fun with that.
I don't think Brad Underwood's happy that he's a 3 seed having to travel to Greenville, South Carolina in a possible second-round matchup against North Carolina.
Probably not. No, that's not a great draw. St. Mary's the 7 and A&M the 10. Houston getting that 2 seed. So that's really what it came down to, obviously, was Iowa either facing Clemson and then Florida or facing St. Mary's and then Houston. Obviously going to Tampa for the Florida matchup instead of Houston for the Oklahoma City for the Houston matchup. Idaho getting that 15 seed. All right, so our brackets are complete. Man, that's it's always so much fun, isn't it? Let's get our full bracket. All right, Tony, what surprises you? What obviously Nebraska falling to the 4 was something that stood out to both of us. Any of those locations, any of those regions, any of those seed lines really?
I didn't think.
Take your pick.
I think they kind of overreacted with the whole. They've said, "Hey, conference tournaments matter." I think they went to the extreme with that because I thought Nebraska was safely a 3 seed, and to drop them to a 4 seed, I think that shows, hey, we really do think conference tournaments matter. Because also Purdue jumping up to probably one of the high 2 seeds.
Yeah,
Purdue having an impressive performance there. Yeah. So I really think the committee leaned into that. Gosh, what the hell is wrong with my camera? Anyways, I think they leaned into that. We're going to use conference tournaments matters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I think they did. I don't have the locations written down, so I'm going to have to pull that up in a browser window. What website, do you want to send me what you use? The link?
Well, it doesn't have the locations on it. Unfortunately. It just
that's
the
fine.
Regions, but that's the put it in the live chat. That's the studio chat. That's the CBS official one. I think if you click on it, you can get let's see if you click on it. Yes, if you click on it, you can get the locations. If you click on an individual matchup, you can get the locations.
Oh.
All right, so a couple things to get to here. Man, that's always such an interesting process.
Yes.
I'd like to go through some of these here, so you can take this whatever direction you want for the next couple of minutes. I'm going to get
Go ahead.
these. I'm going to get these pulled up here. I've got some things for us to react to. I want to get your take on these because you're obviously, like me, a pretty analytical person. So let me get these loaded up, and then we will discuss some of our tournament metrics here and things that we'll go into.
Oh, hey, I didn't even think about this. Auburn got left out.
Yeah, Auburn got left out completely. No Auburn Tigers. So,
and they weren't even the first 4 team out. The first
no,
four.
did they show the first
no,
four
the first team out. Sorry, they were first 4 out. It was Oklahoma, Auburn, San Diego State, Indiana.
Okay. All right. Indiana coming up just short. Let me pull up. Okay. I'm going to get this up. So obviously there's endless ways to evaluate things in this tournament. There is a million different things we can talk about. We can talk about location of games. We can talk about matchups. We can talk about regions and draws and all that kind of stuff, who they played in the first round, who they're going to play in the second round, all sorts of things. But there are some metrics with which we will use to determine what teams are likely to go on runs and what teams are not. So with that being said, I'd like to start with a couple of our couple of my pre-prepared things here. Let's have a look here. And again, I'm curious to get your thoughts, Tony, because not all of these things will be deciders, but some of them will. So our first one is the aforementioned relative ratings that I spoke about kind of at the beginning of the show here. And so basically what this chart is, let me see if I can get rid of our banner for just a second. Okay, and then we'll throw that back up. I know Corey put some work into that one. All right, so we've got relative ratings. This is an interesting chart to me for a couple of reasons. So this talks about your team relative strength rating. So the further to the right your team logo is, the stronger the team is. And the opponent strength adjustment is the y-axis here, up and down. So basically, this is just a measure of how did you perform against the really good teams. Okay. So the lower you are on this graph, the worse you performed against good teams. The higher you are on this graph, the better you performed. And the further to the right, the better your team has been all season. The further to the left, the worse your team has been all season. So we kind of have these highlighted in categories. The last 5 national champions are highlighted here as well. So you can see the ones with the little trophy logos. I hope everyone can see that. But those 5 teams are highlighted. Okay, let's see here. So we've got the favorites on the far right, but one of the things, obviously, as a Hawkeye fan, that stands out to me is something we've talked about all year, is the Hawkeyes do not perform super well against our high-seeded teams. In that category, obviously, was Louisville that you mentioned. Alabama, surprisingly low there. And then let's see, Ohio State, not great. St. Mary's, not great. UCLA, not great. Georgia, not great. But then you have some of those teams up at the top, Nebraska being one of them, and Virginia, of teams that have not necessarily been to the far right in terms of team strength all year, but they have performed very well against the top teams that they played. Wisconsin doing fairly well in that category. Texas Tech doing fairly well in that category. And there's some exceptions. Obviously, Miami, Ohio's on this graph. They barely played anybody, so it's, you're going off of maybe one or two games there. So, I mean, what do you make of this, Tony? Is there anything that you want to add in on that? Obviously, this is not something that will go over great with Hawkeye fans. Again, this is just one of the many things that we'll talk about, but Iowa, not a team with a particularly high ceiling. I think we've known that all year. What do you take from that going into possibly that matchup against Florida? Again, that's assuming that they can get through Clemson.
Well, if you look, our first round opponents a little bit up into the left of us. Is that the Clemson Tiger logo below Auburn?
Yep.
Okay. So
that would suggest relative team rating is I was the better team throughout the season, quote unquote. Clemson's played better against top opponents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I always find these so interesting because like this one, and then like what was the other one? And I think you probably are going to share it later. That trapezoid of excellence or whatever.
Yes. Yep.
Because I always look at the numbers as opposed to like images like this, but this is literally just making it into a color picture of what. Because this is
These are these are numbers that are just
oh,
put
this is
into
Evan Maya. Okay, this is Evan Maya, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And James Hammer, I think, is the other guy that does these.
No, Ryan Hammer.
Ryan Hammer. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Man, I see Cinderella potential, and they didn't make the tournament, but I watched GCU a lot this year, Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to make a run in the Mountain West.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, to put some credence into this, look at TCU up there, right almost on there. I mean, TCU almost beat Michigan. They beat Florida. They beat who else did they beat? But then they lost to New Orleans at home.
Yeah. And that's I didn't fully explain this as well too. Part of this is the higher up you are on this chart, the better you are against good teams and the worse you are against bad teams. So I guess what this more specifically states is how different is your quality of play versus the quality of opponent. So, for example, like Duke's in the middle of that line, right, as the number 1 overall seed. That doesn't mean that they're not good against great teams. That just means that they're not different against good teams than they are against bad teams. So, Nebraska being way up on this list at the top suggests not only that they have the ability to go and beat, potentially a 1 seed or a 2 seed, but it also shows that they have the potential to lose to a lower seed because that's part of the graphic. So for Iowa to get to that position that they were on the graphic, obviously if Iowa had gone and lost to a whole bunch of bad teams, they would be in the middle of the graphic because they would have played equally poorly against bad teams as they did poorly against good teams. So it's not all, straightforward. Somebody like a Belmont there that and Miami, Ohio, GU, as you're mentioning, those teams, they have played better against stronger teams, but they've also played worse against weaker teams. So being super high on that chart's not necessarily, especially if you're a Nebraska or a Virginia, let me go back to my bracket here. Who was Virginia's first round matchup? Who did they draw? Virginia.
I wrote that down.
Why am I not seeing them?
They gotta be like a 3 or 4. Wright State.
Wright State.
Is it in the bottom right?
Bottom right corner. Oh yes, Wright State. Yep, Virginia, Wright State. Okay, so somebody like that, if I'm them, I'm going to take that as a somewhat of a positive. So anyways, and I don't know that the trapezoid of excellence has been released yet. I think that gets released. I'm looking for it right now. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe I need to check. I'm going to check X here.
Will you do that? Could I respond to something?
Yeah, go for it.
T. Hank asked if I like the draw. Yes. There's something that I just saw on X that was posted by a guy who I follow who loves Iowa hoops. Clemson is without their star player and their starting center. He tore his ACL. 6'10" guy. So they're going to be down one of their best players.
Okay.
Clemson also plays a super slow style like us. They are 333rd in tempo.
Yeah, I can see that. I just pulled the trapezoid up. Let's get the trapezoid up.
Good. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Let's just do that, and then we can continue having this discussion while we do that.
I was just stalling for time for you. So.
Yes. Let me do this, and then we'll get our trapezoid up. Corey questioned the trapezoid the first time he saw it, but I think there's something to it.
Oh, there is.
So this is the trapezoid of excellence, and I'll just explain this briefly, and you can jump in, Tony, if you think I missed anything. So basically, what this is a chart of net rating against pace. Okay, so on your y-axis, net rating is obviously the higher you are, the better you are net rating wise, adjusted for opponent. And the x-axis is pace. So the slower you are, the further left on the graphic you are, the faster you play, the further right on the graphic you are. So essentially what this trapezoid is presupposing is if you're somewhere in the middle of the pace tempo, you basically play quote unquote normal basketball. You're not super, electric in terms of speed. You're not super slow. And so that's where the majority of our national champions have come from. Now, this is the trapezoid of excellence is a measure of national champions. So it's not necessarily a measure of like, okay, who's going to get through round one or round two. But the assertion made by the trapezoid of excellence is that all of the national champions for like the last 20 years have fit into this trapezoid in some capacity. Okay. Even the lower seeded ones like UConn won as a 7 seed, right? Some of those lower ranked teams even fit into this because they were in the middle of the tempo spectrum. So what it asserts is that if you're going to be really slow or really fast, you're going to have to be really, really good at what you do. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the only way Virginia used to play super slow, the only way that they could win a national championship was because they were really, really, really good on the net rating scale. Had they not been, the trapezoid would assert that they would not have been capable of winning a national championship, even though at their net rating, somebody in the middle of the tempo spectrum might have been able to. So if you're an Iowa fan, a little bit troubling that they're all the way down at the end of the pace spectrum there. I think they finished 361st or something in pace.
Yeah.
Only 4 or 5 teams slower than Iowa. But interestingly there enough, as you point out there, Clemson, Iowa's first round opponent, is right there. Okay. Mm-hmm. They are not much faster than Iowa pace measured in possessions per game, I think. Yeah. And so only 2 more possessions per game. So expect a slow game, expect a grinded out game. Obviously a good sign for Iowa if a couple of Clemson's good players are out, but 2 of the slowest teams in the bracket where let's see. So who else could Iowa have drawn there? We said St. Mary's. Where are they in this graphic? You might have a better idea of that, Tony. St. Mary's. But Florida, interestingly, is way up here on your top right. If they do happen to get through Clemson in the first round, Florida is way up here on the high end of the pace range, and obviously the net rating range. So, you take that in whatever direction you want, Tony.
I was just trying to see who the slowest teams are that made the tournament.
I'm seeing Iowa. Let's see.
Northern Iowa is the
Northern
slowest.
Iowa, yep.
Then Iowa, then Houston, and then Clemson.
Interesting. Okay. So
I'm looking at Ken Palm. Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. Yep.
So yeah. But yeah. Gosh, who was I looking for here? St. Mary's?
Yes, St. Mary's. Yep. Mike Nunn with the $2 super chat says, so is Iowa capable of Elite 8? I'm going to say no. And the reason I'll say no is going to be outlined in just a second. But Tony, you can chime in there if you disagree.
Honestly, if they can get past Florida, I don't hate who the Sweet 16 matchup would be. I mean, I get the analytics may not say it, but it's either going to be Nebraska or Vanderbilt. And
yeah,
I haven't been that impressed with Vanderbilt when I've watched them this year. And obviously we've beaten Nebraska. So if they can get past Florida, I think they're capable of it. Do I think it's highly likely? No, probably not, obviously.
Yeah.
You got a coin flip game. It'll be interesting to see betting market wise what happens. I know that Iowa is third. What were they? 20 something in Kent, 25 and Clemson's
in Ken Palm, 26 or 7 in Bart.
Clemson's 36 in Ken Palm.
And what's the point spread on that?
He has not updated it. So I keep refreshing to see when he's going to update it. He does not have it in yet.
Well, is there not like a per 100 possessions net rating difference?
I don't even look at. I honestly didn't even know to look at that. I just look at.
So Ken Palm has Iowa at plus 22.5.
Okay.
And they have Clemson at plus 18.9. So basically 19. So it's about a 3.5 point spread per 100 possessions. So then you take that. So 3.5 point spread is 100. So divide by 100 and times by 63, which is the average pace of the team. So it's a 2-point spread according to Ken Palm. So
and then 26 on Torvik and 30 for Clemson.
Okay. And what's do they have a difference there? I would assume
give me 1 second. Let me open. my browser window. So what do you want to know? You want to know Iowa's adjusted O is 121.
Do they have they should have like a T rank or something. Well,
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. The totals. Oh, not 0.9070.
okay.
And Clemson is 0.8925.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So that's fairly, I think that's fairly similar in terms of, let's see, because that should be a per,
100.
I think, is that per, yeah.
Chance of beating the average D1 team is what his.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that's similar. That's essentially a 2-point or 1-point spread. I mean, it's a 50-50 toss up game, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I mean, do you like it for Iowa that they got a similarly slow team that's comfortable playing that pace, or would you prefer a faster team?
Yes, I'm fine with that because I think that will bode well if they do win the first game, because then you're not going to have a team who's going to force you to run up and down, and fatigue may not be as much of an issue. Like if they were playing, someone who just runs, I'm trying to think, Michigan dictated the pace in the first round. There might be more tired legs.
Yeah. And it just, I mean, especially when you have Bennett playing 40 minutes a night every night, like that's, if there's 60 possessions in a game, which there might be in a game like this, or it could be under 60 possessions. If you've got a guy playing 40 minutes and it's 10 less trips up and down the court, that's a big deal, especially again, if, like you're saying, that second round game could be more of a track meet with Florida. I mean, Florida's one of the fastest. I mean, I would assume they're just looking at trapezoid of excellence stuff here. They're probably the fourth fastest team in the tournament. I've got them behind Alabama, Georgia, and South Florida in terms of pace, and that's it.
No, you got some of these lower teams. I got Alabama, South Florida, Georgia, Kennesaw State, Arkansas, St. Louis, Michigan, Prairie View, A&M, and then Florida.
So this has definitely been. This says updated March 14th, 2026. So I guess it's just using a different pace metric because.
Yeah, that's adjusted tempo by Ken Palm.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's slightly different. All right. So, yeah. But either way, Florida top 5 or top 10 team in terms of pace. So that'll definitely be a very different style of game for Iowa. I mean, that by that logic, then Tony, I guess you probably would have preferred Houston as a matchup to Iowa in that second round, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think so too.
Yeah.
I would have taken Houston in the second round over Florida,
just because of style of play and stuff like that.
Yes, yep, and also location.
Yeah, Oklahoma City, because I think
I don't even think that's the location thing for me is not really an Iowa fan thing, because I don't know that a ton of Iowa fans were going to make it to Oklahoma City or to Tampa, but it's just the fact that that Florida, like that Tampa is going to be full of Florida fans. That's. Like a lot of these games, they're neutral site games and they're not home games for either team, and that's okay. But this could be, that could be allowed. That could be allowed building in Tampa for a Florida team, obviously with national championship implications.
My guess is who else was in Tampa? I forgot who else was in Tampa. I've got to get a real bracket here. I would guess we're going to play night or afternoon, because they want to put Florida at the best possible time, you would think, right?
Mm-hmm.
God, I gotta find a place that has the sites too, because I forgot who else went to Tampa. Do you remember off the top of your head?
Who else went to Tampa? Who else went to Tampa? Well, it wouldn't be another one of the ones. So it would be one of those 2 seed parts of the bracket, 2 and 3 seed parts of the bracket. It's not
Purdue. It's not UConn, not Iowa State, not Houston.
No. So it's got to be.
Not Gonzaga, not. Who else was over there? Not Michigan State. Not Illinois. and it might have been Virginia, maybe. I don't know. Anyone in the chat, if they've got a better place for us to find a bracket.
Alabama and Texas Tech is what somebody's saying.
Okay, Alabama and Texas
Alabama,
Tech.
Hofstra, Akron, and Texas Tech are also.
Okay. And that's a Friday for those who want to know. So I'm going to keep updating. I don't know how quickly they're going to come out with the TV times. Usually they're pretty quick, right?
Yeah, it's like 8 or 9 p.m., 7, 8, 9 p.m.
Okay.
So they should be fairly quick. And so Iowa will play on what day? I'm trying to
Friday.
Play on Friday. Okay. So Friday and then Sunday for that second round game?
Yes. Okay, I got a place now. This is perfect.
Okay.
This has got the I got a tweet from the NCAA March Madness official site that I like this one. This pulls up all the records, the sites, all that fun stuff. Do you want me to send you that in the private chat or?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me see.
Copy link here.
I could also, I don't know if I can give you the ability to just screen share if you want to.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah, see if you can present. I don't know. Yeah, probably can't. We'll see.
Let's see.
Corey, you got anything for us? You're muted right now.
Well, I just don't know what my audio is going to sound like, but yeah.
You have to get that figured out by about an hour from now?
Well,
what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying on the screen right now?
It's a white screen, sorry. It was supposed to do the bracket.
Okay.
Try that again, Tony.
Let me try it again here. It's probably because I clicked on it. Let's see if this one works. Share screen. There we go.
Oh.
Present. That was that me or you?
It wasn't me.
There it is. There. Oh, what the hell is going on?
Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's this is good. Okay, we got locations, we got dates. This is good. This is very good.
And records, records, dates, all that fun stuff.
So let's see. Let me have a look here real quick because the trapezoid. Obviously, we care about Iowa. That's the priority.
Mm-hmm.
But the trapezoid, to me, if you're looking at teams that are, if I pull up my bracket here, are capable of winning a national championship according to the trapezoid, would be Illinois, UConn, Vanderbilt. Actually, is in the trapezoid. Michigan State, and St. Mary's, I think, are just outside of it. St. Mary's, I think, is Michigan State. I can't tell. Tennessee, Nebraska are just outside of it. Texas Tech just outside of it. But your teams that are firmly in the trapezoid are Vanderbilt, UConn, Illinois, Duke, Iowa State, Gonzaga, Louisville, Vanderbilt. Oh, I said Vanderbilt already. Who's that other team? Vanderbilt, Michigan, and Arizona, and then Florida is actually right on the line of the trapezoid because of their high pace, high tempo.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what are you printing, Tony?
How do you know? I'm printing this, so I have it in my hand.
Sounds like a fax machine from like.
I got a laser printer. I just wanted to get it hot off the press. So yeah, so I can actually look at it.
So let's see here. Who is? Let's see.
So okay, you said that what was the Ken Palm thing? You had to be top 25 or 30 in both.
Top 30 in both.
Okay, top 30 in both. So we got Duke, Arizona, Michigan, Florida, Houston, Iowa State.
Iowa's almost there.
Yeah, they're 30 and 31.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. I mean, you know what? Of all the things that we've talked about, that's a really good sign. That's a really good sign. And not for national championship sake, but even just to get through those first couple of rounds. Florida is 9-6. So, I mean, you're never going to get a 1 seed that's terrible, really, in either of those metrics. But 9-6, they are the weakest of the 1 seeds. Let's see here with Ken Palm, because my Ken Palm has just updated. Let's see. Iowa is the highest 9 in Ken Palm by a margin
Yes.
over Utah State. And Iowa's actually higher than all the 8s and all but one of the 7s. There are
And guess who's the lowest? Guess who's the lowest 8?
Who's the lowest 8?
Clemson.
There you go. Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right.
Yeah.
And Clemson's 71st in offensive efficiency, 20th in defensive efficiency. So I only have them at 160, or no, that's net rating. I've got my tabs all messed up. They're 333rd, as you said, in tempo. Let's see. Yeah. So, I mean, obviously
a few things I looked at this. If you wanted to share the Clemson screen, a few things that I saw when looking at their Ken Palm page. Number one, they are not a great offensive rebounding team. They rank 261st. It seems like they're a get back on defense type of team, just judging by it. Yes. They are very, very low in 2 foul participation. They rank 332nd. So if we get a guy in foul trouble, they're going to have to go to their bench.
Yep.
Obviously, they had 2 6'10" starters, but the guy who tore his ACL was one of them, and he was their center. So, I mean, height-wise, they don't have anyone over 6'10". So we're not going to get killed by a 7-footer. Welling is the guy who's injured, by the way.
Okay.
So that it's Carter Welling. He played how many games? 32. So, I mean, he played most of their season. I'm guessing it happened in the ACC tournament.
Yeah.
I guess. I'm not seeing anybody who really.
There's not a lot in terms of a focal point there to go off of. Obviously, now that makes Godfrey their only double-digit scorer on average. They don't have. They only have one double-digit scorer, and I guess you would say the same thing about Iowa. But
because if you use percent of possessions. Carter Welling was 253rd in the nation. They used him on 26.1% of possessions.
Okay.
So, and he took 23% of their shots.
Okay.
When he was on the floor.
And that's he's shooting 49% from the field. I wonder, was he a shooter or not?
He only took 58 threes, and he was only 29% from 3.
Okay. So not really losing any shooting, but losing size, obviously, and losing consistent offensive production. Is your Bart Torvik working? Mine seems to have crashed.
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Well, I just wanted to know, Corey, you could do this too. If we could pull up Iowa and Clemson's Bart Torvik pages just to kind of have
I had Iowa's up, and I tried to click on Clemson, and my Bart Torvik crashed. but I have Iowa's up.
Torvik may be completely down right now.
Yeah, I think Torvik's down. Yeah, because I'm getting the wheel of death. I had it up. I was going to click on it, and I forgot to click on it. Yep, site can't be reached. But I had Iowa's up, but I don't think we really need to look at Iowa's Torvik.
No, we've done plenty of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just Torvik is down. Okay, good stuff, Corey. We appreciate that. All right, let's have a think here just for a second. Corey, Tony, I want you to have a think about this. I'm gonna drop a plug for our Discord service real quick again. While we're here, guys, again, we're over an hour into what will be probably a 3-hour marathon or longer by the time the women's bracket comes out here at 7 p.m. So I do want to take the time to plug our Discord server. $5 a month, $50 a year, donated via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Label your donation Discord. Those links are all in the description. If you go ahead and do that, we will add you into our premium Discord server. Over 70 of you guys are already in there. Just building some community, some Hawkeye community. I'm in there. Tony's in there. Corey's in there. And Kasheen Alexander's in there, who will be joining us later on. So please do that. It's a great way to support the show and everything that we do here. And again, just want to bring up the fact that, Corey has been going all over, going to games this year, going to, different Big Grove sites. They've been a great sponsor, but, all that stuff does have a cost, and we really enjoy bringing that content and that coverage to you, both behind paywalls and a lot of it, not behind a paywall, for everyone to access for free. So we do appreciate any support, either through a Discord donation or just a normal donation. Again, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App in the description. helps to cover all those expenses, like going to the Big Ten tournament, which Corey did to cover those games for you live in Chicago, in the great city of Chicago. So just want to point that out. Obviously, there are costs to all of that, so it just helps us to be able to do more and more things like that as we move forward into next football season, next basketball season, etc. Lots of stuff to come. So did want to just drop that. We will also have our bracket challenge, our annual bracket challenge on ESPN. So the links for both of those will be in the description, men's and women's, once we get our women's bracket out here later. But if you want to go ahead and fill out your bracket on ESPN and submit it into the From the Hawkeye to the Storm bracket challenge group, that link will be in the description. So you can compare your bracket against myself. Tony, I'm sure we'll have a solid bracket to join us. And Corey as well will drop his bracket in there. Kasheen, I think, dropped a bracket last year. So lots of great stuff there. If you want to participate in that, that's absolutely free. But you can join through the link in the description, and we will compare all of our brackets that will likely fail come Thursday afternoon.
Yes.
All right, Tony, what do you got for us?
I'm pulling up Clemson's. That's Cincinnati. Clemson's Evan Maya page.
Okay.
Doug put a super chat. I don't know if you can get that.
What's that?
Doug had a super chat. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yes. Let's there we go. Clemson beat UNC in the ACC tournament. They struggled a little bit in the non-conference, beat most of the bad teams in the ACC. I like the matchup. UNC and Louisville are their only notable wins. Okay. That's okay. So that's interesting. They only had a Louisville victory, and Louisville really didn't beat anything of note by that chart that we saw earlier. They didn't really have a lot on their resume either. So good stuff there, Doug. We're going to get you in here in just a second.
Hey, Tony, real quick, didn't I maybe you guys mentioned this a little bit ago and I missed it, but didn't Iowa play Clemson in the ACC Big Ten Challenge a few years back?
Yep.
Yeah.
And did Iowa lose that game?
I believe they won.
They won.
They did win that game?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. It was close, but
I thought they lost that game. I thought it was on the road, and I thought they lost.
Let's see.
I could be totally wrong on that.
Clemson. I'm pulling up the official schedule.
It was in 2023. It was a neutral court, and Iowa won 74-71.
Yeah.
Friday, November 25th.
Okay.
2023.
And that was at home, you said?
No, neutral. It says
no, neutral. Was that one of those invitationals at the tournaments?
No. I'm not talking about
the arena. No, this was at this was the one Doug went to, because it looks like
I'm not talking. Okay, there was that game, but I'm talking about earlier in the Fran era. There was a Big Ten ACC Challenge game against Clemson.
Yes, that was 2012. So it'd have been Fran's probably second year. That was at Clemson. They lost 71-55. So that was
my memory is not that bad.
That's 14. Okay, Corey, do you want to use a game from 14 years ago or a game that was 2 years ago?
Kyle, yeah. I don't want you to, be on me about diet and all this stuff, because I just pulled out a result from 14 years ago. I told you they went on the road and lost. Is
that 14-year-old poll sponsored by Dave Single or Dave's Double? and he's out. He's gone. All right. Well, that's good. The game that matters, Iowa won by 3 a couple of years ago. That's the game that matters. I'm with you, Tony. They went to a neutral court and beat Clemson 74-71. That's the game I recall. I was 11 or 12 when that previous game happened, so I'm not super concerned about it. Tony, your screen's frozen there.
I can stop sharing. That's fine. Oh, my.
Your actual. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, you're back. All right.
I'm trying to do too many browser windows at once, probably.
Yeah, I know you're probably killing your computer. Let me see if Bart's back up. Bart has been completely wiped. There's no data at all on Bart's server right now.
He's got to be pissed.
Every single category says 0.0.
Yes, North Dakota is ranked number 1.
Yeah, North Dakota. Georgia ranked number 2 and Miami, Florida. So that's a 2-3 matchup there on Bart Torvik. Wow.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most impressive first round tournament games ever.
I was pulling up Clemson,
Georgia and or no, sorry, I got that completely wrong. It's not Georgia and Miami, Florida. Who does Miami, Florida play in the first round? Who did they get? They got Missouri. That's right, Missouri.
Yeah, because we were talking about how that's a road game.
Yes. Okay. Well, Torvik has been wiped. Let me see if they have any data from last year. Even I'm sure they'll get it back, but no, they don't have any data from last year either. So good stuff. Oh dear. All right. Well.
All right. We're done with Frozen Tony. I can't take it anymore. We'll get Tony back in here in just a second, folks. But his frozen screen is wearing on me quickly. Let me just put in a quick plug for Mike. You probably hit these super chats earlier, but I just want to thank Mike because I know he dropped a number of them in here. My opinion on this is Iowa capable of Elite Eight. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation or goal. I think making it to the weekend is obviously a huge overachievement. I mean, just think about what you're asking here, Mike. You're talking about not only getting out of that first round against a team that's seated higher than you in Clemson, which is possible. They're certainly going to have more of a natural home court. I don't know how many Clemson fans will travel down there, but I did just check flights, by the way. If people are curious, there are pretty reasonable flights. If you go Des Moines or Cedar Rapids to St. Petersburg by Allegiant, you can get down there for under $150 after tax. And then on the way back, if you're willing to deal with kind of a long layover on that following Monday, you can get back for, I think it was less than 200 by Frontier.
So round trip under 350 then.
Yeah, that's flying very, that's major economy. Yes, you're talking an 8-hour layover in Denver. But if you're like me, and I don't know that I'm not going to say I'm not going to do that, but if you were like me, you'd just say, okay, I'll work on my computer during that 8 hour. It's not a big deal. It's during the middle of the day. It's not a red eye flight or anything like that. So, anyways, I don't think it's a reasonable expectation to expect Iowa to make it to the Elite Eight. Would I love to see that? Sure. Here is just so people can, I know you already ran through this, but here's a look at that path. So they would have to beat Clemson, conceivably beat Florida, and then they would need to beat Vanderbilt or Nebraska, or, so you have a Cinderella and McNeese or Troy come out of that section. Like the Nebraska, if they were to match up with Nebraska again in the Sweet 16, I just don't know what to expect from that game.
I would like that. I would feel okay about that if they got through that. I don't know. Coming off of beating Florida, I think we would feel like we could. And
here's another reason why is Nebraska relies heavily on 3-point shooting, and that game would be in a cavernous. What's
cavernous?
Houston? Yes. What's Houston? Where would that game be in Houston? What's the name of the arena there?
This is stuff you should know, Tony.
I'm not an NBA guy. I don't know the NBA arena.
Is it the Houston NBA arena?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even. They've renamed.
But hey, you're missing what the lead could be. Who could we play in the Elite Eight? Penn.
Okay.
Penn goes on a run. Iowa versus Penn in the Elite Eight.
I think it's time to get rid of Tony again after that comment. We'll get Tony back.
We'll do this simply, Corey. What odds do you give them? What percentage chance do you give them of getting through Clemson? So we can do this for Mike.
Did you see I put that in the private chat? But go ahead. They actually have odds for that.
What is it?
Iowa 60% to win the first game.
Iowa 60%. Okay. Should they get through that game? What are odds to defeat Florida?
9%.
9%. Okay. Should they get through Florida, what would their odds be to defeat Nebraska or Vanderbilt? And let's get the average of those two.
3.2.
3.2. So wait, they have okay. This is cumulative, right?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. So there you go. 3.2% to get to the Elite Eight. And then 0.4 to get to the Final Four. So yeah, they're basically saying not going to happen.
Yeah.
Elite Eight. I mean, that's actually higher than I thought they'd be for the Elite Eight. I did math off the top of my head and got them at about 2%. So that's better. That's better than I thought they'd be.
Yeah. North Carolina, man, as a 6 seed, they don't even have them favored in their opening round game.
Really? Wow.
They have VCU. I mean, it's 52-47, but still, like,
yeah, man, that's brutal. That's brutal. That's tough as a 6 seed to get that. So is this only Iowa's region?
Yeah, this is the South. Yeah.
Can I ask you real quick, Tony? I'm not going to bounce around on here. What you're looking, people are looking at, they can see Iowa's tournament probabilities by, is it Evan Maya?
Yeah.
It's doing this. But can you real quick, Tony, just to give some perspective for people who are listening. So you're looking at this, you're saying, okay, according to Evan Maya, Iowa has a 9% chance of getting to the second weekend, which would include a win against Florida. Because Florida has a 99.8% chance of winning that first game. So my question is, of all the 8-9 teams in this bracket, does anybody have a greater than 9% chance of beating the 1 seed?
The East region, both of them are lower. Ohio State is 7.9 and TCU is 3.6.
Okay.
The West region,
I think you're getting where I'm coming from on this, and I've been bringing it up because I believe that Iowa got the best possible draw as it relates to the 1. Florida's been the team that I've wanted for a while.
If they were going to be, if they're going to be the 8-9, then
you are correct, because in the West, Utah State is 6.7 and Villanova is 2.4, and in the Midwest St. Louis is 3.8 and Georgia is 2.5. So yes.
So it's not even. It's really not even close. It's not close.
Iowa. No.
They actually have similar odds to get through to the Sweet 16 as a lot of the 7 seeds.
Yeah,
which is interesting. A lot of the 7 seeds are around that 10 to 12% chance, so not that much higher. Except for UCLA. UCLA is a little bit higher. But
Evan Maya,
you did make your point.
Evan Maya has a 0.0% chance that Penn makes the Elite Eight. So I don't think that Iowa Penn matchup in the Elite Eight.
And what that means for the record too, because Evan Maya uses a 10,000 simulation system, so that means that in the 10,000 simulations that they did, Penn did not advance to the Elite Eight in any of them.
Yes.
D. Rollifson, thank you for the super chat.
Yes, thank you.
We very much appreciate that. And
appreciate that.
Mike says he's from Canada, couldn't name a men's player, but can name the whole women's roster. Let's get real. I know women's is where it's at.
That's why we saved the big guns for later, Corey. Right? You and Kashin coming on to cover the real story.
We do appreciate Mike. Mike wants to know when the women's bracket reveal is. It's in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
So
that one I will be on the same stream as you, because that one is on ESPN. Is that right?
Yeah. I believe it's ESPN.
So yeah, I will not have a faster feed on that one. It looks like someone posted the betting lines out. I think T. Hank put it in the chat. Iowa is 1.5 point favorite.
Okay. Folks, Coach Gary Close will be joining us here in just a few minutes, so stick around. Because we're going to get Gary's thoughts on this draw. So keep it locked.
Cool. Well, he's going to have a local perspective, right? Because he's in South Carolina. Or is he back home?
What does that have to do with anything?
You think he's going to Clemson games?
Yeah,
he's over there scouting. He's over there scouting. Hey, Tony, can I ask you a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Do you remember 2 or 3 years ago? You've been watching this show a long time. Do you remember 2 or 3 years ago when I happened, and I mean this seriously, this is the kind of thing that I happen upon. I stumbled into a Jamie Dixon practice at TCU. Have I ever told that story?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It's one of the funniest, like all of a sudden I'm in the middle of this Jamie Dixon practice. So now that Brock Harding is down there, I am also intrigued by TCU, and they're on the 8-9 line, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
They were a possible matchup for us. Yep.
And they let's see,
Where are
TCU
they
has
playing?
they've got a 35.6% chance to advance and a
They play
3.6%
Ohio State
chance.
in Greenville.
Yeah,
Is it
so they
crazy?
like Ohio State heavy there.
Is it crazy for me to say, as much as I don't think Brock Harding is all he's hyped up to be, is it crazy to say that I don't think that would have been a good matchup because of his quickness?
Yeah. But do you know this is a horrible matchup for TCU? How much do you think Bruce Thornton is going to abuse 155-pound Brock Harding?
I mean, that's kind
like
of what
it's.
Now, here's the deal. If you watch
Corey, I know when you go to watch that game on Thursday or Friday or whenever it is, you're going to be just sitting on your couch watching the TCU Ohio State game. Every time Bruce Thornton scores, you're going to be like,
hey, just so you're aware, I got to vote for the Big Ten all-tournament team, and I got a little bit criticized by Gary because I excluded Blackwell from Wisconsin, even though he had 2 30-point games this week. And the reason I did, there's a reason why I excluded him. The 5 guys I had on my all-tournament team, and I don't even know if the Big Ten has tabulated those votes. I've not gotten a press release or anything. But I had Boyd, the quick guard for Wisconsin. You only get 5 votes. So you got Boyd. Actually, before I continue this, let's bring in the man of the hour, the man that everybody wants to hear from, Gary.
Gary, you're not on the beach today. What's going on?
All I can do is blow this.
Hey, how far are you from the Clemson campus?
That's a good question.
Can you go down there? Can you go down there and do a scout for us?
You put a little kitty together, maybe.
It's possible, right?
You heard it here first, everyone.
I don't work for free except for this deal.
Super chats for Coach Close to go scout a Clemson practice.
Okay, Gary. But I was just, and we're going to get to the bracket here in just a second, but we were just discussing the. Man, your typing is really loud, Tony.
Sorry.
All right, we were just talking about the all tournament team, Gary, and I sent you my votes, and you we were a little bit critical of me excluding Blackwell, which is understandable, but. Just, I guess, comment first of all on the great tournament. It's one of the better tournaments from start to finish, I think, that I can recall in recent time.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. Got you all geared up and ready for the NCAA tournament. The one thing that jumped out at me is Michigan did not play well all weekend. I was really surprised by that. They could have lost every one of those games that they won 2. And got to the championship, but they probably should have lost to Wisconsin, and they could have very easily lost to Ohio State. So if I was Michigan, I'd be a little bit concerned. Not that it's, a total precursor of what's going to happen, but they did not play well, which is kind of interesting. And Purdue did after not playing very well. So we'll see if that translates into how both those teams play in the NCAA.
And it's ironic that we were just talking about my all Big Ten tournament votes, Kyle, because the Big Ten just released the final votes for all tournament team as well as most outstanding player. And Gary, do you want to guess who the most outstanding player was as named by the Big Ten media?
I'm going to guess probably the kid from Purdue, inside hyphenated name.
It was Braden Smith.
Really, was it? Wow, that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I didn't even have him on my all-tournament team.
Yeah.
I mean, he was good. Don't get me wrong. He's really good. And
I was surprised you did. And then I went back and looked at the other 2 games, and he did not play very well in the first 2 games. He was great today. And probably a big reason why they won. But and I'm guessing that's why he got it. Yeah,
I had Kaufman Wren on my all-tournament team. And ironically enough, Purdue had Clough. Or excuse me, the Big Ten media had Clough in place of Kaufman Wren. They had Nick Boyd on the all-tournament team. John Blackwell gets on the all-tournament team. The big from Michigan, is it Myra? I can never pronounce his last name. And then Braden Smith. Those are your 5. I had the kid from UCLA really impressed me the little bit I saw from him this week. I know maybe his numbers weren't as impressive from comparing Boyd and him or certainly Blackwell. I thought UCLA they're a scary team right now, Gary. They're starting to round into shape at the right time, and there's a lot of talent there. That's one of Iowa's better wins.
Yeah, a lot's going to depend on those two kids that got hurt. If they can't play, then I don't know. But if they can, I agree. They had a good tournament. They probably, along with Purdue and maybe Wisconsin, had the best tournaments.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll just pull up the bracket once more so that we can kind of walk through a little bit of this together. For people that missed this earlier, for some reason I'm having issues sharing. Here we go. Maybe. I think Kyle's trying to sabotage me here. I don't know why. Me.
Don't be throwing Kyle under the bus.
Yeah, come on, Corey.
Kyle, you ought to be going down to Tampa. I'm sure you could find some nice golf courses down there when the week you got, Kyle, didn't you just fly? Didn't you come? You were just down in Florida here a few months ago, and didn't you fly out of Tampa?
I was considering it because I was considering pushing my return a day to go to the bowl game, but it didn't end up working out. So I was in and out of Orlando, but I might have a think about it. We'll see.
Okay. So let's just, I guess, but while I'm trying to get StreamYard to cooperate here, Gary, just give me your initial thoughts on Clemson. I don't know how much you know about that team. Iowa faced them a few years ago down in a Thanksgiving week tournament. They played them early in the Fran era during a ACC Big Ten Challenge. I mean, just your thoughts on being that 8-9 and then having a potential matchup against Florida in Tampa.
Oh, Tony must not like Clemson. He just left.
Corey's gone now too. Whoa.
Yeah, everything's falling apart. I hope we play better. Well, I think Clemson's a team they can beat.
Yeah.
I think the ACC might be slightly overrated with the exception of Duke, although Virginia really came on and they impressed me in the championship game. I like them, but beyond that, I don't know how good the ACC teams are. We'll find out. So I think the one thing that did stand out to me, they're very deep and they're very balanced scoring. They're going to play 9-10 guys. So it'll be interesting to see if Iowa, with their short bench, if that will affect them. Now they're getting them in the first game, not the second. So maybe not. Maybe it won't affect them at all. But Clemson's got like 9 guys that are averaging double-figure minutes. Well into double.
Yeah, they do. Minutes. Yeah, and only one double-figure score with their second.
And they got balanced scoring. They got like 5 that average 9, 8.5 and above. So
yeah.
So I think it's a matchup they can win. If they play well.
Is there a better potential second round matchup with a 1 than Florida? I think Iowa probably, if you had to pick, that'd have been the 1 seed I'd prefer.
Yeah, I think the only other one might have been Michigan, the way they've been playing. But I like Arizona a lot, and Duke is a little banged up, but they're really good. I think Florida, according to the television, was the 4th number 1 seed because of how bad they got beat in their tournament, but they had been on a big time roll to win the league. So, and they're the defending champions, so they'll be very tough to beat.
And to Tony's point, you mentioned it earlier, Tony, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between being the 9 and being the 10 in this case, because if you're the 10, you drop one more spot down, you're playing Houston. And yeah, maybe, you get them in OKC. Maybe I think Houston basketball fans probably travel really well. Gary, you can probably attest to that. Kelvin Sampson.
I think Houston's better. I think Houston's better than Florida.
Well, then
I'd rather play Florida than Houston.
There you go. Now they're going to get, it's a quick drive down from Gainesville to Tampa. There's going to be a lot of Florida fans in that arena.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there will be. But that's what they do with the 1 seeds. They put them in, spots where they're, where they're from. So they're going to get the advantage. Unless you're North Carolina and you get stuck in in both Greenville, and then I think they go to. Do they go to Greenville? Yeah, they go to Greenville in North Carolina or South Carolina. That's probably a 3-hour drive. It's hardly fair, but that's what they do.
What do we care about North Carolina? You're
Well,
saying
North Carolina gets to go to Greenville as a 6 seed.
Well, Missouri's going to St. Louis as a 10 seed, Gary.
Yeah, well, that's probably to draw fans. Maybe they're not selling a lot of tickets there.
That was the first thing that popped out to me when I saw that. I thought, what on earth is Missouri getting rewarded for being a 10 seed? Why can't Iowa play in St. Louis? That was my thought.
I think you get a good gripe. You ought to call them up.
Think we're going to get them to change the bracket?
But I think the Iowa fans are going to enjoy Tampa, especially if you got 8-10 inches of snow.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now the question is, will Iowa fans actually invest in that trip down? I mentioned before you hopped on here, Gary, there are economy flights down from Cedar Rapids or Des Moines down to Tampa for about $130 on Thursday. Oh my
gosh, that's a steal. You can't drive down there.
It's a little cheaper on the way. A little bit more expensive on the way back, but still, you can basically get there and back for under $400 easy on flight costs. So
you
it's
guys
just a matter of, yeah. We'll say that again.
You guys all should go, Tony included.
Yeah.
Tony, you going down to Tampa? You're muted, Tony. But are you going down to Tampa? What's going on? Why is he not talking?
There. Hey, now I can talk. I mean, I'm off. I have the vacation time. I'm not working, but I don't think
we'll see you down there.
I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
That hasn't got to play any factor.
Hey,
who cares what the wife has to say, right?
The NCAA tournament. Take her with you. She can sit on the beach.
There you go. Take the kids, and they can plop right on the beach too while I'm watching the game.
By the way, Mike Nunn in the chat, we're going to save a couple of your super chats for our women's portion of the show because we are going to be talking women's hoops at 7 p.m. with myself and Cash. So stay tuned for that. Gary, just looking at this draw overall, I mean, we talked about the potential matchup with Florida. Clemson's a tricky one. It was going to be once we saw the first three regions revealed, we were all talking about this. Tony, you figured it out. Iowa was either going to play St. Mary's or Clemson.
Yep.
Those were really the two possibilities left because
well, I think they got a break playing Clemson instead of St. Mary's.
So you actually like St. Mary. You actually think St. Mary's is better?
I like St. Mary's. St. Mary's is well coached. That guy's been there forever. They're in the same conference as Gonzaga, so they play some competition. I think St. Mary's will win that game. I don't think they'll beat Houston, but I think they'll get a win.
What did you think of Bruce Pearl on CBS over the last couple of weeks? He's gotten some backlash for some of the things he said. I know he's very biased. His son's the head coach now at Auburn. You're good friends with Bruce, and I know he's a great guy. But is that a hard position that they've put him in, or he's put himself in? I guess it's a two-way street.
Yeah, I think that's more accurate. Like the comment about Miami, Ohio, which might be accurate, although I do not think they would have finished last in the Big East. Got himself in a little bit of trouble, but Bruce is okay with attention. He can get through all that, and he'll do a good job with CBS. He'll be well informed.
Made for TV, coach.
Made for TV. Yeah, he'll do a great job.
He got ripped a little bit over the last couple of weeks because Tony didn't he
Yes,
call
he did.
Caitlin Clark Caitlin Smith? He called Caitlin Clark Caitlin Smith, and then today he called Fran McCaffrey Fran McCarthy or something like that.
No, he didn't.
He did. Go back and watch it, Gary. He was talking about Penn, and he said something about Fran McCarthy and he tried to correct himself, but
it's not easy being in front of TV. It's it's a challenge sometimes.
How do you make it look so easy, Gary?
Experience.
I mean, how do you and Jess make it look so freaking easy?
Good genes.
Okay, so this draw, Gary, I guess the only other thing in this region that stands out to me, I think Nebraska was being projected as a 3 in most draws. They got the 4. I don't know how much of a difference it really makes when you get in the weeds that much. Like, okay, so say they're the 3 in this section. Okay, they get a potential matchup with North Carolina or VCU. I guess matchup wise, North Carolina's been dinged up, right? I think VCU is an early trendy upset pick there in the 6-11 game.
They are.
So maybe if you're a Nebraska fan, you'd rather be the 3 where Illinois is, but also you'd be playing a hot Penn team. I don't know what to make of Fran's team. I watched that game today, Gary. I'm sure you did today as well. TJ Power looked just like an animal
game.
I mean, it's unbelievable
Illinois
what he did.
Illinois is too big for them. There's a great season for them the first year. I don't know how many games they won last year, but it wasn't many. And that kid had like 25 points and 12 rebounds at halftime.
Yeah.
And went on to score 40 something. So if he can score 40 again when they play, they might be able to spring a surprise. But I think Illinois is too big.
Let's just address the elephant in the room. So there's a faction of Iowa fans that probably resent the fact that Fran's having success. But let's just acknowledge the fact that the guy has taken 5 different Division I teams to the NCAA tournament. And he did it in the first year at Penn. I mean, say what you want. I think
Kyle can look it up. I don't even think they won double-figure games last year.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, no, they were horrible
last year.
They were horrible. So say what you want about Fran. He can coach, Gary. You know that.
Yeah. Well, the thing he can do is maybe more than anything that I'm not sure people understand or realize, guys like playing for him.
Yep.
And when that happens, you can overachieve. And I think he was a breath of fresh air. And the style of play is always appealing. I mean, the way they get up and down and shoot the 3, and it looks like it fit in well with the personnel he's got. But guys play hard for him, and that's a heck of a. I think Yale was a prohibitive favorite to win that. They did it, pretty much dominated the league, and they've had a lot of experience playing in the NCAA tournament. And Penn goes up there and beats them. So that's a great win.
And that game
may be short-lived in the tournament, but it's getting into the tournament for a team like Penn is like winning a game in the tournament.
And that game felt all but over. Yale was up 6 late, and
you got a foul. My gosh.
Well, yeah, up 3, you got a foul.
Oh, especially with the way they were shooting. That is a no-brainer.
And then that heave from past half court almost went for Yale.
It did.
Unbelievable. So again, Nebraska, Illinois are the 3 and the 4 seeds there. We got Illinois against Penn in the first round. So maybe Nebraska gets snubbed a little bit. I think Vandy's certainly a difficult 5 opponent. They've been playing well, made the SEC championship. Anything else that stands out to you in the South Regional, Gary?
Houston. I think Houston's really good. And I think Houston will win that bracket.
Houston versus Illinois in the Sweet 16, I'm assuming. So your projection?
I don't know about Illinois. I didn't like the way they played against Wisconsin. I don't know. But Illinois is very talented. I would say probably either Illinois or Florida.
I got something for you, Corey.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just kind of doing some research there as you guys were talking. So Iowa is 3-1. I don't know what exactly the games are. I know 2 of them are against one was USC, one was Michigan, against the top 100 in tempo. On KenPom, Iowa's 3-1 against the top 100 teams in tempo. And Florida has not played a single game against a team in the bottom 50 in tempo, and they've only played 1 game against teams that are bottom 100 in tempo. So Florida has essentially not seen a team of Iowa's pace, and Iowa has held their own against teams of higher pace. The only loss that they had against the top 100 pace was the close Michigan loss at home. So I think that's a little bit interesting.
How big is Florida besides the massive 7'5" guy they have?
6'9", 6'10", 6'11".
So they're pretty big. I mean, that's pretty big. That's a big front line. Gary, I mean, how much does Rue play?
How much does what play?
Don't they have a 7'5" guy? Isn't it like Olivier Rue?
7'9". He doesn't play that.
He
much.
doesn't play. He's like end of the bench. He's like
So,
on Matty
so
O.
he's not playing. He's 7'9" and he doesn't
He
play.
leads them out on
No.
warm-ups to scare
Yeah.
the
He hasn't
opponent.
played more than 3 minutes in a game this
Yeah.
year.
Is he got medical problems?
He just
He's
can't.
not any good.
Condition.
He's not-
Yeah, he's
he's
not
not
good
quick.
either.
He's borderline Goliath, Gary.
Yeah, but
He
he's
leads
a
them out of
stick.
the tunnel for layup lines
Yeah.
to scare the opponent.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that's the South. Let's move to the we'll go back up to the East Regional. I think that 8-9 game is fascinating, Gary. Ohio State.
How
TCU.
about, before we go, how about 3 teams from Iowa in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about it?
That's testament
That's
to Ben
impressive.
Jacobson. Every time the Panthers look like they're gonna return just to be an average Missouri Valley, they come right back. I mean, it seems to be this cycle of either Drake or UNI in that league. Somebody represents Iowa from that conference. It feels like more years.
And they were like a 6 seed, weren't they?
Yeah. They were injured. This is them fully healthy. I think they were
there
the
you
best
go.
team in the Valley, fully healthy. But I mean,
But Tony,
you
think
know-
about this. Think about how
They
good
got a
Drake
bad
had
ball,
been.
though.
Think
What?
about how good
St.
Drake had
John's
been
Fox.
with DeVries and McCollum. They dominate the league, and then McCollum and DeVries both leave, and it's like clockwork. Ben Jacobson takes that team back to the NCAA tournament. It's
is
just,
it gonna
You're
be
saying he's happy to
clockwork?
see them go?
I think he's happy to see him go, Gary.
Is it gonna
I mean,
be
he's one of
clockwork when I was gonna say UNI beats Kansas again in the second round?
For Oak Manesh.
Oh, good call.
Are they in that section? We'll get to that draw here
Yeah,
in a minute.
it's Kansas is the 4.
St. John's. I mean, that would
They
if you
won't-
and I
they
got
won't
through
beat-
St.
they won't
John's
beat
and
St.
Kansas.
John's, I
Oh
don't
my
think.
goodness.
Yeah,
But I
St.
mean,
John's.
think of that matchup if UNI played Kansas again.
So Gary, can you just talk a little bit about Ben Jacobson? I'm sure you got to know Ben a little bit.
Yeah, Ben's a good guy, good coach, does it the right way. He's had success in the tournament, and I'm glad to see him get back in there. I know they haven't been there for a few years, so I'd like to look at some of the other 5 seeds. I think he got a tough one there, but hats off to him for getting in the dance.
So Ohio State TCU, I think, is a fascinating 8-9. We talked earlier about Bruce Thornton versus Brock Harding. That's a contrast in styles, in ball dominant guards. I know South Florida's been a trendy. Everybody wants to always pick the 11 versus the 6. I guess rightfully so with some of the data in the last 10 years. But people are, Louisville doesn't have a great resume for a 6 seed, but South Florida may be a trendy pick there. And then UCLA has been playing really well, playing their best basketball with Mick Cronin. UConn is an interesting one. They were hovering close to the 1 seed line. I guess just your thoughts on this draw. And of course, you mentioned UNI and Kansas.
Yeah, I think the Big East, generally speaking, is a little bit weak beyond UConn and St. John's. So I think their records are a little bit tainted. I like to look at their non-conference schedule, see what they did, but that's a long time ago. St. John's is playing great. So I think they'll probably head into a showdown with Duke. Although I think Ohio State will give Duke a good game. I think Ohio State will win that 8-9 game, and I think they're playing with a lot of confidence. I think they'll give Duke a run for their money.
I'll give an
Florida
early
lost to UConn and non-con.
I'll
UConn beat
give an
Florida.
early upset alert, not calling the upset necessarily, but at least putting a team on upset alert, and that's Michigan State, I think. First of all, it's kind of like with football, right? Like some of those teams frankly, out of the Missouri Valley or the Summit League, some of those North Dakota State, South Dakota State teams, they got some really good players that end up transferring up to a higher level. Grant Nelson being the most recent example of that. Philip Rabracha is another example of really good mid-major players that come out of there.
Philip Labracha played at North Dakota. Do not screw that up.
North Dakota State, yeah.
Nobody said
Way to keep him alert, Tony.
Nobody said he played at North Dakota State. I said North Dakota schools and South Dakota schools, there's some good players out of those schools. Okay.
Just want to make sure you don't confuse the two.
The thing I worry about with Michigan State is I don't think they can shoot, with the exception of maybe the point guard. And you get into teams, I mean, they can overwhelm you physically and they can overwhelm you in transition. I don't know how good North Dakota is at those two things, but they get one of those bad shooting nights that they have, like they had at the tournament. And you're right, they could get upset.
Don't we say that a lot with Michigan State teams?
Yeah.
They're just like really physical. They rebound really well, but man, if they don't shoot well, they can lose to anybody.
Yeah, and the loss might have helped them. I think they've always responded pretty well when they got their butts kicked. So it'll be a brutal couple of days of practice. So my guess is they'll be okay. But then I think, with Louisville, I think they could beat Louisville. So if they get past that first one.
Cal Baptist also gets their first ever appearance in the tournament. You go to the West Regional. I think Arizona, they're my favorite to win this whole thing, Gary, and I think they have a really good draw. I love how Wisconsin's playing right now. I think they win. That's a great little section there with Wisconsin and High Point, because High Point's a 30-win team. Hawaii hasn't made the tournament in I don't know how long, but Arkansas is coming off the SEC conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fascinating second-round matchup, but I like Arizona to come out of that section. And then the other side, you have the future lottery pick. Is it Diabate, whatever his name is, for BYU? Is really good. If people have not gotten a chance to watch him, I saw him play against Iowa State in Provo earlier this year. He's exceptional. Obviously, Mark Few and Gonzaga in that section. Miami, Florida, Missouri gets to play in St. Louis, and then Big Ten champ Purdue round out the West Regional.
Yeah, BYU lost their great shooter.
Yeah,
that'll hurt them. And Wisconsin, with all that shooting they have, they're never out of a game. I mean, they were down. They looked dead in the water to both Illinois and Michigan, and came back because they can shoot the three. And they literally got 5 or 6 guys that can shoot the three, not 1 or 2. So a couple guys could have a bad night and they could still beat some people. So I don't think they'll beat Arizona. I think Arizona will win that bracket, but they have had, they haven't been to the Sweet 16 in 10 years, Wisconsin. So they got a little bit of a, what do you want to call it? Noose around their neck. They got to step forward. So we'll see.
What do you think about that potential Wisconsin-Arkansas matchup?
I think that'll be a good game. You got to look to see how well they defend. I don't. High Point, from what I heard, is just a high scoring team, which will play right into their hands. That'll probably be 110 to 95. I think you need a team that is physical, plays great half-court defense to knock Wisconsin down. I don't know if Arkansas does that or not, but I think that's a bracket where Wisconsin could get to the Sweet 16, or they could get knocked out in the first game.
I know that's been a trendy early upset alert pick, High Point over Wisconsin, but I'm with you, Gary. I think, first of all, I think when you have some of those, sometimes the upset alert games, those trendy early picks pan out, but I think Wisconsin will be on high alert. And I don't know what, Tony, you know about resumes. Did High Point play anybody in the non-con?
No.
So they're 30-4. I mean,
High Point.
High Point played
the same as Miami, Ohio. They're not going to schedule.
They played Furman. They played.
Yeah, they didn't play a top 100 team all year.
No. The Paladins are not. Don't rip on the Paladins now, Tony.
UAB, Southern Illinois. Hey, they played the powerhouse trio of Averett, Mary Baldwin, and Pfeiffer.
Okay. Okay. Is that Pfeiffer with a P or with an F?
Yes. P-F-E-I, F-F-E-R.
All right.
Ken Palm has that game of Wisconsin and High Point to be 88-78.
Yeah,
that's going to be.
I think it'll be more than that. I think Wisconsin will break 100 in that one.
I think Wisconsin gets out of that section. I think it's Arizona, Wisconsin in the Sweet 16. What do you think about Purdue having won the Big Ten title? They've been a little up and down this year. But boy, they've got some. They're more senior laden and experienced. It's amazing to
That
me
helps.
that Painter has been able to deal with the NIL era maybe as well as anybody. Just retaining guys like Braden Smith, like Kaufman, Wren, like Clough. What do you think about it?
Yeah.
And Lawyer?
Yeah.
Lawyer's been there forever too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would not surprise me. Purdue do real well. Wouldn't surprise me like Wisconsin, they get knocked out. I was impressed with them today. They were really, that was the best they played defensively in a long time. They haven't played defense like Purdue normally does. But boy, today they were great defensively. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They got all kinds of mismatches, took advantage of it. They've got to be going in there with some confidence. So I think they got a chance to go somewhere in that, in that bracket and possibly get to the Elite Eight.
What do we know about Queens, North Carolina?
It's in North Carolina, and I bet it's their first time in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. I think this is they're probably fresh off their probation period, aren't they, Tony? Because I don't know that I remember them being D1.
Probably like St. Thomas in Minnesota.
And then final regional, Michigan would probably be my other. I know you said they're not playing great, but in spite of not playing great, they still made the Big Ten championship game and played Purdue tough. But they're a 1 seed. You got Georgia and St. Louis in that section. Akron upset Miami, Ohio, won the MAC conference
Former
championship.
Illinois coach.
Yeah, they're coached by John Grosh, former Illini head coach. And then Bama Hofstra, there's another trendy one. I don't know why Hofstra is maybe you can inform us on that, Tony, but Hofstra seems to be a trendy name for an upset pick. And then Miami, Ohio gets to play in Dayton, so they're going to have a home crowd there. Man, can you imagine what fans are going to do? I don't know how far Miami, Ohio is from Dayton, but they're going to pack Dayton. I would think they will.
Yeah, it's not that big a state. Can't be very far.
It's like an hour away.
They will pack Dayton. So I think SMU is the better team there, but I think that's going to be that might be one of the better, this is going to sound crazy. That might be one of the better, more intriguing first 4 games in recent memory. Just because of that factor. And then, Santa Clara's coming off a really good showing in the West Coast Conference tournament, upsetting St. Mary's. Yeah. And
so that's the Hofstra thing, Corey. Hofstra has went on the road and beat Pittsburgh and Syracuse on the road.
They both stink.
I'm not saying they're good, but I mean but that's probably why
Syracuse fired their coach.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Pittsburgh wanted to fire him, but he cost too much.
And then
I was just explaining why people think they're a trendy pick. You just look at they beat 2 power conference teams on the road.
I could see.
Well, they might beat them, but I think the Big East is overrated.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
And now Alabama, I think they played horrible in the tournament, didn't they?
No.
I think they got waxed in the early in the. I think they got beat by a 15 seed or something.
Mississippi, Ole Miss.
So that wasn't impressive. But I'm going to really disappoint a lot of Hawkeye fans. I think Iowa State wins that bracket.
Well, here's the crazy thing about this, Gary. They get to play in St. Louis for their first 2, and then Chicago if they get to the regional. I mean, they just now you earn everything you get, right? I mean, I get it; they've earned it, but they got to play in Milwaukee. Was it last year or year before? If you're Iowa, you're playing in Buffalo, in Spokane, in Tampa, and Iowa State's playing Milwaukee, St. Louis, and Chicago. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But again,
Iowa got Tampa this year. That's a nice spot for the fans.
What's a nice spot for the fans?
Tampa.
Well, I understand, but I'm just simply saying, home court wise, people are going to drive to Chicago and St. Louis. They're not driving to Tampa.
Well, as you know, Iowa State fans, they'll go anywhere. They're nuts.
Well, they're doing the tour to Midwest. They just packed Kansas City, and now they're going to pack St. Louis, and then they'll pack Chicago. And where's the Final
Big
Four?
12 was the best league. That Arizona Iowa State game was off.
Unreal. Yeah.
Especially the last 4 minutes. That was unreal.
And that's coming off the back of the half-court buzzer beater that Arizona hit to send it to overtime last year, wasn't it?
Yeah. So that's my pick for that bracket. And I think Santa Clara will beat Kentucky.
I was just going to say that. I could see that happening as well. Although that's not a bad drive for Kentucky fans to St. Louis either.
No.
What, Corey or Coach Close, is there anything that stands out below the 4 seed line of teams you think that could make the Final Four? Anything jump out to you?
Below
Or
the
Tony,
4 line?
Yeah, a 5 seed or lower that you think could make it to the Final Four.
I think possibly St. John's.
Okay.
Great
as a
pick.
5 seed.
Iowa.
You never know.
Hey,
I guess that would be the one team that jumps out at me.
St.
Be
John's,
a homer,
okay.
Gary. Just say Iowa. You know you want to.
So St. John's would have to go through probably Duke in the Sweet 16.
Yeah. Duke's got 2 guys hurt. Now, if they come back, then – and how well will they play sitting out 8 or 9 days? But
No.
St. John's got a bunch of
You got
guys.
Tony or Corey, you got one besides St. John's, or you like St. John's?
I was going to say Vanderbilt.
Corey's
I'll
going to say UCLA.
It's a good one. Yeah, I was going to actually say Wisconsin, just because as much as I like Arizona, if they could get past Arizona, they can beat anybody with the way they can spread it out and everybody can shoot. And I mean, their guard play, they got great guard play.
Wisconsin Purdue Elite 8 game. That'd be a good one.
Gary, do you believe that Wisconsin could beat Arizona in a Sweet 16?
Yes. Yeah, I do think they can beat them. I don't think they will, but I do think they could. They could beat anybody. The way they shoot the ball.
Yeah.
And they might, like I said before, even if 1 or 2 are a little off, they got 5 guys that can make them. And make them with high efficiency. Yesterday it was Rapp. The day before was that foreign kid, Buzewiskis or whatever his name is. And Boyd and Blackwell are really good. So, and they did that all without Winter. And Winter's back. That's another 3-point shooter. So, yeah, I do. But I like Arizona. I think Arizona is the best team in the country. So I don't think they'll beat them, but if Arizona doesn't play defense, oh boy, they can rain some threes. They made 18 threes against Purdue, that last Sunday, and they made like 16 or 17 against Michigan. And Michigan's one of the best defensive teams in the country.
I wonder, let me see how good Arizona is with 3-point defense. Somebody just commented, I don't know if this has been confirmed or not, but it says, looks like Iowa gets the 11:15 a.m. Friday. Is that true? No.
Real quick, where are you hearing this? And I'm just curious.
Well,
why
I'm
does
just
Iowa
going off
keep
of the
getting-
chat. I don't know when it should get released soon, so I don't know.
Okay. Why does Iowa continue to have to play in the morning? I don't
That's what
understand.
I was gonna. That's why I highlighted it, because they've already played a couple of early morning games. Arizona is.
Oh, the 8-9 game will be before the 1-16 game,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. So.
Hey, it's a fake account on Twitter that has like 100 followers. It's not.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll
That's-
disregard that.
Why, of all the things you could
You got to do
tweet
a better
out
job of vetting, Corey.
to try, I'm not the one who brought it up. But
I'm just saying
first
it
of
was
all,
in the chat. That's
well,
all.
why
It came
if you're
across the
going to try
bottom of
to
the page.
if you're going to try to create attention with a fake Twitter account, of all the things to tweet out, why would you choose tweeting out a fake time for Iowa Clemson?
No, this guy tweeted out all of the start times. It wasn't just Iowa. Like he went through the whole tournament, and it made it look like it was a legit press release. But
So you think he's got some inside
Crystal
information
ball?
there too?
no?
Crystal ball. Okay. All right, Gary, we appreciate you being here. You want to give us your final 4 picks?
My final 4 picks.
Yeah, who's in the
Okay,
final
my
4?
final 4 picks. I got to look at the brackets, and that bracket will be Houston.
Now you took
the
his
bracket
bracket away.
Oh, you want the bracket
Yeah,
up? is
he
what you're
needs to
saying.
know so he can see who to pick.
Yeah,
Okay,
we don't
all
need to see you. We need to see the bracket.
All right, you got
Okay, in that bracket, I got Houston.
Okay.
Okay, so
Houston.
they're going to come out. And in the West Regional, you got Arizona.
Yep.
And you got Iowa State coming out of the Midwest.
Yep.
Wow. And then you got, let's see, that we already did South. Let's go back up to East.
Ooh,
That's a tough one.
that is a tough one. I can't stand Duke.
Man, is that kind of a weak region?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you could make a case for
UCLA.
Kansas if Peterson actually wants to play.
Yeah,
I
that's a
could see
problem.
Who? Kansas? No.
If that
I
Kansas-
might go UCLA there, Corey. What do you think?
No. I think
You want
I think
a
UCLA
7?
is
You want
his
a
first game. I'm going to have to go with Duke after they get a scare from Ohio State.
Okay.
Frankly, I could see 4 or 5 of these teams making it.
I agree.
Like
Woohoo.
if Michigan State, like Tom Izzo knows how to coach in March, right? And if they get it rolling, Bob Hurley knows how to coach in March. Duke is Duke.
Tom's
so
got
there's
a pretty
3.
good bracket. I'll tell you that. I don't think UConn's that unbelievable
No,
as a 2 seed.
they're not.
I mean, he could get to the Elite 8. I think the upper
then
bracket's tougher than the
you-
bottom bracket.
UCLA has made runs before as a lower seed.
As an 11, that was what I was going to say. They made their Final Four push as an 11.
But
And then, by the way, the team we're not bringing up is
St. John's.
is the Johns.
Yeah, well, I said St. John's was my
I think that'll be.
after
I think
4.
that'll be a lower. That if there's any
Yep.
segment that will provide a lower seed in the Final Four, that's the one.
I think you could even see the
Duke
Elite
will-
Eight.
I think Duke will beat St. John's to go to the Elite 8.
You see where that game's in Washington. If it happens.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, what's
I
that
mean,
got to do with anything, Tony?
That's how close
President
St.
Trump's going
John's
to be there
to
or something?
St. John's to Washington. They could pack that place.
Oh, DC.
Much closer.
I'm going
Yeah.
to tell you right now, they won't have more fans than Duke.
That's
Yeah. No, they won't. Yeah.
Does St. John's have a fan base, Tony?
yeah, with
Okay,
Patino
I
back
don't
there.
know.
Yeah.
Gary, you're from out east. I don't have any idea what support for that program is.
Well, he's done a nice job resurrecting that
Yeah,
program.
yeah,
Horrible
absolutely.
For a long time.
Yeah.
And he obviously can coach, and he's been around the block, so they're good. They're athletic and they're good, and I think they'll play Duke to go to the Elite 8.
All right, Gary. Well, we appreciate
Yep.
you being here and taking some time to break all this down. And
Looking forward to watching Iowa at 11:15.
hey, you know what I'm happy about, Gary? Regardless of what time that game is on Friday, I'm happy that as an Iowa fan, I get all of Thursday to enjoy March Madness without being upset that Iowa lost.
Oh, that's a good
Because-
point.
Here's the
Yeah.
reality.
Yeah.
Here's the reality. This is how I've always been. If Iowa loses in the NCAA tournament, I lose such interest. It's just how it is. Like I get, not that I don't love great basketball, Gary, but it sullies
It's
my
such a
good time.
buzzkill. Yeah.
Well, you got to get over that a little bit. You can be off for a couple days.
You can
if
say
you
that,
want.
Gary. You have Wisconsin too.
No, I don't care about Wisconsin. I want to see
Hey.
good basketball.
Gary, you remind me, Gary, you have some history with did Stanford play any of those West Coast teams regularly when you were
Oh yeah, we played. Well, obviously we played UCLA.
Okay.
We played North Carolina in a home and home. We played. Let's see, who else would we?
You ever get Santa Clara? in the
Arizona.
knockout?
We played Arizona twice every year.
Right.
Lute Olson, former Iowa coach, who had a big part in Coach Davis leaving Stanford and coming to Iowa.
Did you guys ever get Gonzaga or Santa Clara when you were at Stanford?
Santa Clara is just down the road from Stanford.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking. Did you guys
Gonzaga
have-
wasn't any good when we were
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
That was pre Dan Munson and Mark Few. How about that?
All right,
Dan
Gary.
Munson leaves that job to supposedly take a better one. And who the heck knows where he is now? Mark Few's the assistant. He moves up, and as they say, Corey, the rest is history.
I want someone to remember. I want to hear the story about sometime about Dr. Tom and Lute Olson convincing them to go to. Save that for me. I want to hear that story sometime, Coach Close.
Okay, that may cost you a little bit, but
I can.
inside
All right,
information
Gary.
like that doesn't come free.
Enjoy the beaches of South Carolina. Like I said, get some
We even had a
scout.
little few showers down here today. Dadgummit.
Well, we're dealing with a blizzard. We got the whole
Yeah,
state
we have a
enveloped
blizzard
by-
warning in Iowa
When I
City.
talked to my kids, they're going to get 12 inches.
Whoa.
Yeah, Wisconsin's getting nailed.
Yeah. So,
By the way, we just end right now. Iowa State women are in the tournament as an 8 seed. Tony,
Yep.
They
what
will
did Iowa get?
They're going to be a 2.
They haven't
It's already
revealed
locked
it.
in.
They'll be a 2.
Yeah, because they did the bracket
Who's the
reveal.
1 seed in their bracket?
They don't know
We
yet.
don't know.
They're just
Oh.
started.
We just know they're
Do
the,
they
see,
get
the
to play
women's.
home games?
Yeah, 2 home games.
Oh, that's
First
nice. Can you imagine playing 2 home games to get to the Sweet 16?
They get to do it every year.
That's nice. That takes a little bit of the heat off.
Well, Iowa State basically gets
But
that
they
every
earn
year. The Iowa State men get that every year, anyways, Gary, because they're in either Milwaukee or they're in St. Louis or. And credit to the fans for traveling great.
True.
All right, Gary.
True. All right,
Let's
enjoy the games. They'll be fun.
We'll talk to you later in the week.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks, Coach.
Corey, can we get your Final Four men's predictions?
I'm gonna wait to give you that. I gotta break this. I gotta go bracket. I can't really give you a final.
I can't. You can't give me a gut reaction. You reserve the right to change it until you submit
All
your
right,
bracket.
gut reaction. I'll give you gut reaction. My gut reaction is Houston. Well, I think Houston, Wisconsin's probably Sweet 16 matchup of the tournament. But I'm with Gary. I'll take Arizona out of that section. I have this weird feeling that UConn's going to show up and play really well, even though I feel like they've kind of been mediocre compared to what they have been, right? I mean, I think that's a weak bracket, section of the bracket. But like I said earlier, like I wouldn't be surprised if St. John's makes a run. Could Izzo's team as a 3 seed make a run? Sure. Duke's still really good. They've dealt with some obviously significant injury to their lead guard, but I have a feeling UConn's going to come out of there. So I got UConn, Arizona, and then boy, that section. I mean, Coach has got Iowa State. He's a little down on Michigan right now. I think I probably still have Michigan.
I don't know that I like a lot of the lower seeds in that Midwest region.
Well, like Virginia, I think is pretty good. That's a team nobody's talking about. So I would probably still take Michigan in that section, and then in the South Regional, I'll probably agree with Gary on that one. Take Houston.
Tony?
Arizona, Michigan, Houston, and Kansas.
Okay.
So
I
you like Daryl Peterson?
I just think if he shows up, he could be the best player in the tournament.
Is that his name, Daryl Peterson?
Daryl
I think
Peterson.
it's Peterson something. I don't know.
Darren? Is it Darren or
Darren?
Darren Peterson? Yeah.
If he wants to show up and play, Kansas could be the best team in that region easily.
It's not.
But-
you sure it's not Daryl?
It's something Peterson. I don't know.
Okay, I thought it was Daryl, but anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, hey, I'll tell you what. You guys add in Doug here. I'm gonna get set up for our women's segment here.
Okay.
Gotcha. All right. While Corey's getting set up, let's add in Doug. And Doug, while we do that, I'm gonna give you my gut for. I'm gonna go Houston out of the South. I'm gonna go Arizona out of the West. I'll go, man. That East region, I think the prediction I would make is not Duke or UConn. I'm going to go with it's either going to be St. John's.
Yep.
It'll be one of those St. John's, Kansas, Michigan State, UCLA to me. So it's kind of there's really any of those four could make a run. I'll go with St. John's because they might catch Duke earlier and get through. So I'll go with St. John's there. But I could be persuaded. I'll have to look into those teams a little bit more. And then man, that Michigan region might be the toughest in terms of if you're not a huge Michigan fan. I mean, I guess I'll go Michigan. I don't want to pick Iowa State, and I don't really believe in Virginia, Alabama, Texas Tech. So, yeah, I'm going to go Michigan. So I'll take Houston, I'll take Michigan, I'll take Arizona, and I'll take St. John's. 5 seed, 2 seed, 1 seed, 1 seed. All right, Doug, what's up?
That might be the most disingenuous pick I've ever heard in my life. I'm not going to take Iowa State because I don't want to take Iowa State.
Yeah, I'm not taking them. I'm full disclosure. I don't want to take Iowa State. You're not going to catch me picking Iowa State to go to the Final Four. You're just not. So, anyway, Doug, before you were rudely interrupted.
Well, I've been waiting for 2 hours, so it really doesn't matter.
Is it not valid on a From the Hawkeye of the Storm podcast to say I don't like Iowa State? Is that not? If there's any place that I'm allowed to say that, is that not right here?
You're perfectly fine. I'm looking at it, and I'm going to do something that I think the Monkey will do pretty well in this tournament because I think it's going to be the 4-1 seeds. Okay. I think it'll go chalk.
You think it's a chalk?
Chalk.
I can see that. I can see that. I don't look at this bracket and see tons of 5, 6, 7 seeds with a chance.
I think there's a separation between the 1, 2 seeds, which means there's a separation between the 2 and 3. I think whoever comes out of those bottom brackets, I can't see beating the 1 seeds. But
So when you say that, you're meaning Arizona and Duke are superior to the other ones.
Yeah. But I know Duke has injuries. I mean, I don't see Michigan State or UCLA or UConn beating Duke. But I could be wrong. I think Michigan is – Wisconsin can maybe beat Arizona in the Sweet 16. I think I would put Wisconsin to the Sweet 16 over Arkansas. I mean, Arizona's probably Arizona probably could lose to Wisconsin. I don't know how Purdue will do. Like Gonzaga's in Purdue. That Sweet 16 game could be interesting. But yeah, I'm going mostly chalk with a lot of picks, and I think the Monkey will beat some of you that want to do a lot of major upsets. So, but.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
The
I
real
wouldn't disagree with that.
How far does Doug have Iowa going?
Second round.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's. I think that's probably.
I looked up historic numbers. I was kind of putting them in the chat. I love history. People know I love history. I was shocked, really shocked, to learn they've only been a 9 seed once. I would have predicted that. They've been a 7 to 10 seed now 12 times, but they've only been a 9 seed once, and that was in 92. They beat Texas and lost to Duke. And Duke won the national title that year with Christian Laettner, Bobby Hurley, and those guys. They've been the 7th seed a lot. They've been the 7th seed like 5 or 6 times. But they've only once beaten the 1 or 2 seed to go to the Sweet 16 once since seeding started. And that was in 1983, the year I was born. They beat Missouri, who was a 2 seed. They were a 7th seed to go to the Sweet 16. That's the only time the last nine times they've played a 1 or 2 seed, they've never beaten a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. They've never beaten a 1 seed. So maybe this is to break that. They played the 1 seed numerous times. UConn in 99. Like I said, the 92 obviously, and they've lost to the 1 seed quite a few times. That is a majority of the time they've lost to the 1 seed. Not a majority, but quite a few times. I was at the last Clemson Iowa game. It was in that was one of the last trips I took with my mother. I will always we've always cherished that game. That was a game where Rabracha caught the ball. The time didn't start, and he made the shot, and then they had a controversy of when if there was a shot clock violation because they didn't start. I don't know if you remember this, Kyle, but it was a good game. Clemson traveled really well, and that was Niceville's a lot closer to Tampa Clemson, meaning it's closer for Clemson to go to Niceville. And one thing about that game, I always say I saw Tavion Banks at that game before he was ever at Drake. That was played at Northwest Florida Community College. But
Interesting.
Yeah. So I always thought it was interesting. I thought Clemson was the best draw out of the 7 to 10 seeds. I was saying that a couple of weeks ago, somebody in the discourse, I said, I know they went 12-6 in the ACC, but they really, when you don't double play a lot of teams, you can have a weak ACC schedule. Does that make sense, Kyle?
Yes. Yeah.
And
Can I say something real quick, Doug? Kelly, they're going to get to women's basketball. Corey's just got to set up that portion of the show. I see a lot of people in the chat want women's basketball. I get it.
Yeah,
it's just Corey's trying to get set up. He'll have it set up.
Iowa hasn't been
selected either.
Yet. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about it for the next 2 hours here.
Minnesota's a 4 seed, Corey. Yeah. You don't want to talk about that?
We're basically
5 minutes on the men.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to go ahead.
We're giving 4 hours. We're giving 2 hours to the men and 2 hours to the women. I mean,
the women's fans are so awesome for Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. It's amazing. I always hope that some of you will come back to the men. But man, the Iowa women's basketball fans are amazing.
This is brutal, by the way. Kelly Emerson. I like Kelly, but she says, since you're not talking women's basketball, I'm out.
They'll get to them.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, everybody. We're gonna do it. It's okay.
You guys are awesome fans, and I've loved Iowa women's basketball for 30 years. I've watched every NCAA game for the last 30 years, since probably that Duke game in '92, watching Christian Laettner, who was a complete POS, but then you meet him and he's a really good guy. How does that always happen? They always treat you with respect when you meet them, but on TV, they're the villain.
Yeah.
The Clemson coach has been there forever too. That's another thing. I just really like the matchup. I think I just think Florida will be hard to beat Florida. And I'm going to be as optimistic as I can. But like I told you, historically, they've played a lot of 1-2 seeds. They've never beaten a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. A lot of one-and-dones by Dr. Tom, by Fran. Fran had 4 one-and-dones. It's hard. Except for we were the 2 seed the one time we had a one-and-done. But it's hard to knock off. That's the reason why people were joking, but it wasn't joking. Corey said this. 11 seed sometimes is an easier path just because you don't have to play that elite team. And I think the 1 seeds, like I said, are above the 2s, and I think it will go mostly chalk. I don't know. Bottom half the regions might have a lot of upsets. UCLA might get their upset. But I wouldn't be shocked if Kentucky. I'll cheer for Kentucky against Iowa State. But
Corey, who will you root for if Kentucky plays Iowa State?
He's got to root for Kentucky because DeReal is a faithful fan.
Yeah,
we're Kentucky fans.
DeReal, if you're listening, I back your Kentucky Wildcats against Iowa State.
Yeah,
I would probably root for Kentucky. I don't like Calipari, and now that he's not there, at least deal with Kentucky.
Can we add DeReal in?
We can add DeReal in, but just so everybody knows, I'm going to be cutting people off here in moments once we get to the Iowa draw for women's hoops. So let's get DeReal in here for a second because DeReal wants to chat. DeReal, welcome.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, Mike. Yes, I mentioned this earlier. We're trying to save your super chats for the women's segment, which is coming up in just moments. So go ahead, DeReal.
Oh, no. I mean, I think Iowa got a good draw for their first game. Always tough being on the 8-9 line to make it pretty far to the Sweet 16 just because of the 1 seed. I think this year there's a pretty clear gap between Duke, Arizona, and the rest of the field in general.
Me too.
If we're looking for upsets, VCU versus UNC, some of the analytic models has VCU as the outright favorite to win that game. Santa Clara over Kentucky. So Santa Clara has a 37% chance to win that game. So there's a lot of good. I think there's going to be more upsets on the bottom this year, but I don't think in terms of the top, it's going to be anything crazy. I think like 3 of the 4 1 seeds make the Elite 8 at least.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that. It's just, I mean, it's all down to health for obviously for Duke, but yeah.
Drill, what do you think about a potential matchup between Iowa State and Kentucky?
I think Kentucky can win any matchup in the tournament or lose by 20 to literally any team in the tournament. We are the most inconsistent team I have ever known. We will be down 17 to them, and I still believe we can win that game because we've done it against Tennessee. We've done it against Arkansas. We've done it against LSU. Be down these massive deficits and come back to win.
What about up 17? Do you still think you could lose?
Oh, no. No, if we're up 17, we got it because we're second half team. We're closer.
Okay.
We're like that baseball team that has a very shaky starter, but has a great closer that can absolutely shut it down in the game. You just need the bats to come on late. That's what we are.
Drill, any thoughts on your old coach Calipari and Arkansas's draw?
I mean, I have no thoughts on them. They're an irrelevant team. They're an irrelevant program. I don't care anything about them. Did they even play today? Did they play today?
I think they did.
I didn't watch them.
Warriors.
They're in a pretty big game today, I believe.
Coach Calipari talked about the SEC tournament being meaningless. Now he's celebrating an SEC championship. Can't have it both ways, Cal. Be like me asking you, hey, how is Penn Fran McCaffrey doing for Penn?
I watched Penn today, so
we cheer for Penn.
Yeah, we cheer for Penn. Fran didn't leave us as bad as
I can tell you one thing though, Tony. Connor McCaffrey's not cheering for Iowa.
Nope.
I cheer for Connor.
He's not cheering for you, Doug.
I know. Nobody cheers for Doug.
You see, Corey, you see Patrick was responding to people on Twitter today?
Oh, gosh.
About,
people that were saying stuff about why do you guys hate Iowa so much and all that. He was like, yeah, there's some responses about, he was like, I don't hate Iowa, but I will always hate how it ended. Or like, I thought it was inappropriate how it ended or something. I don't know. I don't even know why he'd respond to something.
Pull your pants up and go start your life as an adult. Good Lord.
Goodness
dude.
gracious. Anything else you'd like to say, Corey?
Be happy for Papa and enjoy it. And like, whatever. I don't really care if you consider yourself like the whole, I will never say go Hawks. And it's like, just go do what you need to do. Live off the coattails of your, what you hope to be your wife someday and Caitlin Clark. And if you're little bro, be little bro and don't act like little bro. Like it's just, I get so frustrated with, it's such a, to me, an exhibit of pride and a lack of humility, in my opinion. When you feel
the other one that got me too was he said everybody wrote off my dad. Everyone wrote off my dad when he went to Penn.
Whatever.
Everyone.
It's fine. Hey, I'm happy for Fran. I got no problem with him winning the championship. I think
you just want to tell Patrick to sit back and wait for the inheritance, bro.
I just want people to appreciate the fact that him making the NCAA tournament at Penn is not vindication. That doesn't vindicate the reason he got fired at Iowa. Like, it's not like, oh, well, now he won the Ivy League tournament, so that means that Iowa fans should regret getting. No, that's not how that works.
You want to know the funniest part of it though, Corey?
Iowa would have dominated the Ivy League tournament.
Corey, listen to this. The funny thing about Penn, okay? Penn makes the NCAA tournament as the Ivy League champ. And they're 111th in defense, which is higher than Iowa's been in 3 seasons. And they're 204th in offense. Ken Palm offensive metrics.
They just had to have one upset, and that's how the Ivy League.
So they actually were pretty, like, they were one of the best mid majors or one of the better mid majors defensively. And
they were much better defensively. But see, what's interesting about that is the numbers indicate similar things to what Iowa was when he first got to Iowa. They had to win early on defense. That's why it's strange. Like, once he got settled into the program and got his guys into the program, they settled into what he wanted, which was offense, shooting. So I don't know if that is going to follow the same pattern at Penn, but you would think that he would recognize the fact that, in a sense, they had better success early. I mean, I know they made tournaments in the last 7 to 8 years at
I like-
Iowa.
I like
But I-
teams.
I'm with you, Doug. I think the best teams to watch with Fran,
Mhm.
with the exception being the Garza teams, because Garza was just unbelievable, right? But those Adam Woodbury, Mike Gasell,
Yes.
Anthony Clemens, Jared Utoff, Aaron White, even Roy Marble. I know that's going back a little bit further when they were not very good and then they started to get better. Those were the teams I really enjoyed watching.
Mhm.
So
I really like Aaron White. I just thought he was what an Iowa player should be.
yes, he was
Jared
phenomenal.
Utoff too.
Drill, yeah, absolutely. Drill MVP. Anything else before we let you slide?
In terms of women's bracket, I know you all are going to talk about it. I just think early reaction before we know they're in a great spot because they avoid UCLA and UConn, probably the two widely favorites just in terms of resume over the course of the season. UConn undefeated, UCLA with an unbelievable 18 or 19 quad one wins. I don't know if that's ever happened before in men's or women's basketball. So I think it really sets up good for Iowa to make the Final Four because South Carolina and Texas have struggled at points of times against 2 and 3 seeds previously throughout the year.
I'm
how about
glad to
this?
hear you say that, Drew, because Corey's a hater of this Iowa women's team.
What are you talking
Was it
about?
Sulky? You don't like Hannah again or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know. Who I don't. Just want to make a quick note. Drill MVP's Kentucky Wildcats will face the 12 seed, a team that Kasheen Alexander used to coach, James Madison. So that's an interesting first round matchup in March. So Drill, thank you for being here, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on, gentlemen, and good luck in your first round matchups.
You too,
Absolutely.
and hopefully
Good
your
luck.
second round.
Yeah.
All right, Doug, anything else?
More
I'll let you
luck
slide.
in your second round.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to take too much because I know all the women's fans should. And use StreamYard. I mean, it's easy to use. If you're a women's fan and you want to talk about women's college basketball, use StreamYard and just click the link, and you can talk as much as you want about women's basketball.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're going to accommodate people who call in. So if you want to call in, I mean, by the way, our phone line's open now, 515-635-1601, if they'd be more comfortable doing that. And we got Cash in the queue, so we're going to add her here in just a second.
What my last point is, they've played in 11 games that they were a 7 to 10 seed, and they've won 8 of them. Historically, they win these games against Clemson. I know they lost against Auburn a couple of years ago. I'm pretty confident. I think that was one of the best draws. I don't like the Florida, but I wouldn't have liked any of the 1 seeds. So, and I think chalk, the 4 1 seeds will probably be the Final Four. I might change my mind by Wednesday. Thank you all. Enjoy the women's coverage. And again, hit the like button. And if you want to talk women's college basketball, hit the StreamYard. Talk about it. And look forward to hearing what you guys have to say. Go to all Iowa sports teams. And thank you guys.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, Iowa not picked in Regional 3, so they'll be in the 4th Regional as the 2 seed. So we'll await their first-round matchup. Of course, the Iowa women will host in Iowa City against the 15 seed. And I'm sure if Tony were getting into the weeds, he'd be able to tell us who that 15 seed is because all the other 15 seeds have been revealed. But I don't think it's quite that far into the weeds yet.
Does that leave Iowa's 1 seed as South Carolina, Corey?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good,
it's
right.
Texas. Yeah.
Everybody else is off the board, correct?
Yeah, Texas,
Texas,
UCLA,
UCLA.
UConn, and then LSU's a 2.
Yep.
So.
Chevy Toyota said, yeah. Or Chevy Yoda. I'm sorry.
People are really upset in the chat that we have not fully
Switched.
transitioned to women's hoops. That's amazing. Like,
Yeah.
we're gonna break it down, folks. But like, I saw what was this comment here in the chat?
I saw a couple of them too. I was like, man,
just very, very hateful comments.
yeah, maybe not have a headline saying they will cover men's and women's brackets live.
We are going to cover them live, but they haven't revealed the women. We're going through some of these matchups. So, anyways, we'll go ahead and
can I ask Cash a question before I dip out?
Let's go ahead and we'll add Cash in here, and then we'll let Kyle and Tony slide. We got former Iowa women's basketball guard Kasheen Alexander with us on a Sunday. Kasheen,
what's up, Cash?
welcome.
Good afternoon.
Are you sick again? Oh my Lord!
I think she's sick
You
of seeing
you want to know the craziest part about this sickness is I went on a first date, and the next day the man told me he had the flu. Do you know how upset I am? Do you like? have so much. I had just got over the sickness I had. And here we go. Anyways.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. It's the comment. Someone said you should light
Honestly,
up a Marlboro.
Like,
I'm sorry.
anyways, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here.
Can I ask a positive question? Because I just wanted to ask a question and then dip out to you. What is your most memorable memory from Selection Sunday as a coach or a player or anything? Like, what do you remember the most? Which year do you remember the most and stuff like that?
I wouldn't say, I mean, I was just happy to start the tradition of, always being on Selection Sunday. But I think for me, it was probably my first one, in my opinion. Like I felt like I was a major contributing factor for me, which was my sophomore year. So I think that would probably be the most memorable one, in my opinion.
Sounds good. That's all I got. So you guys have fun. I'll pass the baton over the women's portion of the show now.
It's a torch. We appreciate you being
here,
Tony.
I'm sorry, torch, baton.
We'll talk more this week, okay? We appreciate you.
Oh yeah, I got vacation for the whole week, so
did you time this week?
I actually took 4 hours vacation tonight, Corey. I don't go in till midnight. I go into work at midnight.
And what time do you get off?
4 a.m.
Okay. That's not too bad. That's a short night.
Yeah. And it's going to be super slow with the weather. No one's going to be at the casino. No one's going to be there.
Do you guys deal with sportsbook stuff?
Yeah. We got a Caesar Sportsbook on property. And we actually have a kiosk that's literally like 10 feet from our craps table. You can literally go put money in. And
so how much does today, because I'm not endorsing the betting side, but I'm just curious of your occupation, how much does today's events, does that affect your job at all?
Zero.
No.
Because people can load up on their cell phone and bet literally from their couch. So no one comes into the casino to bet sports. Like that is one interesting thing I'll say about that is in Nevada, they actually have a state law that you cannot use your cell phone to load up funds. You literally have to go into the casino and say, here's my money, put it on my sports betting account, because they want to make sure you're in the casino. Where Iowa, you can literally just sit on your couch and load funds from your PayPal bank account, whatever. So we do not get busy for March Madness at all. But I don't want to be at work. I want to have 4 screens going and watching all the games. So.
I was gonna say if you get the four TVs going, Tony.
Oh yeah, I will.
What's your setup like, Corey? What's your March Madness setup like?
So I'll see you guys later.
All right, thanks, Tony. My March Madness setup is big screen TV, and I go back and forth constantly. I don't have like 4 TVs, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah. We got 2 small ones. That's what I just go back and forth on too.
That's the only disadvantage of going like over the past couple hours, like debating on, okay, is it feasible to go to Tampa? Honestly, like the only reason why one of the big reasons why I probably won't do it, other than just the financial toll, is it really it takes away from the fact that this team the Iowa men have not been in a tournament. This has been 3 years. So I enjoy the rest of the tournament so much more when the Iowa men are in it. And so if I plan this, okay, I'm traveling Thursday, then I basically miss a bunch of games Thursday. So that's kind of how I look at it. But anyways, all right, bracket reveal for the final section. Kyle, I'll let you slide. Thank you for being here over the last couple hours. We'll talk more here in the days ahead of Iowa men's basketball, and I'm sure the women as well.
Absolutely. Lots to preview, and hopefully for the men at least, no guarantees of making second weekend, but looks like based on the odds makers, a good chance to make that first weekend. So,
all right, sir. All
right, sounds good.
Let's go. All right, now we've got myself and Kashin. Kashin, you don't look primed and ready. You look very like just get this over with. Which I totally understand. Is it influencing A or B, or do you know?
No, B, which is the opposite of what I had I had A in over Christmas break.
Okay.
Now I don't know if I have it now. I just know that I feel like crap today, so we'll see. Anyways,
Well, I'm a bit under the weather as well. I woke up yesterday not feeling great. I think I've just got a cold. Hopefully, my symptoms have not gotten worse. So, we've got several people in the chat. We're waiting the official draw for Iowa. They'll be in the Sacramento regional in South Carolina's section, as this is the final regional that has not yet been revealed. South Carolina is the 1 seed in that regional. They'll play the winner of Southern and Samford, which will be a first state in where I don't even know. Do they play in Dayton, Kasheen? Where do the women play in their first 4? Or do they play on? Do they play the first? Is that played on a campus?
You're talking about Elite 8? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the first 4, like South Carolina's round 1 matchup against Southern or Samford.
Oh, I think it's played in Columbia, I believe.
Okay, it is played in Columbia.
I think so.
Okay.
Somebody can definitely correct me.
So yeah, they'll South Carolina will play the winner of Southern and Samford, and then the winner of that first round game will play the winner of Clemson USC. Ironically enough, the 8 seed Clemson matches what the men's team did. They'll also the Clemson Tigers are also an 8 seed on the men's side. They'll play USC, and then the 4 seed Oklahoma will host Idaho, the 13 seed, and the 5 seed Michigan State will also play in Norman against the 12 seed Colorado State on Friday. So that's the top half of your regional 4. Again, the top seeds in that section: South Carolina, Oklahoma, Michigan State, Clemson, USC. And then we head down to the final section, which is where Iowa will be seated. They'll be in the same section as this 3 seed TCU, who at one time, I think, Kasheen, people were talking about TCU potential 1 or 2 seed. They end up as a 3, going 29-5 on the year. They will play on Friday in Fort Worth against the 14 seed. Wait for the reveal on the 14 seed here. They'll play UC San Diego, the Tritons, in the first round.
So, with Iowa being 2 seed in this bracket, what does that make them as far as like on the 2 seed line? First, second, third, or fourth? Do we know?
Was that revealed yesterday, technically speaking? I don't think it was. No. They will run through that. I don't know.
Okay.
They'll give the overall seeds once the full bracket is revealed. Number 6 in that section is Washington. So there's a Big Ten team in Iowa's section that could potentially be a matchup in the Sweet 16. So TCU and Washington are the most probable Sweet 16 matchups for Iowa. South Dakota State will play the Huskies in Fort Worth. Your initial thoughts on a potential Sweet 16 date with either TCU or Washington, Cash?
I'm calling the upset for South Dakota State over Washington.
Okay, 27-6 South Dakota State. And as expected, Iowa is the 2 seed in Iowa City. They will play on Saturday, and they will host the 15 seed. And we'll get a reveal. Thankfully, they will not be playing on the same day as the men. So thank you, committee. They will play Farley Dickinson, a 30-win Knights team from New Jersey. 30-4. 30-4, Farley Dickinson. There's a program that made.
They've had some really good years recently. I don't like that matchup for us, but here we go.
The men's and the women's teams both made the tournament. And how about this? Potentially another second-round matchup against Georgia, as the Lady Bulldogs are the 7 seed in that section. They'll once again travel up, and they will play the winner of a first 4 contest between Virginia and Arizona State. So this is interesting, Cash, because on the women's side now you have on the 10 line you have a first 4 matchup, which will determine the 10 seed in that section. So again, Iowa will play the 15 seed Farley Dickinson. Winner of, if they get past Farley Dickinson, they'll play the winner of Georgia and either Virginia or Arizona State as the 10. Your thoughts on that draw? Initial takeaways, Kasheen.
Well, that's very interesting because I think somebody had mentioned Johnson from Virginia at some point, thinking that she was going to transfer. So that's funny that she's probably going to be in Iowa City. Overall, I mean, I don't like our first round matchup. I will say that. I think Virginia versus, that's going to be a good game. That's going to be a good game. I don't know who, because the Sun Devils, they got a new coach who's a fantastic coach. I think they are going to come ready to play as well. So I probably am going to watch that game because I think that might be a really good game. Georgia again is crazy. Like, you couldn't put somebody else there. Like, why? Which is a dangerous team.
Repetition? You just don't like the fact that they faced them in Iowa City in the tournament in the past, in recent years? Is that why?
Again, like, give us somebody else. But I mean, it is what it is. I think Georgia's very streaky. They had a couple good wins this year, and then they've had some terrible wins or losses. So, I mean, it's up in the air in that aspect. I don't mind our bracket. There's been other brackets where I've been like, we got the hardest bracket. I don't think this is the hardest bracket, but overall, not horrible. I will say that. It's not horrible. But if Iowa comes out sluggish or they come out timid, it might be an interesting game.
So just to give people an idea, I'll go ahead and share my screen so people can get an idea of Farley Dickinson is, what they've done this year. They play in the Northeast Conference. They did have some interesting non-conference matchups. They played at Purdue, lost by 19, at Notre Dame, lost by 46. They lost at Rutgers by 10. Those are your big-time non-conference matchups, Kasheen. So that doesn't, on paper, those results don't scare me as Rutgers and especially Purdue.
It's the Big Ten. I'm in agreement. I think the only thing is closing out a team and ending their season is always difficult. FDU had a good season at the end of the day. Those were at the beginning of the year. Like, they're not the same team they were at the beginning of the year. So I think for them in that aspect, they're coming with one thing in their mind. And we all know that we have seen Iowa play horribly against not great competition. It's not like we haven't seen that. We have. So I think for me, as long as we come out, with that aggressiveness that we know we can play, I don't think we will have a problem at all. It's the lackadaisical Iowa that scares me. Because a team like that, you give them any kind of confidence, they're going to think they can come in there and win. We can't do that.
Yeah, I'm looking through some of their conference opponents, and I don't know anybody on this list.
Again, out of all the 15s, who are the rest of the 15s? Can you look it up real quick?
Yeah, let me grab we'll get the entire bracket up here for everybody. By the way, just so people are aware, let's see if this is. No, we do not have confirmation yet. I know there's some. It was mentioned last hour, but there have been some tip times brought up out there by some people regarding the Iowa men's draw, and but nothing confirmed there. Let me grab the NCAA women's tournament bracket and see if we can kind of break this down in whole. Let's see here. So I guess first thing I was going to ask.
High Point, Jacksonville, Holy Cross, Fairleigh Dickinson.
Okay. You still want me to put it up here?
I mean, you don't have to. I just wanted to know who they were. Okay, that's not bad. I definitely wouldn't want Jacksonville, and I definitely don't want. I'll take FDU out of all of those. Yeah, I'll take FDU out of those. So not a bad draw. I just don't like. I mean, I definitely don't like the Georgia situation. I think that's weird because, yeah.
Okay, so here is the full bracket now officially revealed by the NCAA tournament committee. We'll run through this.
Because we lost to Georgia, didn't we?
No.
Was it close?
Yeah, it was close. It was the
That's
coach.
why. Okay. It was a tough. It was a tough game. Maybe that's why I feel like we lost to him. But
it was the coach that referred
thing.
to Gabby Marshall as the girl with the eyes or whatever that was. You remember that?
Yes. That's right. So the thing with Georgia and why I don't really like them being with us again is because they already feel comfortable in our space and they already feel like they can win.
Agreed.
Because they almost won last time and we don't have Caitlin Clark. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying totally.
So they already have like some confidence coming in. That's why I don't like them there.
Okay, so here is the first section featuring the overall number 1 UConn. You see Texas San Antonio, Audie Crooks, and the Cyclones are the 8 seed in that section. They'll be matched up with the Syracuse Orange. Maryland is the 5, going up dangerous Murray State team, and then North Carolina is the 4 against Western Illinois. Purdue the 6. Fairfield, and Iowa, a team that Iowa played earlier this year, is the 11. The 3 in that section, Ohio State, matched up with Howard, Illinois, Colorado, and then Vandy and High Point. Just your thoughts on that first draw that was revealed this evening.
I think UConn has a pretty easy section. I mean, they are the overall number 1 seed, so that's kind of how it should be. I think there's going to be a high-paced game in between Ohio State and Howard. That should be a really fun game to watch. It could be a little sloppy, but it should be a really fun game to watch. It's just going to be like this in that aspect. I think the other game I'm interested in is Notre Dame Fairfield. I think that will be a very interesting game to watch. Obviously, Maryland Murray State would also be a really good game to watch. The other ones I probably won't watch as much, honestly speaking. But I think UConn has they got a really easy. Easy. I know. They're like, okay, because they got an easy one.
What do you think about Vandy, though? Are they dangerous maybe as a team that could prevent UConn?
I mean, Vandy's always dangerous. They have, I personally speaking, I think they have arguably the best guard in the country. And so with that being said, they're always dangerous because of that guard, Michaela Blaze. So in my opinion, they're always dangerous, but I know that they've had they're a young team to success, right? Meaning like they built this success. Sometimes when you build success like that, you become a little streaky because you don't really know how to win consistently. Like a South Carolina, like a UConn, those kinds of, you don't know. I'll even throw Iowa in there because we've been pretty good the last couple of years. So I'm gonna roll with that for now. But they don't know how to win consistently as a program. So you get the situations where they get demolished, at home or something like that. But they're definitely dangerous for sure.
Let's get caught up on a couple of these super chats from Mike because he's in the chat complaining because I'm ignoring him. So, Mike, this was earlier, but he wants to know, does Stolke go in the 3rd round or no? Kashin, you want to address
after
that?
The season's over. Ask me after the season.
Postseason play first. I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance she gets a late flyer.
It's possible. But if she's like not good in the postseason, her stock will drop.
And then Mike wants to know when the women's bracket is. Well, we're going through it now. So
right now,
do you think the women have a chance in the portal? Do we have a chance in the portal?
We always have a chance in the portal. We're Iowa.
Yeah, they'll get some people in the portal, and they're going to need them because they got open scholarships to fill. Mike wants to know the climax for this team. So what's the ceiling for this Iowa team I mean, we just saw initial look at the draw. We're going to go through the rest of the regions. Is this a team, now that we're done with the regular season, we're done with the Big Ten tournament, you've seen the draw, is there a path for this team to get to the Elite Eight?
I think that's the highest we go, and that's like I like how we felt when Iowa made it. That's how I feel. If we make it to the Elite Eight with this
That's
team.
where I feel the ceiling is. Yeah. If they made the Elite Eight, that would be a massive success.
I agree.
Mike also asks, does Jansen hold a flame to Bluter? Does she hold
No,
flame?
because Bluter's been coaching for like 30 years. So no.
Yeah, I think she's got a lot of
she got a lot more ground to cover.
Yeah. Mike also says the Illini is the worst name in the Big Ten. So I've always thought the same thing, but I'm sure there's some history there. Doug says that Queen's Division I program will not exist next year. They're merging with Elon. Okay.
Are they really?
Apparently, that's what he says.
And how the heck are they going to do that?
I have no idea what that means.
Like, how does that even work? Like, they have a whole campus here. Like,
yeah, maybe they just have two different campuses for one school. I have no idea.
Okay,
Mike
whatever.
says, 19 of 20, have fun when you ignore super chats. And he also adds, keep warm, I'm out. Too many supers ignored by him. And then Mike also said, I'm not used to this guy ignoring me for hours. So, Mike, we appreciate you being here.
I think that's the guy who really likes Kylie Feuerbach.
Is it really?
I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty certain.
This is the guy from Canada. So
I think he's the one that's always like, let's see if you have anything great to say now, or whatever the case. Let's see you rip on. I think that's him. I'm pretty certain.
Mike also says it's a perfect bracket for the women. Ridiculous that they are in the South Carolina bracket. They should have been where Michigan was. So, well, first of all, that's sort of a.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Let's be honest here. Texas is beating South Carolina twice. I don't want to be in a bracket with Madison Booker. I don't think we have a single soul to guard her. I just don't. She's like 6'3". She is huge as a guard. I don't like that matchup for us. I don't. I didn't like that. I think South Carolina got some holes, personally speaking.
So can Iowa beat South Carolina in a potential Elite Eight?
I think we can. I think we can if we have to be like we have to have a damn near perfect game for sure.
So,
but
because the Iowa men are on the 8-9 line, we were looking at a potential second round matchup against the 1 seed. In that case, it's Florida. I made the comment last hour that I think of all the possible 1 seeds that Iowa could have gotten, I would have taken Florida every day of the week over, Arizona and Duke and Michigan.
I wouldn't want any of them other one.
Well, yeah, I agree. And then
on the women's side, if they was gonna play against anybody, I'd take that one.
On the women's side of all the 1 seeds, would you take South Carolina over? Would you rather play South Carolina or would you rather play UConn?
I don't want to play UConn. I damn sure don't want to play UCLA, and I don't really care to play Texas. So
I think Texas or South Carolina are the best possible.
I don't even want to be on the same side as UCLA, personally speaking.
Is that because of the 50?
I don't even. Yeah, I don't even want to be on the same side. Like, I don't even want to see them. I don't even. Nope. The only time we see them is if it's in the championship game, which we ain't making. So I don't want to see them, like, ever. I don't want to see Lauren Betts ever again.
I agree. Okay, let's slide down to, or slide over to the next section featuring UCLA at the top. They'll play Cal Baptist in that 116 matchup. Okie State and Princeton, always a difficult game against the Princeton Tigers out of the Ivy League. Ole Miss and Gonzaga. Minnesota back in the tournament and as a 4 seed for the first time since I don't know how. When was the last time they made the tournament, Cash? It's been quite a while.
A while.
They'll play Green Bay, the 13th seed. Baylor, and then how about Nebraska getting in as one of the last 4 in?
How the hell they got that?
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to make the field. but they get in as I thought they were done. I thought without question they were done.
I don't know how they got that. I mean, whatever.
Weak bubble, I guess. Just like the men's side. Sounds like a weak bubble.
I don't know what they were doing. Anyways.
So Nebraska, and then Duke, College of Charleston, Texas Tech, Villanova, LSU, Jacksonville, rounding out that quadrant.
I would love to see a UCLA Ole Miss matchup. I really would. And I only say that because Ole Miss doesn't have height. That's not my point. But Ole Miss is so aggressive when they're really good, right? Like when they are cylinders clicking on the defensive end, because that's what they do. I would be very curious to see UCLA handle pressure like that against its entirety. And I'd have to look at UCLA's schedule, but I don't know if they've seen a come up against a team who literally hangs their hat on defense like that. So I would be very curious to see that one. That would be fun.
What are your thoughts on what I think is a very intriguing potential Sweet 16 matchup between Duke and LSU? And then if LSU were to get past them, a possible really intriguing matchup between Kim Mulkey and Coach Corey Close in the Elite Eight.
That would be great. That would be fun too. They're not huge either. So again, I would be very curious on everything encompassing that.
Is there any team in this region that can deal with UCLA's? I mean, there's probably nobody in the country that really can deal with UCLA's side with bets, but is there who in this quadrant can best deal with it?
Lord. I'm going down on the list here.
Does LSU have any size that they can?
Not really. Not like that. I would say the only team that is always, you never know, only because Duke has that 5-player that's like, she can dunk. She's not like 6'7", but she's so athletic. And so that might be something that could work in that aspect because she's just so athletic. But I don't know. And I don't think anybody here, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody here besides that, maybe just because of athleticism of that player.
So reading between the lines, there's some interesting matchups in this section, but that's UCLA is a big favorite to get to the Final Four out of this section.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Slide down to Texas.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Nicholas Toby. Fournier, I can't remember how to say her last name, but that kid has some serious athletic ability. So yeah.
So Texas.
All right, what side of the bracket is on?
This is bottom.
The same side as UCLA?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so same side as UCLA. Okay.
So you got Texas versus the winner of Missouri State and Stephen F. Austin. You got Oregon and Virginia Tech. How about this? Kentucky going up against your old James Madison. What are they? The Dukies? Kasheen? I can't remember what they are.
Well, hold on. Time out.
Yeah.
Kenny Brooks, the head coach of Kentucky, used to coach at James Madison.
Okay. So is that a little bit of
He was at James Madison before he went to Virginia Tech, and now he's at Kentucky. His assistant coach is now the head coach of James Madison. He took over for him once he left. So this is going to be very fun.
Is that the committee doing that intentionally?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah, so that should be a really fun matchup because both of those coaches know each other so well.
Another mid-major that made the tournament on both the men's and the women's side, Miami, Ohio. They're a 13 seed on the women's side. They'll take on West Virginia, the 4. And then Bama as a 6 seed will play 11 seed Rhode Island. Louisville, the 3, taking on 14 seed Vermont. You think Rhode Island over Bama?
I think Rhode Island is going to be at Alabama.
And then NC State, the 7, taking on the 10 seed Tennessee. And then the 2 seed Michigan taking on the 15 seed Holy Cross.
And that lady at Rhode Island, she about to get a big time job. I know it.
Kayla says that Kenny Brooks is a strange coach.
Tomato,
Did you-
tomato, I guess.
Were you with Kenny Brooks?
No, I was with the current James Madison coach.
Okay. And what's his name?
Oh Lord, I'm losing a brain here. Coach O, Sean O'Regan.
Okay. But he was an assistant.
Sean O'Regan was the head assistant with Kenny Brooks when Kenny Brooks was the head coach at James Madison.
Gotcha. So this draw, first of all, I wouldn't be shocked to see Michigan come out of here. Wouldn't be shocked to see Louisville come out of here.
You think Michigan will come out of there?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't be shocked. I don't know that I would be shocked to see Texas fall before.
So.
Okay. So you think Texas is?
I mean, let me see here.
Who has the best chance to get out of this draw if it's not Texas?
If it's not Texas, I'm going probably Louisville. I think Louisville could potentially. It all depends on their. I think Louisville could. I don't think Kentucky has enough. They've played very well at times, but they've got one player, their post. And I think that limits them in going super far in the tournament. I do think they're coached well, but I like Louisville.
What don't you like about Michigan?
Outside Texas. Well, we done seen them. So
well, we've seen them. But they've got great guard play.
Shut down. They don't have any post players at all, and I've told you that.
I know.
The longer you play in the tournament, you have to have something else. Meaning, it's not going to be your best players that win you a game the further you go along. It's going to be I'm not going to say random, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be somebody who averages 8 points a game. In this game, they got 18. Like, it's going to be something like that. And I don't see that in Michigan. I don't see another player out of those two that are really, really good. Maybe Hardaway, but not Hardaway. What's her name? Holloway. But even she's still part of the big three of sorts. So I just don't see anybody. I don't think they have a bench. I don't really think they're missing some key pieces to make a long run, in my opinion. I
just always hear about great guard play being the key in March, and they've got great guard play. So
I think great guard play is a good thing, but we talking about coming out of this. I don't see that. For them to get to the Sweet 16, sure. But I don't think for them to beat Texas, I don't know about that.
I think Louisville and I think, to me, huge expectation on my part, Michigan, Louisville, Sweet 16. I would be very surprised if anybody else comes out of those two sections.
Agreed.
And then at the top, I would say the same thing about Texas and, I don't know, West Virginia, Kentucky is an interesting. What can you say about West Virginia?
I like that. Mm-hmm. I like West Virginia. I do. I think West Virginia has a really good chance to come out and to the Sweet 16. I like them. I do. I enjoy watching them play. So then, I like West Virginia instead of Kentucky.
Okay, but that's a matchup worth watching. West Virginia and Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then the South Carolina section, which of course features your Hawkeyes, South Carolina versus Southern or Samford in the first four, and then Clemson versus USC. That's the 8-9, and then 5-12 is Michigan State and Colorado State. Oklahoma playing host to Idaho, and will likely play host to Michigan State or Colorado State. That game will be played in Norman either way. And then the 6 seed Washington versus the Jacks of South Dakota State, the 6-11 game, and then the 3 seed TCU versus UC San Diego, the 14. The 7 seed Georgia taking on either the 10 seed Virginia or Arizona State. That's a first 4 matchup to determine who gets into that first round battle with Georgia. And then the 2 seed Iowa versus Farley Dickinson. So obviously Iowa's the team we're focused in on here, Cash, but just your thoughts on that section overall. I guess my initial takeaways would be, I think Michigan State, I really like Michigan State. I think they're probably matchup dependent, like so many of these teams are. But I could see them. First of all, upsetting Oklahoma in Norman. Okay. I think they probably have the length to deal with the big. What's her face for Oklahoma? Who am I thinking of? Beers. Right?
Yeah.
I think they have the length to deal with her. I think there's some contrasting in styles there. Would not be surprised to see them get to the Sweet 16 and play South Carolina. Is there anybody in this draw that can legitimately, besides Iowa, we'll talk about the potential there. Is there anybody else in this section that could legitimately challenge South Carolina and what they put to the table? Could it be a TCU? Could it be a Washington or an Oklahoma? Like, is there somebody specifically you think matchup-wise that could challenge the Gamecocks?
I think, honestly speaking, I think they might have the easiest route as far as to get to the Sweet 16. I don't see anybody really stopping them into the Sweet 16. Now, Warren said I think they're going to hit Oklahoma when they get to the Sweet 16. Oklahoma already beat them, and I think that's also an NCAA pairing on purpose as like a rematch of sorts. So I think that should be a very interesting matchup. I do think South Carolina will be fine. And the Sweet 16. Now, if you move to the bottom half, TCU is tough. Olivia Miles is tough to guard, period. That girl is crazy. Iowa obviously moving out. I need to see who Virginia and Arizona State. I really want Arizona State to win. Let me say that because I just love them. I just love their energy, their coach, just in general, and how she's running that program right now. But I think TCU is going to get out of that Sweet 16 area. If we can get past our hurdles, and TCU, that might be our stopping point, in my opinion.
By the way, if Oklahoma and Michigan State do battle in the second round, that is going to be a high-scoring game. Right, I'm looking at the offensive numbers. Michigan State's averaging 83 a game, and let's see, where's Oklahoma's average?
Yeah. I don't like us against TCU at all.
Oklahoma averages 87 a game. So that's going to be a high-scoring second-round game in Norman if that ends up transpiring.
Yeah.
All right, we got a phone call. We got a phone call here. Our line is open, 515-635-1601. You can also dial in via StreamYard and comment on Iowa's draw or any part of the bracket. We're here talking Iowa women's basketball and March Madness. The brackets are officially upon us on both the men's and the women's side. Let's go to our phone line. Thank you for calling from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Who's on the line?
Hi, guys. This is Brian from Minneapolis.
Hey, Brian.
How are you?
We're great. I mean, Cash is a little under the weather. I'm a little under the weather myself, not quite to the extent of the mother. I'm blaming. I should. The first thing when I hear you're sick, Kasheen, the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, she's a mother. But then I hear you. Well, you went on a date, and this hobo.
That's just God's way of telling me to stay my behind in the house. That's really what it is. So.
Somebody said something in the chat. They said, "Is he going to get a second date?" That's the question. Do you get a second date when you infect somebody with a virus? She can't comment on that because he could be watching. But anyways, caller, go ahead, Brian. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. I'm going to steer clear of that conversation as well.
Very good.
My other question, does this game, the playing game, is going to be at Carver too?
I believe so. Yes. I believe so. Unless somebody can figure out exactly, but I think so. I think that's how it goes.
I think before, when Iowa was a 1 and they played a 16, that was a play-in game. They played at Carver too.
I believe you're correct on this.
Yeah,
and I'm just confirming that now, but I believe you're absolutely correct on that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment that I do think Georgia is scary. Hopefully the home field advantage can pull us through, because I think this team really needs it and really feeds into it. Some of the other teams, it was almost, they were kind of nervous to get out of it, especially after that Creighton game. But I also think it would be really fun, and my hope as an Iowa Hawkeye fan is that we at least get to see Kylie Feuerbach be all elbows and knees and crazy and chase Olivia Miles down the court for TCU. If we can get there, if that can be our season, and who knows how that would turn out, I'd feel like that's pretty successful.
Okay. Yeah, what do you think about a potential Sweet 16 matchup between the Horned Frogs and the Hawkeyes, Kasheen?
I don't like us in that game.
Well, you also picked South Dakota State over Washington, so I'm guessing you really favoring TCU to get out of that section.
I do.
You don't like any of these matchups. You don't like Iowa versus Farley. You don't like Iowa.
Here's the thing. I think FDU, no matter the situation, I think they've had a really good season. I still prefer us. We're definitely in my bracket. It's going to say Iowa. I think we're going to win that. We need to just play basketball personally. I just don't like us against TCU. That's my stopping point from that point.
What do you mean that's your stopping point?
Like in my bracket, it's going to say TCU.
Okay, fine. Because Kayla asked the question, how does Iowa deal with TCU's length and size? I think your answer is...
You know how that goes. We don't do well with length and size. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. All of our offense is in the paint. So anytime we deal with length and size that clogs the paint, we're in trouble. So that's why I don't like TCU. And then on top of that, they have a very dynamic point guard who is damn near a triple-double walking. So I don't like it.
Can I ask a scouting question? Does TCU still feast on the pick and roll? Is that their main action?
Yes.
Okay. And you feel Iowa is length in defending that? How do you think Iowa can defend that?
Well, that depends. I don't know about their other key players. I would probably have to look a little bit more, because I would just not let them use the screen. Honestly speaking, I'd ice the ball screen, because then you get into that pick and roll, and Olivia is so good in her pick and roll. She is her passing is really good. So I would not want her to be in her space like that. So I just wouldn't let her use the ball screen. Make somebody else score.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your insight, and I'm looking forward to it. It looks like the men play Friday and the women will play Saturday, the first game. So
perfect.
They were kind and didn't have to double dip on one day. So.
Best case scenario, Brian, for a number of reasons. From a fan's perspective, in my opinion, I hate playing the Thursday game. I mentioned that when we were talking about the men's bracket, just because if your team loses, to me, it just dampens the mood for the rest of those first 2 days of the tournament, which are the best days in college sports, period. And so I'd rather the men play Friday so I can enjoy Thursday without the possibility of them losing. Same for the women. You get to enjoy the Friday games, and then the women will play Saturday, and they don't have to play the same day. And assuming both teams win, we're going to get 4 straight games of huge games. And that's a big assumption, right? I mean, Iowa especially, but for the men, excuse me. But no, it's going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it. Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Have a great rest of your
Brian.
night.
Yep. Thanks for the call. Brian's a good caller. He's a regular.
He's efficient. I like him.
He is efficient. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Folks, our phone line's open, 515-635-1601, 515-635-1601. And let's see here. There were some really hateful comments right before you hopped on, Kasheen, because we weren't transitioning to the women's show, this women's segment of the show.
Well, what took y'all so long?
The women hadn't been selected yet. What the beast? The women.
Yeah, but I think everybody was expecting you guys to talk about the breakdown like we're doing now as it's happening, like not after the fact. So they were like, "Why are we still talking about the men? The women are on." Like, hello. I think that's what people were talking about because you have like a whole hour in between. So I'm not saying, listen, the men deserve to be talked about, but I know they need to be talked about a whole hour after the show.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine.
I could be wrong. Hey, I don't know.
All right. Mike wants to know, what chances do the Iowa women's team have in the portal with Deal and Waz? Talking about McKenna Velichko.
Oh, they're good. Yeah. Okay.
Finally have multiple 5-star recruits and the team chemistry and atmosphere, NIL money, even though CC is gone, TV money pays. So how much will having two...
asking?
I think he's saying, what's the upside of Iowa in the portal? Like, what's the potential that Iowa women's basketball has in the portal once the season's officially over, given the fact that they're going to have 2 5-star prospects on their roster next year? Does that help or hurt you? It's got to help, right? Because in general, it's going to help. Maybe it doesn't help attract. I don't know, because I kind of think it doesn't really make that big of a difference.
It don't matter at all, in my opinion. It wouldn't matter. It does not matter. I think when someone is looking, someone in the transfer portal is looking to wherever their next home is going to be. 9 times out of 10, they're leaving for reasons of they're not playing or something of that sort. They want, now you do have like a low mid-major who maybe just wants to be high major, although they were playing, something like that. But I think it really just depends on the experience that these kids want to have. Like, that's what I feel like is the driving force outside of money, of course. Money, experience, playing time. Like, that's it. So I think we have a good chance to get what we want. It just really depends on making sure we get the right fit.
And Mike adds, Azzy would be a waste when Dallas needs a big. What is he referring to? We're talking about drafting.
He's talking about WNBA.
Okay. By the way, have you been watching Caitlin and Team USA? I'm assuming you have.
Highlights, not games, but I've watched.
What do you make of the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark stuff?
I think people are just making stuff out of nothing like they always do. So
I will say the little Angel Reese having her hand out and Caitlin turning around, I was like, oh. I did see it. And
I knew as soon as I saw that, I was like, Jesus Christ, now it's going to be this whole thing. Like,
it stood out to me, and I just thought it was interesting. So Mike also wants to know, how do Iowa not avoid South Carolina or UCLA? Caitlin Clark hate runs deep. Is UConn cited yet?
Well, guess what? We on both. We got them both.
What I don't understand what is this question saying?
He's asking, how do we avoid South Carolina and UCLA in the bracket because their hate that started with Caitlin Clark and Iowa runs deep.
Okay.
For example, South Carolina is always going to hate Iowa because it is. So, with or without her here.
Because of this? That's it.
Because of this.
Nicholas says that it's the potential matchup with Arizona State that worries him. That's
I ain't mad at you. I love me some Arizona State. I just don't want to think about it.
So we haven't talked about Arizona State.
Arizona State. I really do. I like their team, their chemistry. I mean, I think they started the season like 15 or something maybe 16. I don't even know, something like that. I like them. I'm just hoping they don't win because I really like them.
By the way, we did just get confirmation. People apologize in advance for doing this, but we did just get confirmation on first round tip times for the Iowa men. They will play on Friday at 6:50 p.m. And that is, I'm trying to confirm if that's Eastern time or Central time. Eastern, 6:50 Eastern. So they will not play at 11:15 like was being reported by some yahoos on social media.
Lovely.
The Iowa men will play at 6:50 Eastern, 5:50 Central time against Clemson in the South region at Benchmark International Arena in Tampa. And then Florida and then the Prairie View A&M Lehigh winner will play after. And the game will be on.
I do think Georgia's going to beat them, though.
You think Georgia will beat either Virginia or Arizona State?
Even if Arizona State wins, I think Georgia's going to beat them. So,
all right, I'm going to need you to do some more in super chat interpreting for me. Mike says, if the Olympics started tomorrow, who is your 12?
He's talking about USA with Caitlin Clark.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I don't need interpreting for that, but who is your 12? Can you run through 12 for Mike? He's done a lot of random
roster. He does. I'd have to look at the roster. I have no idea who's on the roster.
Caitlin Clark is on the roster. Angel Reese is on the roster. Angel Reese. Paige Beckers.
She's on it.
Plum.
She's on it.
Sabrina.
If she's there, she's on it.
Asia.
Well, Asia who? Wilson?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I didn't see her in anything, but yeah.
No, I don't think she's on. I think, is he asking about who's going to, I don't know who, I don't even know who is competing on this, because they got injuries, right? I think he's saying
they did.
If everybody were healthy, who would be your top 12 players from the U.S.? I'm assuming that's what he's
asking. Caitlin Clark, Sabrina Ionescu, Chelsea Gray, Asia Wilson, Brittany Griner, Brianna Stewart,
Plum,
Jackie Young, Aaliyah Boston.
Plum.
I'm at 8, right?
Angel?
No. Let me wait for her. She's going to be my last option. I just got to figure out who else I would put before her first. It's hard not having a list of people, trying to figure all these names out. What are my other post options? I need other post options.
I'm just going to allow. I was just trying to allow the.
I mean, she's probably going to be on it, honestly speaking. Let's be honest. She's probably going to be on it. She is.
Paige Becker.
Oh, Ryan Howard. Absolutely. She's on there.
Ryan Howard. Okay.
She's definitely on there. Absolutely. Fee is on there. I don't like any of those other ones. I don't like Billings like that.
What about Derica Hamby?
I've never been a fan of her, personally speaking, but people love her, so she must be doing something. So I'll throw her on there. Jackie she must be doing something. People love. I already said Jackie Young. She already on there. I'm at 10. No, I'm at 10. I'm not past 12. I'm at 10. I have 2 more spots. Thank you very much.
So Angel's going to be on there, and then
Angel will be on there.
And did you say Nafisa?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I ain't got no choice then.
Angel.
Yeah, sure. I guess I don't have a choice. I said Gray already.
You're not an Angel hater. You just don't.
No, I just feel like, ooh, Kelsey Mitchell. That's a good one. Okay, well, that's it. I like Kelsey. So, yeah, that would be my 12. I mean, Angel will be on there. 18 never plays. Like, if I had a choice, I would flop him out, but I feel like she never plays. But I like AT.
Who's the best? Who's the best international player? in the WNBA?
I don't think international. Jesus.
Because like it's not hard to pinpoint that in the NBA. I'm just curious, who is the best international player in the W? You're going to educate me on this because
I feel like I'm probably going with Gabby Williams.
Okay.
She's French.
Okay.
She's on the France national team. That's who I'm probably going with.
Where are all the Slovenian and
there's not a lot. Here's the thing, y'all gotta understand. They getting paid more money at home. Okay. So why would they come over here? It's in the men's side is reversed. They're getting paid way more money over here than they are at home. So It makes sense to play over here. It's not that way. So we don't have that many overseas players. We have way more Americans than we do overseas. I don't even think we could do a USA versus. We couldn't even do that. We tried.
Megan Gustafson. There's an international player.
Ain't she born here?
She represents Spain, doesn't she?
She's born here.
She represents Spain, doesn't she?
That's because she can't make the USA team. Hell, I would represent a Caribbean team if I could, if we had one.
I might represent like Guam, maybe.
Oh, okay. So what are we saying?
Côte d'Ivoire or something like that. So
when we're saying like USA versus European, we're talking about people who was born there, not like your family is from there, like etc.
Mike says she also said we wouldn't be top 10. I think he's referring to you, so I think he's ripping you.
Okay, Mike.
He's ripping you. That's all right.
I'm pretty sure I've said a lot of accurate things, so I don't even know. Good for them.
All right, folks. Iowa is going to face Farley Dickinson in the first round of the NCAA tournament. That game will be on Saturday, and we're awaiting tip times for the Hawkeyes and the Knights. Call in. Our number is 515-635-1601. I'll also throw the link back up in the chat, but it is pinned in the live chat if you'd like to call in via StreamYard, and it's also listed in our description. I'm a little bit behind on the chat, so prioritizing super chats is always. Bass Fuser says Mike is on a roll today. Yeah, he's on a roll. So, folks,
as long as his comments come with money, I'm good with it.
Hey, keep the super chats rolling in. We appreciate them. But if I'm behind on your, if you had a comment that you wanted posted and you wanted us to discuss, please include it with a super chat. We'll get to it. I promise. Let's see. Do we have the other thing I wanted to get to were the overall seeds, and I don't know if
somebody just put it in the chat. We're 6th overall, second number 2 seed. So who was the first? Just curious. LSU or something?
Peace Love Jen just posted this. That's what I want to grab a list. Let me see if I can do that. We're kind of doing these things on the fly because we were streaming this entire time, but let me see if I can pull the overall seeds now that we have the entire bracket. Okay, according to ESPN, let's see here. I believe this is accurate. Just confirm that this is. I'll make sure he's not. Yes. Okay. UConn, UCLA, Texas, South Carolina in that order, and then Iowa was the number 1 2 seed. Is that what we said?
Oh, why she say no? No, she said number 2 seed. I'm tripping. What did I say? Second number 2 team.
All right, I'm just going. Let's go over to. Maybe this is not accurate. I'm just going by how ESPN lists them. They don't list them with a number. What I'm seeing is Iowa, then LSU, then Michigan, then Vandy. But that can't be right, correct? I mean,
say it again. Iowa, then what?
Iowa, LSU, Michigan, Vandy. That can't be right.
Damn.
That can't be right. There's no way that's correct.
Hey, they was pissed off at Vandy. You know what? That actually makes some sense.
You believe that's the case? Well, I want to know where Peace Love Jen is getting this information, because when I just looked on ESPN, this is what I'm seeing. Let's see here. If we can get a
LSU. I'm getting so many different people. Some people are saying LSU, Iowa, Vandy, Michigan, and then some people are saying Iowa, LSU, Michigan, Vandy. I don't know which one is real. Now the LSU,
Okay.
Iowa, Vandy, Michigan sound more legit than the other one. The other one don't even sound right.
Yeah, because they revealed yesterday the top 16 in alphabetical order, and but they did not. I'm still not seeing anywhere officially listing. Is
Where
it
y'all getting this
possible?
information from? Ryan, where you getting this information from?
Is Ryan in our? Where is Ryan? Does it say is Ryan in our? Okay, so RVGDAS says that's alphabetical. So what I read was alphabetical.
Okay.
So that was from Charlie Cream of ESPN here in the last hour. That's why I read it off that way. So yeah, I still am trying to find some resource that actually gives us official 1 through however many at large there are. It would be great to actually have that information, right? So
yeah, that'd have been nice to at least give us the top 8 people in order. But
I'm not quite sure why that's so difficult to find here. So
like I said, LSU, Iowa, Vandy, Michigan sounds. I could believe that. Sure.
All right, let's see here. Mike's got another one here for us. Messiman is by far the best. Question mark. That's a question.
Okay. She's a great player. You might be right. I mean, she's not really in the league anymore, but okay.
All right, we got James in here. James is going to set us straight.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead, James.
Isn't South Carolina the last 1 seed? Because they listed usually they list them by order, right? So that would make us. Usually they put the first, second seed, the 5 with the last one. If that makes sense.
I'm just trying to
right?
figure out why this is so hard. When I search NCAA,
yeah, but I want to know the order.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, but usually don't they usually put the number 1, 2 seed with the lowest 1 seed?
What I'm saying is, why is it so hard for them to officially list that, just like they do on the men's side? They did that. They showed the overall seed numbers, and they aren't doing that. For some reason, I'm not finding that anywhere with the women's.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying that's how I would go off of it. At least it's usually the last 1 seed gets the highest 2 seed usually, and then vice versa. That's how I kind of would go off it. But I don't know why it doesn't say it, because the men make it way easier.
Right.
We just find the top 16 seeds right off the bat.
Let's see if ChatGPT has an answer for us. Right, AI always is good for us. Resources. Yeah, according to this, yeah, it just gives the top 4. South Carolina being the 4 overall, and then nothing after that. So I don't know. I'd have to look at the criteria, James.
That can't be right, Dan. Because that would mean Michigan was the second 2 seed, and Vandy would be the last one.
Because Michigan,
LSU would be 3rd.
Who is Michigan? What number 1 seed are they with?
Texas.
Yeah, so they'd be the second 2 seed by what the men do. That's how the men do theirs. That's how the men do theirs. I don't know if the women does it the same. That's how the men do theirs.
The criteria is a little bit different. I'd love to be able to not speculate on this in a live show, but my guess is
why they would put Michigan over LSU. That don't even make no sense.
Yeah, my guess is it's done a little bit differently.
They also in women do it like regionally, like they play Iowa games in Iowa City and not like a different location. Like the men do theirs like different locations and not on the campuses, right? So it might be a different way of doing it, if that makes sense. Like you have to find a way to fit Iowa in with the other people, if that makes sense. I don't know how that works, but I'm saying like Iowa men are playing in Tampa. That's not located as like an actual school. You get what I'm saying? Like nobody's hosting that, in the fact of like they do the women. I don't know if that has something to do with it either, though.
Yeah, I think there's a slightly different criteria after the top 4.
Yeah.
Why are you rolling your eyes, Kasheen? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? I want to know what's happening. James, what do you think of the draw?
I mean, obviously, I kind of agree with Kashima. I don't want to see Georgia again. I like to see different teams. It's like me as a coach, like how I don't know if you guys follow Iowa's high school state basketball. How they do it is like the state obviously picks who you play, and we're always like, we don't want to play a conference opponent or somebody we had to play last year. We want to play somebody different every year in the thing, right? Because you get a different look, and they know how to play you, right? So it kind of makes it tougher too, because like that team already knows how to play you in comparison to like you playing somebody who hasn't played you. Yes, they can watch film on you, but they haven't actually played you. You know what I mean? Like, and I know we have some different players, right? Like Chit-Chat's different, right? We're not the same team, but like they still know how to play.
Different. I mean,
yeah.
It's been you're talking
but
about.
They said the same coach is my thing though, right? So like you said the same coaches either way, right? So like you kind of have to go against that person. Not obviously the team is different, but
yeah. So this is just so people are aware. This is the last time Iowa played Georgia, and I mean you can look at that. I know it feels like yesterday, but you can look at the date there, March 19th, 2023. So it's been 3 years. I mean, for perspective, Caitlin Clark and Monica Sonano were on that team. So that's been a while ago. I mean, Molly Davis is coaching for Evansville. Sydney Falter is coaching for Iowa. You know, Kate Martin, Caitlin Clark, all those people are playing in the W. Gabby Marshall's engaged, and McKenna Warnock is in dental school still. I think, but maybe she's not in dental school still. But no, it's been a while. That was a very competitive game. I mean, Kashin, you reflected on that a little bit ago. That was a physical game. You could look at the numbers, and that bears that out. I mean, Iowa, they made 12 threes, which that team just made a ton of threes, but they got killed on the glass, 42-29. And you're minus 13 on the glass in a tournament game. You're cruising for a bruising as far as getting the job done. But they found a way to shoot well enough from three, and Georgia made just 6 threes on that day. So what can you tell us about that style, Kashin? I mean, for people that maybe don't remember that game and haven't watched Georgia much since then.
They're a bunch of Bulldogs on the glass. They get a lot of second chance points. And it's not just their post players, their guards get in there too. Now, the one thing I will say is I do think we are much better at boxing out with this team than we were back then, for sure. I don't know how many times just this year that we've seen box outs where the ball has bounced like once or twice and we're like, get the ball! Because they're boxing out so well. But again, they're very physical. You are going to feel them at the end of the game in every aspect, whether that be you cutting through the lane, whether that be you setting a screen, whatever the case is, you're going to feel them. That's just kind of how they played all the way from when their head coach, Kate, I think her name's Katie, she was coaching at UCF. So that's definitely 100% how they play. And that's how sometimes they're able to wear down on teams.
Just so people are aware, tickets go on sale at 9 a.m. tomorrow. A limited number of tickets will be released through the University of Iowa, and adults are going to be paying $90 face value for these tickets, and for youths, the price will be $55. And again, limited number of tickets. I'm sure ticket prices will also fluctuate on third-party sites, but University of Iowa was saying that those tickets will go on sale starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Anything else?
No. Also, you were talking about the first 4 games.
Yeah.
Are those games played, like, isn't the first 4 for this game played at Iowa? Like, I didn't know they were played at neutral location. I thought they played at where their school is played at. So, like, if they play Iowa or if they play Georgia, who plays Iowa, isn't it played at Iowa or is it played at neutral location?
Correct. Nope. They're going to be played on the university campus. Yeah. So that's a good question. Like the $90 price, that's for opening rounds. So what I'm seeing is you get access to both games, I shouldn't say both games, but well, I don't want to be misquoted here, but let me go ahead and share. We got Britt Prince, who's in the queue, wants to get in here, so we're gonna get her in here as well. But let me pull up the.
And I didn't really watch the selection show because I was on with you guys. Where's Oklahoma at?
They have a
on
potential,
our side of the bracket.
yeah, they have
I
a
just
potential
wondered
matchup with Michigan State in the second round.
because they have obviously their coach has Iowa ties, and they have a
Yep.
girl who I played football with her brother in high school, and then I see Murray State was what 12.
Yes.
Play Maryland, right? Yeah.
With,
Okay.
Yep, 5 seed Maryland.
Those are the only other two I really have connections with. So those were the two I was interested in.
So $90 session tickets. So again, what I'm assuming here. What's interesting though is REM Properties in the chat says these are session tickets, but when I see, let me just confirm this. So I'm assuming these are $90 per session then, right? Prices for the first and second round. So yeah, you buy. I don't know what if first round tickets would include tickets to the first 4 game. If that's the case, that's a pretty good deal. $90 and you get to watch both first round games plus the first 4 games. I'm not gonna, everybody in the chat seems to know better than I do, so just you guys go figure it out. I'm not gonna try to talk through it because everybody in the chat, no, that's not what it is. No, it's this. No, it's that. Those aren't the overall seeds. Those are alphabetical order. It's like whatever. Oh my gosh. All right, James. Anything else, sir?
No, but I'll let you get on to next callers. It's just good to see both of them back in for both. Obviously, the women's have been in for the last couple of years, but it's good to get both the men and the women in at the same time, so you can have vested interest in both, and they play on 2 different days, so that also makes it easier too, so you can watch both games and not have to worry about trying to scramble. Especially you don't have to worry about trying to scramble. You have 2 days, one day to do one day to do the other, which helps you. But
yeah, absolutely, I'm happy about that. So if they play all 4 days, that's good news for Iowa fans.
Yeah, but enjoy your night and go Hawks.
Okay, James, thank you. Mike with the super chat. She's in the league. Malonga has the highest ceiling. Liberty bought Messiman for the second half of the season.
So she wasn't in the league until the second half of the season. I do agree with the Malonga, though.
I'm just reading you the super chat, Cash. It just
it came with money, so I responded.
Hey, this user wanted me to correct me that it's not Farley Dickinson, it's Fairleigh Dickinson. So my apologies to Fairleigh Dickinson. ZJ, I know Fairleigh, I believe. I don't know.
Who cares? Anyways,
I don't really care. I can just call him FDU. That's fine too.
Here you go.
ZJ says, I know I posted at the beginning of this entire stream, so if it got answered, I apologize. Is Iowa getting a top 27 recruit coming for a visit this week, as there were rumors? Yeah, I don't know. I saw that earlier, that comment, ZJ. I have not heard anything official on that. I've been obviously I've been in Chicago following the men's team. Would have to, I guess, check with people who are on the beat on the recruiting side of things. But it would be an excellent weekend to get recruits in there, Cash. If you get them in for an NCAA tournament weekend. I don't know if Iowa's done that a lot.
If I'm not mistaken, you cannot give tickets to that, though. Unless the rules have changed. They can come, but you can't provide tickets to them.
What do you mean you can't provide tickets? What?
So, like, for example, if a player, a recruit comes on an unofficial visit, because that's really what it is. When anybody comes to campus, doesn't matter what it is. They come for an unofficial visit, you can provide them tickets to the game. You can give them tickets to the game unofficially. But when you have a postseason game, you're not allowed to do that because it gives you an edge against other teams. So you weren't allowed to. They can still come, but they got to pay for the home ticket.
Mike says, can Flaugier drop to Toronto?
So what pick is that?
I don't know. I don't know.
She's had a little underwhelming season. She's been very up and down. Like, she's had really good games, and then she's had, like, disappearing games. So I think she can go as high as a team that actually needs her, but can also drop as well.
Looks like
Now,
Toronto.
all of that can be changed by this here NCAA tournament. If she shows out and does what she's been capable of doing consistently during the how many ever games she has left, that changes things for her. And I know she knows that.
Awa Pham is projected to be the top player off the board. A big from
That's
Spain.
somebody from not here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
And Olivia Miles to the Lynx, Azzy Fudd to the Storm. I'm just looking at a mock draft here that was posted earlier this week. Lauren Betts potentially to the Mystics. Kiki Rice potentially to the Sky. And then Flaugier possibly to Toronto. Dania is it Latson or Lotson?
Latson.
To the Fire. And then
The who?
To the Portland Fire.
Oh yeah, they are in there now.
Expansion team, right?
Mm,
and then the Golden State Valkyries, Nell Angloma from France.
You know what happens is these players always get drafted and I feel like they never play. But keep going.
Gabriella Hawkeyes to the Mystics, and then to round out the top 10, I'm seeing Raven Johnson.
To where?
To the Fever. And then I'm seeing Marta Suarez to the Mystics, Gianna Neepkins to the Sun.
How many post players are the Mystics gonna draft?
And then Cody McMahon to the Dream, Ayana Martin from Spain to the Seattle Storm, Medina Akot to the Sun, and that's the end of this mock draft. That's your top 15. So I've been told that it's Fairleigh Dickinson. So Mike adding this super chat. Pham or Betts would be the best bet for Dallas.
Pham
is that first girl that's from where did I say she was from? Where did I say she was from?
In Dallas? Huh?
Where did I say she was from?
I don't remember. Spain, I think you said.
The first one. Yeah, I think you're right. Spain. Yeah, she's from Spain. Awa Pham. So, anyways.
It would be fun to have with the Fever. I know AB would love that.
You think she would love that?
Of course AB would love that.
Oh,
that's her
you're talking about Raven Johnson.
Yeah.
You're talking about Pham. I thought you were talking about Awa.
Raven Johnson would love that.
All right, we've got Britt Prince in the chat, but we can't get Britt Prince on because she does not have her device connected. So Britt, log out, log back in, get your device connected so we can add you in. Yes, it's not really Britt Prince. It's our other Brit, but I like to refer to her as Britt Prince because there's very few Brits in the world. Britt, welcome.
Hello. I didn't know if you guys got the answer to your second seed question and why they were laid out the way they were.
No.
Okay. So
officially,
we don't even know how they're laid out.
On the women's side, you cannot have top 4 conference finishers in the same bracket. So South Carolina and Texas could not be with LSU and who was the other one I'm missing here? Oh gosh.
Vanderbilt.
Who was the other? Vanderbilt, yeah. So they couldn't play them because they've all finished top 4 and they can't play in each other's region, which is why UCLA could not be with Michigan or Iowa. I don't know if it's a thing on the men's side, but it's been on a thing on the women's side for years.
Okay. So really, there are no overall seeds. Is that what you're telling me?
So you won't get an overall ranking like you do on the men's side because on the women's side they have to keep because traditionally, like the SEC, the Big Ten, bring 10 plus teams, and so there's a lot of.
Somebody in the chat says it's the same thing on the men's side. So my question then is, why do we get an overall seed list on the men's side and not on the women's side?
I don't know. The women's side's weird like that. Huh. They always have been. And then I have a question for Cash. Yeah. Because personally, I'm looking forward to this matchup because I enjoy watching Audie Crooks play, but I'm not her biggest fan. So I want to know how many circles Sarah Strong is going to run around her when they play in the round of 32.
You know what? For Audie's sake, I hope she loses the first game
That's where I'm
because
at.
old girl can't guard her shadow if it ain't on the block. So I don't know how the heck she's going to guard
Because
Sarah
that's who she match
Strong.
up with, right?
That's I don't know who else she's gonna match up with.
Okay. When I saw that come out,
they're gonna be playing zone. That's what they're gonna be doing. Because there's no way.
Can I ask?
There's no way she's guarding Sarah Strong.
Not to interject here. I know this is more of a big picture question. I'm sure I've asked it before, and Britt, I promise I'll get back to you. I just want to know, what can Audie do in the offseason with 1 year of eligibility left? What can she do in the offseason to become a legitimate WNBA prospect? Because there's no way that she's going to be able to play in that league being as immobile as she is. Can you give us what can she do in the offseason besides just lose weight? I know that sounds bad, but
she needs to go somewhere else. She needs to go play for a different coach. And that's
but what does that do? That doesn't do anything to her physical limitations unless you're implying
what though? I don't think she has physical limitations to a degree. I think she's lazy.
So I'm just asking you.
That's what I think.
This is going to sound very uncomfortable to some people, but is it or is it not true that if she was a little lighter, she would be able to move more on her feet, be quicker on her feet, etc.? Is that wrong of me to say?
That's the thing. I don't think that her weight is her problem. I think she is lazy, and I don't think that they pushed her to play. Have you watched? I remember you sent me that clip. That had nothing to do with her size. It had nothing to do with how quick she was or not quick she was. She was flat out lazy. And that is the problem. Because she's not actually being forced to play basketball for a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah.
She's not trying to do that. In the WNBA, you have no choice.
And the only games that I've seen her play quick in are against Iowa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
think there's extra motivation there.
Maybe, but I also we've talked about this. I don't think Iowa attacked her correctly. Like, even if she's moving her feet as well as she can, I still think she's limited because of her size. Right? It's no different than like Josh Ogundele at Iowa. Like, he was a bigger guy, and if you could get him
pretty
out,
light on her feet, personally. I think she's light on her feet. I do think that her cardio and stamina needs to.
It's her lateral quickness that's the problem. Her lateral quickness, there is none. Like, if you ask her to move from right to left, she has a pair of concrete cinder blocks on her feet.
Real quick, Dwayne Lang brings it up in the chat. Like, Charles Barkley has been on the record talking about how he had to lose weight and he was lazy in college. And he's called out Zion Williamson over the years for being overweight and lazy. Those two things sometimes are synonymous, Kasheen, but sometimes it's taboo.
Zion Williams had to lose weight because Zion Williams cannot, he was going to be injury prone. That was his problem. You can't have that much weight and be that explosive. There's going to be a problem, like, immediately. If he was a post player of some sort, like, not a post, you're like, okay, fine. But because he was so explosive, that extra weight is going to carry injuries, which is why he was injured for the first however long he was injured for. And then once you start to lose weight, you're able to be more mobile in that aspect. I think, yes, does she need to lose weight? Yes, of course. She needs to, her stamina needs to be better, period. I don't care. Her stamina needs to be better because you can't be playing 2.5 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever the case is. Now, has it gotten better since her freshman year? Yes, it has. Because my girl was like 1.5 minutes and she had to come out. But
I would love for her to transfer to Iowa. I would love that. Okay. I don't think that's not going to happen, but I just want to make clear, I'm not trying to rip on Audie Crooks. I think she's an unbelievable talent. But my point is, just like any athlete, men's or women's, weight is a big thing. You have to be the right playing weight, whether you're talking about football, basketball, tennis, like, just go down the list. You have to be the right. I don't think she's quite at the right playing weight.
I have a question, though. Without Audie Crooks being the size she is, right? Let's say she loses weight. How effective does she become?
I don't think she has to lose a lot of weight. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I think it's maybe you lose, 15 pounds or so, and that makes you a little bit quicker.
15 that's it for me. I don't know if you go any more than that.
So that's a good conversation to have. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having it. I think it's a fair sports conversation. But Britt, are you still playing the game with no ponytail?
Yeah.
Hey, how did your Huskers get in the field? I was shocked by that.
I was that was my surprise too. But I think that just comes from having the Big Ten gauntlet or an SEC gauntlet. Like on the women's side, you're always going to get that.
Yeah, I mean the committee obviously did the Big Ten some favors. I don't know if we I'm afraid to even search these things, but I'd like to look at the.
They had 12 in. I think the SEC had 10.
So the Big Ten had 10.
The first 4 out.
I don't know who the first 4 out were, but I know the Big Ten ended up with 12, and I think the SEC had 10.
Looks like the first 4 out were considered to be, I don't know that they actually announced this, but what I'm seeing is BYU, North Dakota State, Mississippi State, and Stanford. And then next 4 out, A&M, Utah, Kansas, and Columbia.
So they had Stanford in the first 4 out?
That's what I'm seeing.
Oh.
So,
I mean, of those 4, I see why Nebraska got in.
I agree.
Over those 4.
Yeah, I'm what I am seeing. This is from the official March Madness women's basketball account: BYU, North Dakota State, Utah, and A&M.
Okay.
Do you disagree with any of that bubble conversation? Or you're kind of getting into the weeds when we start talking about resumes and whatnot, Kasheen?
No, I mean, I guess if that's the group, then yeah, I see why Nebraska got in. Now, I guess I would be more shocked that there's 12. Wow. 12 Big Ten versus 10 SEC. But I guess, I mean, SEC is the best conference as far as like teams, but I'm still like, wow. I mean, I guess we had a better middle section.
I was going to say, I think the SEC is always a little bit more top heavy.
Or just top heavy.
Big Ten runs, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing, if I'm not mistaken, 10 for the men. I saw that graphic earlier. 10 for the men, if you have to count them up, and then 12 for the women. But obviously, Nebraska's playing in the first 4. And who's their first 4 opponent?
Richmond?
Who?
Nebraska. Is it Richmond? I'm talking about Nebraska.
Oh, yes, it's Richmond.
Yeah, it is Richmond. And then the winner of that will play Baylor. And I could, frankly, like, Baylor's a really weird team. Kasheen. Don't you think they're
elaborate, Corey?
Well, don't you think they're a little hard to read? Is what I'm saying. Don't you think they're a hard team to read?
I think they've been up and down quite a bit.
Yes,
they have. They've been all over the place all year.
By the way, Mike says that they need a big in Dallas.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
And then Mike also said he would draft Pylon before Crooks.
I'm not about that, but
super chats get read as long as they're not vulgar or whatever. So, anyways, Brett, anything else for us?
No, that was it. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you for being here, Brett. All right. Let me see. Yeah, what did you think about this comment? If Iowa State played UConn, would Crooks guard Sarah Williams and then Addie Brown guard Strong? Even that's going to be a hard guard for.
Even that's a hard guard.
Yeah.
Because Addie Brown is like a guard. Like, I mean, she's a. Yeah, I ain't got nothing for you.
What about a Kimba Wale for Syracuse, who's 6'5", matching up against Audie Crooks?
I mean, I think Syracuse that's going to be a good game to watch. And on top of that, we all know, even with Brown in the lineup, they struggled this year, like in general. So much so people was like, when is he going to be on the hot seat? So I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be a good challenge no matter what. trying to figure out if I've seen her against like tall, height. I don't know. Maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. I don't typically watch Iowa State, honestly speaking, unless they're playing Iowa. So I don't really want to watch them.
I'm just looking here. So that's interesting. I'm looking at, ironically enough, I've went down the rabbit hole enough that I've just circled back to Wikipedia now.
Yeah, why?
Well, Wikipedia actually has more helpful information on their 2026 NCAA women's basketball page than other websites that I've found. So, kind of a good resource if you're curious. So yes, Iowa and Fairleigh Dickinson.
Fairleigh Dickinson. Yeah, FDU.
VMS, I am like Ron Burgundy. I will read anything on the teleprompter as long as it's super chat.
As long as they got some money attached to it.
As long as we make $1.30 off that Mike Nunn $2 super chat. As long as I make $1.20, hey, I'm gonna read it, right? You know, that's YouTube, right?
Hey, Corey, you're a cheap date.
Oh, thank you very much.
Anywho, $1.30, guys, and Corey is reading whatever you want him to read, okay? But either way, we'll take it. The most fun second round matchup might be Jelani. Oh, Kayla!
And Hannah Hidalgo in the second round.
Kayla
So,
Bianchi. Oh, yeah. Go to that. I can't wait for that. Woo! Where is that at?
Where is that at?
Ohio
Where's
State.
Ohio State?
Right there.
Here it is.
Ohio State. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We didn't see that. We didn't see that Notre Dame Ohio State matchup potentially when we first went through
Leave
this.
it up to Kayla to see it.
I didn't see that. Yeah. That's interesting. What would your thoughts be on Cambridge
Oh my
versus-
gosh, that would be so much fun. Now, what I will say is that I'm definitely giving Hannah the nod because she is an animal on the defensive end. Jelani is great offensively, but I wouldn't say she's an animal on the defensive end. So that's going to be two juggernauts. But, I always tip my hat to the defensive side of things. So, but that is going to be,
What was that?
Matchup.
Okay. So I have no idea what just happened with your audio, with your internet, but the sound that just came out of your device is I don't know what to make of it. So hopefully you're okay, Cash. Because like I said, the sound I'm not quite sure if you're physically okay, but hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Mike says, do you think if USA and Indiana keep pushing Caitlin Clark to the 3 spot, does she leave Indiana for a team that plays her game? For a team that plays her game. Okay. I guess I'll have to ask Kasheen this question. Kasheen, we're going to try to get her audio and her video fixed here in just a second, and we'll come back to that in just a minute. Okay, folks, if you're just tuning in here, we're in hour 4. We just entered hour 4 of our broadcast. So stay tuned. We will continue our coverage here at least over the next 20 to 30 minutes. It's a great time to call in if you want to get in line. Looks like we've cleared our queue of calls. So the number is 515-635-1601. 515-635-1601. You can also call by means of StreamYard. And again, we're going to try to get Kasheen back in here in just a second. Brandon wants to know about the blizzard going on in Iowa. Last I checked, the blizzard was still going. It wasn't too bad here in central Iowa, but sounds like a lot worse for our friends up in northern Iowa. We got Kasheen back. Kasheen, are you doing okay? All right.
Good old Charlotte.
I just want to make sure because you made a weird noise and then you were gone. So
I don't know what happened. Internet, of course. But I had to switch to internet.
Mike wants to know, do you think, by the way, it's the Canadian money, so maybe it might not even be a full dollar.
Oh, dang.
$2 super chats in there. But he adds to this $5 super chat. Do you think if USA and Indiana keep pushing CC to the 3 spot, Does she leave Indiana for a team that plays her game?
Well, first of all, why do you think they're pushing her to the 3 spot?
Yeah. I guess Team USA.
I don't think anybody's pushing her to the 3 spot, but I mean, Indiana is her team, so I doubt that.
Yeah.
And the USA part, they just got a lot of different pieces. Like there's multiple people that can play multiple positions. So that's why you want your best 5 on the floor, whatever that looks like. So that may be what you're seeing.
Christopher says, curious if y'all think we will see Kylie step up and play well in this tournament, give us any help on offense. I hope she passes better into the post and also shoots threes, pump fakes, and gets layups. That's a fair estimation, a fair expectation or hope that a super senior will step up, kind of like Gabby Marshall did in big moments. And frankly, how Taylor McCabe was stepping up offensively before she went down with an injury. I think that's the most disappointing part of this whole situation right now, Kasheen, is you wish that Taylor McCabe, given her prowess from behind the 3-point arc, was around, because I feel like this would be her tournament, like kind of like it was Gabby Marshall's tournament, really her last 2 seasons in March. But this was Taylor's time to make her mark shooting the basketball. And so it's unfortunate. So maybe the buck goes to Kylie, who's also going to be their primary backcourt defender.
My hope for Kylie, I mean, just solely because this is her last go around. I always want to see seniors play well, because again, these are your last games. They're very emotional, best times of your life. So no matter what, I want to see her play well, and I hope that she does, for the sake of not only her memories, but also for the team's sake. Because if she does play well, that gives us another offensive threat. So overall, I do hope that she does play well.
All right, we got Peace Love Jen here with us. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Hi, Corey and Kasheen. How are you guys doing? I just wanted to let you guys know that the Field of 68, the ranking is actually available on the Twitter account for March Madness women's basketball. So that's where I got the specific numbers from.
What was it again?
So on the March Madness of women's basketball Twitter, they basically have the Field of 68 rankings, and so Iowa is ranked 6th. But it seems like as mentioned by a previous caller, it seems like the seeding is not really matching, probably because of maybe those conference rankings. But LSU's number 5, number 6 is Iowa, Vanderbilt is 7, Michigan, etc.
So that was posted. Thank you for letting us know that. I'm just seeing this. It was posted 45 minutes ago. When were we talking about that? Was it after that was posted? Why was it so difficult for me to just do a basic Google search and not be able to find that? And then I asked AI to try to find it for me, and AI didn't know. I guess that's my fault for not being as smart as you and going to the March Madness website or the March Madness Twitter page. So yeah, let's let me pull that up here while you're on the line. We can look at exactly what she's talking about, Kasheen. So here is the official rankings, if you're curious. And again, there's that other criteria that she brought up too, that may affect the overall seed line. So am I fair, and maybe you know this, or Kasheen, you can answer this, or maybe this is a question only the committee can answer. If I was listed as the overall 6th seed or 6th best team in the field, the only 2 seed ahead of them would be LSU. My guess is that these are the true rankings, right? Like these are not, because and maybe that, again, I'm 4 hours into this and we're fried, but under normal circumstances, the second best 2 seed would not get the number 4 overall. The number 5 overall would get the number 4 overall, right? Didn't we establish that?
Yeah, but I think they had to do it that way because of that rule.
Right.
So I think
these are the true rankings, is my point.
Right. You've got Texas, South Carolina, LSU, Vanderbilt. That's 4. Right there. So you got to kind of play around with that. I mean, you've got how many? 3 Big Ten schools. That's wow. and then UConn is just hanging out in the abyss over there. But yeah, that makes it tough because you do have to be strategic based off of the rule. But I do think that this is probably what it should have been as far as like first seed, second seed, third seed, like that scenario. But because of that rule, they had to play around with who plays who. And I agree with it. This makes sense. Michigan would have been fourth for me. Vanderbilt would have been, this makes sense. I didn't know LSU, Iowa, I thought would have been switched, but I'm not mad that it's that way.
So 7 of the top 20 overall seeds are from the Big Ten. Those are pretty good numbers, right, Cash? I mean,
yeah, surprisingly, yes.
I guess I'd have to count up what the numbers are for the SEC. So Texas, South Carolina, LSU. So I mean, there's Vanderbilt, Oklahoma. That's 5, right?
Kentucky, Ole Miss.
Okay, so they got 7 too, right? Unless I miscounted there, they got 7. So 14 of the top 20 come from either the SEC or the Big Ten. And that shouldn't really surprise us, but I mean, 12 teams in, and then those 12 teams, of those 12, 11 of those 12 Big Ten teams that got in, 11 of the 12 were in the top 33. USC, and then there was a bit of a gap between USC and Nebraska. They were part of the Final Four in. So, no, that's good stuff. Thanks for that insight. Peace, love, Jen. There was a lot of information.
So wait a minute. Based off of this, FDU is the top 15 seed?
No, what are you looking at? What are you looking at?
FDU is 59, Jacksonville 60, High Point is 61, and Holy Cross is 62.
What's your point?
No, I'm just saying. Like, FDU is technically the top 15 seed if we're going to go all the way that far. You know?
Oh, yeah.
They're the top 15 seed.
Yes.
So there's 6 16 seeds, right? Or correct?
Technically, because of the play-ins.
And so you accounted for that. There's 6 16 seeds. Yeah, you're right. Wow, how did you do that math so quickly in your head?
At first I thought you were saying 15 overall, and I was so confused that I was like,
yeah, that's what I thought she meant.
You know, I got an Iowa education. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what you do when you leave Minnesota. You come to Iowa for that Iowa.
to get that Iowa education. I sure did.
Hey, just a quick note while I'm thinking of it. I hope everybody makes sure before the night is over to join our bracket pool for the men and the women. They're both linked in our description. Cash, it's always a fun time. You always enter your brackets. You'll do the men's bracket as well, right?
I will. You know what's funny is I was laying on the couch and I clicked the button and then I didn't do nothing with it. So
right.
I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna do it.
You know how to find it. And Drill MVP confirms FDU is the best 15 seed according to the committee. So
solid. Good
stuff. No, that's interesting. I'll have to do more research on Farley Dickinson. Honestly, Kasheen, I'm not saying you're full of crap, but
you know what? When I told you about the other one, Fairleigh, is it Fairleigh?
Fairleigh Dickinson.
The other one though, not the Fairleigh Dickinson, the regular one.
Holy Cross. What are you talking about?
Fairfield.
Okay.
And everybody was like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And everybody did their research, and they're like, "Oh."
But there's a big difference here, all right? And I just want to make something very clear.
Agree.
Fairfield, where are they ranked? Here, Fairfield
is 41.
That's a big difference between 41 and 59. And let me just add something else. You made a comment to me about Fairleigh Dickinson. Well, they're not the same team now as they were then. They have just to make sure we're very clear, Fairleigh has done absolutely nothing to prove that they
besides win their conference. That's it.
Besides win their horrid conference. Besides winning a horrifically bad conference. Okay.
Agreed. That's why they're a 15 seed.
I know, but I'm simply
they just happen to be the best 15 seed.
Right. But
counts for something, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. When we're talking about viability, not only playing a 2 seed, but having to go in the women's game, going on the road and playing that 2 seed. What I see from Fairleigh Dickinson's schedule, I got to look at Purdue, I got to look at Notre Dame, and I got to look at Rutgers. And let me test my quick math. let's see, they lost by 46 to Notre Dame, lost by 19 to Purdue, lost by 10 to Rutgers. So what is that? 29 plus 46. So what is that? 75. So they lost those 3 games by a combined 75 points, and they have no other games that they even played against a high major team. That team, just on paper, I have no fear going into that first game. No fear at all. And I don't know how you could possibly argue that there should be concern there.
I always got fear. It's
there's gonna be some. It's March Madness.
I'm always fearful of March Madness. I'm always over
You
there.
never know what will happen. So
you
right.
you don't ever know what will happen. But
Caitlin
can I
Clark
just
lost to freaking Creighton, for God's sakes?
But
like,
yes. However, that was a second round game.
It doesn't matter. I'm always terrified.
Well, it does matter because Creighton's in the Big East, not the NEC.
Listen, I am all. If you know what, let me not put that on the universe. Never mind. I'm not gonna say
Purdue and Rutgers are horrible.
Terrible. And I'm not saying that. I do not disagree. All I'm saying is I am always terrified for March Madness because no matter the situation, people play desperate at the end of the season. And it makes it harder. So, and I know how terrible Iowa can play. We all do. We've seen it a few times. So, like,
like when I watched West Virginia play in that second round when Caitlin was playing, very nerve-wracking. I went to that game.
Sure, Georgia. Same thing with Georgia, right?
Yeah, terrified. Like, there's no way we shouldn't have been worried in any of them games.
Right. I'm just simply saying there's a cataclysmic difference between.
I don't disagree, and I'm 90% fine.
There's a cataclysmic difference between those teams in the first round and the teams in the second round.
Agreed. I'm 90% fine.
If I was going to be here arguing for the case of Fairleigh Dickinson, I would say, okay, what you said is true.
I would just say FDU because I can't take you saying Fairleigh.
All right. Well, we can FDU. If I was arguing for FDU, I would say yes. They played a few teams early in the schedule, but since they lost those games, they lost just one game since. They literally rattled off 30 straight wins or something close to that. Or 28 of their final 29, I think, if I'm doing the math correctly. And if you look at a lot of these results, I will say this, they're playing nobody. Like, I don't even know what this means. What is this school right here? What is that?
I don't know.
Like, is that a planet? Is that a mineral? I mean, I feel like something on the periodic table. I have no idea what that is. Okay. And they had that loss to Binghamton, but I will give them credit for something. They were destroying everybody in their path. I mean, if you look at the scores, they held St. Francis to 28 at St. Francis. Can you imagine being held to 28 points at home, Kasheen?
No.
And they held Wagner to 46. They held Lemoyne to 41. All these teams the 20s, 30s, and 40s. So if there's a case to be made, and then they held St. Francis to 39 later in the season.
You know what would be nice?
Yes.
If for us to get like a little, like beat them by the same amount we got our butts beat by UCLA. I would love that.
Beat them by 50?
Yeah, beat them by 50. That would be fantastic.
I don't think that will happen only because I think when they get up by 25, if Jan is thinking clearly, she will put in people that will not have the ability to run the score.
To be up 50. Man, that's first of all, that says a lot about our bench. If you feel that way, Corey.
No, it's just a fact. It's just a fact. It's not how I feel. This isn't how I feel. These are.
Oh my God.
Ursina. Is it Ursinus or is it your sinus? Your sinus.
It doesn't matter.
But apparently they're a D3 school. So
yeah, they're.
I knew it had to be something like that. For you to score 19 points is crazy in a whole 40-minute game.
This poor caller, she called in and gave great information, and then we've just left her on the line.
You guys
are good. I was trying to look up more information about this school, but
you were trying to find out about your sinus?
Yeah, but it looks like in 1867, members of the German Reformed Church began plans to establish a Christian college, and the founders hoped to establish an alternative to the seminary at Mercersburg, Pennsylvania, a school they believed to be increasingly heretical to the traditional Reformed faith. I'm trying to see if I can find why this school was called this. So it was named after this guy named Zacharias, I guess Ursinus, I don't know, a 16th century German theologian and figure in Protestant Reformation.
Where is this school located?
It's in Pennsylvania.
Okay. There's a lot
College.
of schools in Pennsylvania. Interesting.
Yeah. 750 is crazy. Anyway, moving on from that school.
Yeah, from Ursinus. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just decided to come on because I was trying to flag your attention in the comments, and I don't feel like it was working. So I was like, I guess I'm going to hop on StreamYard, but I was like not presentable for video. So
yeah, you're good. Always appreciate when someone does that, and you're
You've
someone
been great.
We recognize your name from the chat, so don't be a stranger to calling in.
Of course. Also, the Gen stands for Geneva, if you were curious, but that's what
I will try to remember that because it's
okay if you don't, but
no, I appreciate that. It's much better than calling you by your username. So
yeah, I've had that username forever. So, but yeah.
Well, thank you for calling in, Jen. We'll talk to you again here soon.
All right, sounds good. Hope you both.
I didn't do that. She did that to herself.
I was about to say, damn. Corey ready to get up out of here.
I promise I did not do that. Not do that. Right? She's
all
like,
right.
Maybe she
We'll take your word for it.
Look at this. Richard says your sinus is in Lucy Olson's town.
That's fun.
That's crazy. That's some crazy stuff right there. Okay, let's add Tim into the mix. Tim, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
All right, let me get my thinking cap on. Hold on, Tim. Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say I actually like our bracket that we're in, especially I think we got the easiest Sweet 16 matchup out of any other 2 seed with possibly playing TCU or Washington. So that was a good thing. I also feel like I know we talked about those Caitlin Clark days, but I feel like this team is actually more capable of handling a Georgia or a Wisconsin because of the way they play. Caitlin Clark teams wasn't physical. They weren't really like rebounders. But this Iowa team actually depends on physicality and defense. So I think that actually helped us not have so many heart attacks in those games.
Okay.
This time around.
Can you just maybe, Cash, you can give me some insight because you mentioned Arizona State earlier. What can you tell us about Virginia, Arizona State play style wise? Because Tim's talking about the physicality of like a Georgia and reflecting on that matchup a few years ago. If they were to get the 10 there, if it's Virginia or Arizona State, how do those two teams play?
I have not watched Virginia this year. I think I watched two games at Arizona State. Arizona State is very free flowing in their offense, which is also what makes them hard to guard. In that aspect, they have a lot of read offense, if that makes sense. So I think that is what makes them fun to watch, in my opinion. I don't know much about Virginia other than they have the Johnson kid, who's a great player in that aspect. But it should be a good matchup either way, I think. Yeah. I do agree with Tim, kind of like I was saying before about the Caitlin Clark team having issues with rebounding versus the team now. It's a much better rebounder boxing out team scenario. So I do agree with him on that aspect.
Tim, I like to ask fans this. I don't always think about it, but you brought up the game 3 years ago. Were you an Iowa fan then?
Yeah.
So how long did you grow up an Iowa fan, or did you convert with Caitlin's?
I've always been an Iowa football fan because I'm a Steelers fan. So, and they kind of replicate as the defensive black and yellow blue collar style. So,
yeah, okay.
But when I seen like Kathleen Doyle and stuff, that's when I became an Iowa fan, and Caitlin Clark committed, and then I was like,
hey, if you have any ties prior to the Caitlin Clark era, then you're an OG in my book. So Kathleen Doyle's somebody that probably doesn't get enough credit for how good she was. One Big Ten player year and was a.
It's like we don't talk about her like she ain't winning it. It's the most bizarre thing on planet Earth.
I think it's because she wore number 22, and then so number 22 kind of overlapped number 22.
Did she wear 22? She wore 22? Kathleen Doyle did?
I don't know. I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Iowa had so many Big Ten players of the year during that stretch. What, Megan Gustafson twice, Kathleen Doyle, and then Caitlin Clark. Like, how many straight years did she get it? So, I mean, that's crazy when you think about it. Did Monica?
I think it might have been 2, but
Sonano never won it, right? Because of Caitlin. If she's maybe she would have won it had Caitlin not been there, but
right.
And then not long before Megan Gustafson was Sam Logic who won it, correct? Didn't she win?
No, I don't think she won Big Ten Player of the Year.
She never won Big Ten Player of the Year?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll look that up.
I could be wrong, but
anything else, Tim?
I'll just say we just gotta hopefully this UCLA game open our eyes and tell us that the next time we lose, if we do lose, it gotta be competitive, because this year when we've lost games, it's like we knew we were losing those games before the game even ended. And we just cannot have that, because we're a better team than that. And we just got to play with intensity and knock down shots. And again, our guards got to knock down shots. And our seniors cannot be the worst players on the floor at all. Not at one point through this tournament if we want to go where we want to go.
Absolutely, Tim. They're gonna have to bring it physically. I don't know that it's going to make a difference against Fairleigh, but if they struggle with physicality against Georgia or Virginia or Arizona State, probably not because they don't obviously have the offense that they had a few years ago to go up against the South Carolina. So you're not going to be able to totally match a South Carolina's physicality, but you better be bringing it. Cash, that's got to be a focus, I would think. I mean, I know they've been focusing on themselves since the end of the Big Ten women's basketball tournament, and now you're focusing on your scout for Fairleigh, and you know, the coaches will be looking at all three of those other possible teams in the second round. But don't you think, to Tim's point, like the physical aspect of that draw, the bracket, what they could see in the second round, even in the Sweet 16, even to the Elite 8, has got to be a focus. How do you replicate that level of physicality and get your girls ready for that?
So first things first, yes, I think that obviously it was much needed for them to, one, take a break, right? They've been going nonstop, and right before the tournament is a time for them to just take a break, get healed up, and then work on themselves and just get back into the groove of who they are. Now that you're finally able to get a face with a name, a team to focus on, kind of that scenario, then now the excitement starts to build. And now practices have been intense, I'm sure of it, because it always is. Going into the NCAA tournament, you're just more so working on you instead of somebody else. So that's always been the case. But now that you have something to go on, I think that moving forward, they are now not only looking forward. Now, the players do not know this, okay? The coaches for the next, they play when, Saturday?
Yes.
They're still not working on FDU yet. They are still working on themselves. However, what they will see in practice are specific drills and things that they need to work on for the road ahead of them. So, for example, who could they play? They could play TCU. They could play Georgia. They could play whatever. What are some of those teams? What do they do? What do we need to look forward to? Those are the times that you kind of work on that for the next 2 days before you have to get into the scout of FDU, because you're only going to have a day or so to kind of work on the next group. So you want to work that in now. So I think that's probably what they're going to be doing, but it's not hard. It should not be hard to get yourself going and or ready to go for the March Madness. The excitement's already there. It's March Madness, baby. On top of that, they put that nice big old sticker on your court that makes you know that you're here and it's time to go.
Tim, anything else?
I have one more thing. I don't know if anybody cleared this up, but the rumored visitor this weekend is Kalina Smith, and I'm pretty sure you guys know who she is because she just beat McKenna Willishko in the Open Division Championship game, and that would be huge for our program. And when you talk about a program change and move, and we might have a good shot at her because of the point guards that keep on following us, and she'll come in when Chit Chat's a senior. So hopefully we show off a good visit for her and show what Iowa City's like, and our California kids convince her as much as they can that Iowa's the right place.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, Tim. Yeah, I did see that earlier. So yeah, that'd be a huge get. And again, I don't know the logistics of bringing someone in for an NCAA weekend, but it can't be regardless of what that would look like. It would not hurt to have that type of a crowd for a visit. So even for NCAA tournament, I mean, I can't speak for all the other sites, but my guess is Iowa's still probably the best, or very close. I mean, it's going to be sold. It's going to be packed. It'll be sold out, obviously. So, Tim, appreciate you calling in, sir.
No problem. Have a good night.
You as well. All right. We got a super chat coming in from Mike. I'm hoping Deal steps up in the tournament.
Me too.
Absolutely agree with that. Mike says she played ball, knows the math. He's talking about.
Oh my gosh. Did I get a compliment? No way. Hey!
All right. Mike, who is better since Cece, Olsen or Chit Chat?
Olsen. Right now, in the first year.
Time. I mean, her.
Yeah, right. We're in the year to year, right now, Olsen. I think Chit Chat will be better though. But go ahead.
Oh, you think Chit Chat will actually surpass?
I think Chit Chat will be really good. I do. I think her impact is insurmountable as a point guard.
Okay.
Plus, she can shoot that thing, man.
She can, and her numbers. I saw a graphic. Was it yesterday or today? That showed her percentage, all of her numbers. Like she's doubled her points output from year one to year two, Georgia Tech to Iowa, and then her 3-point shooting percentage, her field goal percentage, her assist numbers, like they've all went really. Now, I mean, things may level off. That's the trajectory that you certainly want.
Oh, for sure.
I just hope she doesn't. Like the last thing you want is someone like that not feeling like they have enough NIL wise here. I'm not saying she's going to do that, but she's got 2 years of eligibility. I hope she fulfills both of those at Iowa because she's not an Iowa. She's not an Iowa girl, right? She's not from Iowa. So
yeah,
that's a natural worry for me. Brandon says, Cash, how far and who do you see Iowa falling to?
Like I said, I think an Elite Eight would be, I'd be like, job well done. As in, that would be a feat for us to get there, I think.
Steve says you were paid a compliment.
I love money, baby.
Mike, if she shots, need confidence. If she shots, needs confidence. Say that 6 times fast. Can you, Kasheen? If she shots, needs confidence.
If she shots, needs confidence.
Yeah, if she shots, needs confidence.
I don't know this one. I don't get it.
I don't either, but
not a friend. Help.
Hey, Mike, go ahead and send in another super chat with a correction on this. That way we know what you were saying. If she shots, okay. Let's see. We got Kayla in the chat saying that Iowa women.
You know what? Wait. I might have it. Maybe he meant to say if she shoots, needs confidence. I think he's talking about Addie Deal.
If she shoots.
Because you asked the question about Addie Deal and playing good in the tournament. I don't know. I'm throwing that out of left field. Hey, that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
Or it could be about Chit Chat too. No, because she don't need no confidence. She's fine. I don't know. I'm going with Addie Deal. Final answer. Okay,
so I would like to know where Kayla's getting this information. So, not to say I doubt her. I just want to know where she gets this information, because I'm trying to peruse this on Twitter as we go, and I'm trying to find tip times released here in the past hour, and I'm not seeing tip times. So, I just want to confirm that this is accurate information. Seeing the men's tip times. I am seeing the tip times. Thank you very much. John Bonecamp, who does reporting he covers Iowa. I don't remember who he
Look
works
at
for.
Caleb coming in clutch again.
3 p.m. Central Time, ESPN, Fairleigh Dickinson.
FDU.
Yes, FDU versus Iowa. So let's go ahead and last call on the phone line. So if anybody wants to call in, frankly, I'm surprised we haven't gotten more calls tonight. But we'll wrap this thing up here in just a minute. Last call on the phone line, 515-635-1601. You can also call in StreamYard. Don Marvin says TCU has not played well down the stretch. ISU should have beaten TCU at Fort Worth. Ohio State beat TCU. Bring them on. Okay. Yes. So I am seeing the tip time now. What'd you think about Fran McCaffrey getting his Penn Quakers to the tournament?
Look at Fran. I love that for him. This is alma mater, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't even have a great season. I love that for him. First of all, I don't know, buddy. I don't know anything about that man at all. 44-14 is crazy.
What's 40?
A player on his team. I don't even know the man's name. TJ something.
Power.
44 and 14.
Had 23 in the first half, I believe.
Okay. And it was 7 something. He had 7, maybe assists or something. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. 44-14 is how you let somebody score 44 points on you. But you know what? Good for Fran. I'm happy for him.
All right. I'm updating this. And anything I missed tonight here, Cash?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So let's see here.
I think you did a bang up job.
21st. It'd be the 21st. And what did we say? 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
I'm going to make sure this banner is correct. 3 p.m. Central.
Is that Central Time? Yes. Thank you.
So 4 o'clock your time. Great. And according to sources, I'm seeing ESPN. So we're going to trust these sources. Here we go, folks. Iowa versus FDU in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Saturday, 3 o'clock Central Time on the ESPN. All right, Cash, I think we've beat this thing to death enough for now. I guess my thing that I need to ask you, because I asked Gary the same thing, can you give me a Final Four? Can you give me a Final Four?
Texas.
Okay, Texas.
I like Texas. I do.
UCLA.
UCLA.
South Carolina.
South Carolina. They're not losing before they.
So there's 3 of the 1 seeds, and UConn.
That's it. I honestly think it's gonna be a 4. I think it's gonna be 1s. LSU is way too streaky.
If there's any of those 4 teams that go down early, who would it be? Who is most vulnerable of those 4 teams?
Texas. As much as I like them, Texas.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I was going to say Texas as well. You know more about Texas than I do, but
I like Texas. I do. I love their defensive mind. I do, but in doing so, they have scoring drops like the size of Texas.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. My first glance, again, I'm not going to reveal my final four. I got to actually make my picks on my bracket, but I think I would probably agree with you all around. Definitely UConn. Definitely UCLA. If I'm going to go with anyone else, I like Michigan a lot more than you like Michigan. I think so. Then maybe there's. I still don't. I don't think I would pick them over Texas right now, but could a Kentucky or a West Virginia knock off Texas? Then that maybe opens the door for a Michigan or a Louisville to get into the Final Four, possibly. I don't think Iowa matches up well with South Carolina. I don't like the idea of Iowa going up against I know South Carolina's maybe not as big as they were a few years ago when Iowa played them, right? But
Right.
I don't want to deal. I just don't want to have to deal with that, especially after watching the UCLA game. I know they maybe don't have that level of size, but I think physicality to that extent is going to bother them. I do think that second round game against likely Georgia is going to be a telltale sign. And I haven't watched a ton of Georgia basketball, but I know how they play. So, we'll have first four action in Iowa City. Tickets go on sale tomorrow morning. First four action Thursday. Men's tournament tips off on Thursday. Actually, the first four in Dayton tips off on Tuesday. So as a reminder, the Iowa men, we'll start with the Iowa women. The Iowa women play Saturday, 3 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. They'll take on the 15 seed FDU. And then the Iowa men, they will play Clemson. And that game is on Friday evening on TNT, 5:50 Central Time on TNT.
Okay.
Good stuff, Cash. Yeah, you got a final. You got a Final Four for the men's. You got to make your bracket picks first.
God. Can I just tell you who I think is gonna make it? For sure. I don't know, but there's always somebody in the men's. It never fails. The men's, I hate the men's side. I mean, it's great to watch, but prediction is all over the board. And there's actually the men have a lot of injuries right now, which also sucks with that. But
there are some.
I think Duke is. I like Arizona for sure.
They're my
I
favorite.
I like Duke. I don't think Florida's gonna make it personally. I think they're gonna get knocked off somewhere on whatever. So.
Iowa.
You know what? Never say never, because we almost knocked off Michigan at home. We almost beat Nebraska twice. So there's always a possibility.
I think it's going to be can you get by? First of all,
those are the only two teams I feel real comfortable being in there. The other two, I really don't know.
Short prep, I think, favors Iowa. Obviously, Florida's got a ton of talent, right? But
sure.
I'd much rather play Florida with a short prep than on a long prep. And Clemson gets a long prep. Iowa gets a long prep for Clemson as well. But I will feel a lot better about Florida once I see Iowa beat Clemson, right? I mean, that's sort of like,
of course,
obvious, but
of course,
they got to get by Clemson first. So
how crazy would that be? That's fun.
Folks, the bracket pools are open on ESPN. Join our From the Hawkeye of the Storm group for both the men and the women. Make your bracket picks tonight. Get your brackets selected before official play starts. The men's tournament starts Tuesday. Women's tournament officially starts Wednesday, I'm assuming. Actually, the first four, I'm assuming, starts Wednesday. Maybe the first games for the women's. I know the first games for the Iowa City section will be Thursday. All right, folks, for Kasheen Alexander, I'm Corey Barata. Thank you for being with us for the past 5 hours. We will talk to you later this week, recapping March Madness.